Y'all, I forgot to do this or say this at the beginning of the next clip. So, this is just a quick add-on. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Sharifa, and my poetry name is New Lily. If you're new to my channel, please check out the links located in the description box and comment section. And in both locations, you'll find an identical set of links. Links that lead to videos that talk about what started my targeting in 2020, as well as links that lead to videos that share information about the targeted individual program, information about the tactics used on targets, information about the technology used on targets, and information about the program in general, y'all. All right, peace out. Y'all, in the next clip, you're going to hear me saying that more documentation, this is going to go at the end of the video I'm creating. I scrapped that video. It was a video talking about the same abusive, satanic, ritualistic tactics that I've been dealing with the targeting. But I decided to scrap the video, y'all. So the next clip is going to be the video. That clip and the clips that follow. But there are some things that I'm going to reference in like the beginning part of the video that pertains to the clips that were deleted. So one of the things is me saying, you already heard what they were doing in the gym the other day. When you hear me say that sometime in the video, I was talking about those clips that got deleted. Also, there's a part where I'm going to say, you saw what happened with the win thing. That's what I'm going to show you now, right? So this video, y'all, is just a part 3 to the part 1 and the part 2, and a continuation of the satanic ritualistic abuse that I'm receiving in this program that's now seeming to focus on this personal trainer from the old gym that I used to work at. A personal trainer that I don't know from a can of paint, y'all. I don't know him at all. I don't know that man. And the level of punishment I'm receiving for something that he did is ludicrous to me. So I put a nice little slideshow together, y'all, with pictures, etc. Also, you saw part 1 and part 2. So you heard about the actions that were taken by them versus the actions that were taken by me, right? Well, in this video now, I've included pictures, y'all. A nice slideshow for you to look at. So anyways, it's just more drama and torture, y'all. I was dealing with stuff this morning, too. That's why I sound like this. Like, still doing weird tactics and torturing me for something that happened years ago with a personal trainer that I don't know who started with me first. Like, they're complete lunatics, y'all. And when you hear some of the stuff that has taken place since the last 2 videos, this video is literally just more documentation, y'all. So this is a precursor, just letting you know that in the next coming clips, you're going to hear me referencing old clips, like what I said in the last clip or whatever. It's talking about clips that I deleted. I decided to scrap. So when this clip is over and you get to the next clip, you're going to hear me say, y'all, this is going to the end of the video that I just created. That video was scrapped. There's no end of any. So that's the actual start of the video. Y'all, now there's noise campaign going on. Remember, I told you there's a fake project being done outside the house to interfere with my videos. So let me hurry up, y'all, and do this because I'm done. I'm done with the video. I just needed to add this part in. I just wanted to, again, show you more evidence that this is not about the fake stuff that they're pretending it's about. It's about some sort of egotistical thing with them and them wanting to win some sort of fictitious competition that they think they're having with me. They played me on the pool game the other day, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me go outside. Noise campaign. Noise campaign. Okay, y'all. So I'm gonna have to go in my sister's room. Oh God, let's go for them. Anyways, y'all, so they played me on the pool game the other day. Remember with the shadow networking AI software, they can play against you with avatars with sensitization. So if they want to play against you with like a certain theme or a certain name, they can, right? Remember how the AI shadow network works. It's subliminal messaging. So they played against me with this big W, right? And I know that's an acronym for wrestling or whatever it's an acronym for, but they were using it as an acronym for win. And they keep sending me these weird things about winning and they hit but not hurt and they want me to feel the hurt and, you know, the competition is still going. Like they feel like they haven't won some sort of imaginary, childish, immature, fictitious competition that they're having with their crazy selves, right? So they put the W there about win because of the thing with the girl, right? And then after they put the W for win, then they played against me with the Jaguar, right? Now, remember I told y'all something happened when I was a cadet. I never graduated and I never became a cadet, a corrections officer. Remember, I lost the job, right? But anyways, and y'all know the circumstances that took place with that. But anyway, whatever the case is, right? So I told y'all when I was in there, something happened with this female coworker of mine. To hear the details about it, y'all, I'm not going to go into the details about it again. I've talked about it in detail. You can go all the way back and check out this video. Targeted individual humiliating neuromonitoring, blah, blah, blah. And then you can see the thumbnail says humiliation. That's from a year and change ago, right? So there was this weird thing that happened with this coworker, this female coworker of mine. And I don't really want to tell the story again, y'all. It's really irrelevant and it doesn't matter. She's married and she has children. I was not trying to talk to the girl. I'm not gay, right? But something happened with her when I was working as a corrections officer. So there was this incident where I didn't have work that day. I'm a cadet. As y'all know, I was a cadet. And she and the other people in there were corrections officers. Unless they were office workers or maintenance or whatever other jobs that exist within the facility. So as a cadet, I got the holidays off. So when you're in training to become a corrections officer, y'all, you get the holidays off as a cadet. You don't even work the same hours as the correction officers. The correction officers work long hours. They work like, I think 12-hour shifts, something like that. It's almost like what a nurse does, but they don't get the 4 days off. Like a nurse, they work these 12-hour shifts, and I think they work for 3 days out of the week or 4 days out of the week, and then they get 3 days off or 4 days off. With corrections officers, they get like 2 days off like any other person. You get your 2-day break for the week. Whether it's the weekend or your 2 days off is in the week, is on a weekday. They get 2 days off, but they work these 12-hour shifts, right? So it's these big, long shifts, and that's why there's a high turnover rate with that job. A lot of people don't last in that job anyway, whether you're targeted or not. A lot of people don't want to do that job. And the money's good, but it's just the hours and whatever, the danger, I guess, if some people feel like they're in danger or whatever. It doesn't really feel that scary in there. When I was in there, what felt scary was the tactics being used as on a target. But as far as like the inmates and the detainees, they were actually pretty nice. Anyway, so a lot of people don't want to do the job, though, because of those hours. There's a high turnover rate. But as a cadet, when you're in training, you don't have to work those long hours. So you work like a regular 9 to 5. You go in there at 8 and you leave at, I think I used to leave at 4 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, or 3 o'clock. I can't remember, y'all. I think it was 4 o'clock. So anyway, this was one of the days where there was a holiday. And as a cadet, you get the holidays. Similar to how teachers get holidays. When I was a teacher, we used to get every holiday. We used to get the summer off, you get Independence Day, you get July 4th, you get Martin Luther King Day, etc., etc. That's not how it works when you're a corrections officer. I guess it's kind of like being an essential worker or like a police officer. It's like a hybrid job, y'all. Being a corrections officer is like a hybrid of a security officer and a police officer. And you do the same thing as police officers. You go to training. I've talked about this in prior videos, y'all. You go to police academy, etc. Like, it's the same thing. You become a peace officer. So you are at the same level as a police officer, kind of. So anyways, y'all. So what took place was, I think he's really coughing. I couldn't tell if that was noise campaign or not, because I've been dealing with a lot of crazy shit this morning, and they were just doing noise campaign when I was in the bathroom. So I don't even know if he's really coughing or not, because he's sick out there. Anyway, I'm talking about somebody that lives in the household with me, y'all. Anyway, that's why I was pinching my nose. Not that y'all can see me, y'all. I think I'm explaining still to the gang stalkers, even though I don't fuck with them. Like, because I hear the plane flying by and you hear the noise campaign? You hear the noise campaign? You hear the noise campaign? Anyway, y'all. So basically they're essential workers, though. They're like nurses, EMTs, that kind of way, where they don't get the holidays unless you like request a time off. So as a cadet, I got the holidays, and this was one of those days where it was a holiday. So I went to the gym, did my usual routine. I worked out. And then I went to the shopping center. I think I was trying to deal with registration for the car or something like that. I'm almost certain it was like registration or insurance or something I was dealing with in the shopping center. So I remembered I was leaving the shopping center. And as I'm leaving the shopping center, I noticed the company vehicle. Like, you know, for jails or just like police officers, you know, they have company vehicles. They have like government vehicles with the name of the facility on it. So whatever the name of that jail is, they have company cars for it, and they have the name of it on the vehicle. So I noticed I see the company car spinning around the parking lot as I'm walking to the parking lot. I hadn't reached it yet. So I remember thinking to myself, whoa, who's that? Because sometimes they would use not gang stalkers, excuse me, people from the job as gang stalkers. Like this, it still happens. It just happened, when was it? Like day before yesterday or something like that. Sometimes I'll just see somebody from the job drive by. They do it with the teaching thing too. Like just yesterday in the gym, you're going to hear me talk about it at the end of the video, y'all. Just yesterday in the gym, when I went in the gym, I saw they had the 10th grade English. I taught, when I was teaching 4 years ago, y'all, I taught 10th grade English. I taught English honors. And the other 10th grade English teacher that I didn't really work with him. I never got to know him because we taught virtually. Well, when I was there, it was during COVID. So for a year and a half, I was teaching virtually. And then for the latter half a year for the last, the last part of the 2-year teaching stint, I was in the building. So I was in the building for half a year. So I never really got to know him like that. I know his face from around the place. Even before working at the school, I know his face. I've seen him around the place. We're, I think, the same age and stuff, in the same age group. So and he's one of those people that's well known. So I kind of know who he is. But I never got to know him like that. I don't know him like that. And I don't have a problem with him. I've never had any issue with him. I know he's in the National Guard. I know he's a teacher and he's in the National Guard just from seeing around the place. And I've seen him in uniforms before. When I came into the island, he was at the airport during COVID wearing the National Guard uniform. So I know he's military. So anyway, and they used him in the old gym too as a gang stalker. He was in there and he wasn't one of the ones doing horrible stuff, really. He was just kind of in there. And I think just as a presence for me to be reminded of the teaching thing, I think that's what his purpose is. Or it could just be because he's military, but I think it actually is more tied to the teaching thing. Because they had him in my new gym. This was the second time I saw him in my new gym. The first time was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and there was another teacher that I taught with at that same school 4 years ago in there as well. So that's why I think they're using him as like a gang stalker in a teaching capacity, like the reminder of me being a teacher. Anyway, you'll hear about it at the end of the video, y'all, because that same yesterday when I saw him, I also saw a student from the school I used to teach at in a different location. So that's what they're using him for. But anyway, they used him as a gang stalker multiple times, a teacher I used to teach with. So that's kind of what they do with the facility as well. Sometimes I just see correction officers from the job or the company vehicle driving by on days when certain things are happening. So anyway, I just kind of chalked it up to being that. I was just like, okay, nothing happened, spectacular happened that day, or there wasn't any major reaction that I had to gang stalking. There wasn't any major thing that happened. I didn't really understand what the gang stalking was that day. But it was just like I just saw her rolling through the parking lot. So as I'm now about to step into the parking lot and get to my car, she drove up right as I was about to step into the parking lot. And she actually stopped to let me cross in front of her car. So I looked in to see who it was. Obviously, that's normal. Of course, I would do that. And I saw that it was her. And I saw her looking me up and down like she was... To me, and I'm not a presumptuous person. Every time I describe the interaction, and I just recently started talking about it, y'all. Before I didn't even really tell them. I didn't even really say what caused whatever, right? I wasn't saying it. That's how humble I am, right? I wasn't even saying whatever it was that my perception was or whatever took place that led to... I just kept taking the lashing and letting them throw subs with the technology about whatever, and not saying anything. And it's similar to this guy from the gym, y'all. This guy that they're like obsessed, like this weird fanatical, maniacal obsession with this man from the gym and what took place between him and I. I have not once said this man liked me, All I did was say the facts of what took place, the reaction that I eventually had, and how they continued to torture me endlessly after it. That's all I did. I never said the man liked me, Now I'm in a whole new gym. Every day they're stalking me and harassing me and tearing me down and screaming he doesn't like me and insinuating he doesn't like me like I said he likes me. Guilt. And that's the only thing that can make sense to me, y'all. And when I said that, right, I said, well, maybe it's because it looked like he liked me. That's why they're doing it. They started making one set of noise campaign. So you're punishing somebody for something that someone else started with them first. You're punishing them because it looked like the person liked them? It's just like lunacy, y'all. Anyway, so back to the girl though, right? So anyway, I for a long time wasn't even really saying what caused whatever. Eventually, I just recently started saying that because they started to push it like aggressively as like some sort of countermeasure to what's been happening with this man in the gym because they know it's a hot mess what's been happening. Anyway, so So as I was crossing in front of her car, I just noticed her looking me up and down, like this slow, like look up and down. Like, and I thought it looked to me, because I'm a woman and I'm 34 and I've dealt with, before the targeting and the sabotage, I've dealt with being checked out before. I thought that's what that look was. I never said anything about it. I didn't say anything about it, but that's what it looked like. So that was my perception of the moment. And even recently when I talked about it, I still didn't say she liked me or she was checking me out. I just said that's the honest to God truth. That's what my perception of that moment was. So even if that look was something else, which it could have been, my perception of the moment at the time, I'm just telling you what my thought process was that she was checking me out. And so I'm targeted, y'all. I'm in a low state. I'm being sabotaged. They're blocking up everything. They're purposely making it so I can't date anyone. It's a small community too anyways. I can't leave because this thing is attached to me. Y'all know what happened when I tried to leave the last time. So it's like this kind of way where it's like everything's blocked up. And I told you the tactics they use. It's like these bullying tactics. There's no way I'm going to date anybody while this is happening. And they're making sure of it too. Like some major measures are being taken to ensure that I stay isolated. So understand that's taking place. And then they're degrading me and tearing me down and trying to make me have a warped sense of self. So that happened. And then I see this person that looks like she's checking me out. That's what I thought it was. That was what my perception of the moment was. And I thought she was attractive. I'm not a liar. I've been honest from the get. I haven't lied about it. The only thing I did was recently start talking about what led to the attraction in the first place, or me noticing her, really was because I thought she was checking me out. And I was like, okay, well, she's actually pretty. I don't really like females, but hell, I'm a target and a lot of weird shit is happening and this pretty person is checking me out. Okay, that's what the moment was. What do you want me to do about it? That doesn't validate anything that you've created. You were in my brain with the neuromonitoring technology. When I got back on island, for 4 years, you've been in there. And when they first put the technology in my brain, y'all, I told y'all what happened. I was daydreaming about this Hispanic guy from back in the day that I knew from back in the day, excuse me. And so to humiliate me, because they weren't finding anything incriminating in my thoughts, and I didn't know that they were monitoring my thoughts, they played against me on the pool game the same way how I just showed y'all how they can, play against you with certain avatars with the guy's name to humiliate me. They were not seeing activity with females. This is a relatively new development. Anyway, so that's what it was. I thought she was checking me out and I thought she was attractive and I was open to that attraction because I'm in a weird state. I'm in a weird state. That's not my lifestyle. I want to get married and have children. I'm not anti-gay. I don't have a problem with gay people, like I said, just like I don't have a problem with strippers. I don't care what you do with yourself or what life you live. We were put here and given free will. Right? So you live the life you want to live, and I'm going to live the life I want to live. I'm not judging anybody. But that's not my lifestyle. I'm not gay. I could have been. I've had females actually hit on me for real, not speculation, like really hit on me in the past. My sister was there when I was working at the hotel, one of the hotels I worked at back in the day, y'all. In my early 20s. That was when I was still drinking. I still had a drinking problem back then. I didn't take the offer. There was a group of lesbos, excuse me, I'm trying not to use a derogatory term, what you would call dykes, that came to stay from the States, came to stay right there in the hotel that I was working at. I was working on the beach shack. I was in my early 20s. And my sister came to work with me that day, and they were aggressively pressing the press. And I was drinking back then, y'all. That was back when I had a drinking problem in my early 20s. Remember, I told y'all for about 3 years I had a drinking problem. When the targeting started, I did not. I had just graduated with a 3.5 GPA. I had held down 2 jobs for 2 years. I was a substitute teacher for Broward County Public Schools, and I was doing security. I worked those jobs up all the way up until I left Florida, and I resigned. So anyways, y'all, it had nothing to do with drinking or any of the false narratives that they're trying to create. So anyways, y'all, in this moment here, though, I'm in this weird state, this vulnerable state, and I already explained to you all some of the out of character things as far as my love life goes before the targeting got as bad as it did, before I tried to relocate off island. Remember, I told y'all in the first 2 years of my targeting, 4 sexual partners. Prior to that, from age 22, when I first started having sex, excuse me for the candor, to age 29, I had only had 2 partners, and they were both relationships. So it's out of character. Out of character activity. Mental state plays a part in things. That's why they have the term temporary insanity. And when you go into court of law, when somebody commits a crime, I didn't commit a crime, but I'm just giving you an example or analogy. They use temporary insanity. You actually have a psychologist that will analyze the person and try to see what their mental state was and if that played a part in their actions. I am in a low state. I'm being targeted. I'm being tortured. I've been being tortured and targeted for years. It's amped up to the point where I'm now being isolated and every day bullied and degraded on camera. And then this person drove by and I thought she was checking me out and I thought she was attractive. That's what the moment was. I never tried to holla at her. I never tried to add her on Facebook. In fact, at the job, I was ducking and dodging her because I thought the whole thing was embarrassing once I realized they had seen whatever in my brain. That's it. That's what it was. I don't know what else you want from me. I've been real about it. That's it. It's not a win. That's not a win. What's the big deal? That's not a win, and it doesn't correlate with the immature shit that you're doing to me because of what happened with this man from the gym. It doesn't correlate. It's not correlated. Grow up. So anyway, y'all, that's what's going on. I had to add that into the video. So that's what this video is going to be about, y'all. Just more documentation about the continued harassment, about what's going on with, the ongoing situation with this man from my old gym. This is part 3 to the part 1 and part 2 video you already watched, y'all. More things have happened, and it continues to happen, and it's just like it's not getting better. It's like this degenerative, like, regression. It's like I cannot get out of this shit. Anyways, y'all, that's it. I'll talk to you in the next one. Peace out. I just have to show you that, to show you that it's not what they're pretending it's about. It's about some sort of like competition where they want to win and avenge their friend who started with me first. All right, y'all, peace out. The whole concept about winning came into play when the thing with the man from the gym started amping up. They started sending stuff about trying to win and trying to hurt me or hit but not hurt, like they're hitting me but I'm not getting hurt. And they keep sending like these subliminal, ads with the technology about people that like have the ability to not feel pain, and how like they have this guy dousing himself with like whatever level of Scoville hot sauce and hot peppers, and he wasn't burning, he wasn't feeling hurt. Then they sent another ad with this kid that had like this type of condition where he couldn't feel pain, and he stuck his hand in fire to stop the house from exploding when the stove started to set on fire or whatever. Stuff like that, man. But then also at the same time sending stuff about winning, references about winning, like this thing they're trying to win with this man. And so now they're kind of deflecting, it seems like, or trying to deflect from the situation by referencing the thing that happened with this girl over a year ago. Anyways, y'all, I just wanted to add that in. There's a lot of noise going on. So now the next clip is going to be the actual video, y'all, where you're going to hear me saying that this is going to be added on. The same thing I just talked about, that this is going to be added on at the end of the video I just created. And remember, I told you that video got scrapped. So that's the next clip that you're going to hear, the actual video. All right, y'all. Y'all, more documentation. This is going to go to the end of the video I'm currently creating. All of this is for documentation, y'all. So I guess at this point, if you're at this part of the video, you're at the end of the video that you just listened to. I haven't finished making the video. Whatever video it is that you just listened to, I'm still in the process of making it. You know how I do, y'all. I make different clips and I put them together. So there's a video I'm currently working on now, and I'm going to add this clip to the end of it. So obviously, if you're at this point in the video, you already heard the video that I am going to finish creating. So anyway, y'all, this is kind of like this miscellaneous thing being added on, but it's relative because, again, it's all part of the harassment and the antagonization and the painting of false narratives pertaining to this man from the old gym where they will not leave me alone. It's now to the point where they're painting false narratives about the situation, y'all, with the technology, and still inadvertently insulting me. I have never dealt with anything like this in my life, y'all. Yes, the thing with the cyber guy was pretty bad and it lasted for years, and I really thought there was nothing more insane that I could deal with. This is the most insane shit as far as a man is concerned that I have ever dealt with. I don't even know him like that, y'all. I don't know him like that. The stuff that they're doing is bonkers to me, y'all. And then they're pretending like I'm the one I felt rejected and I decided to do something to him. What? It's lunacy. It's like either you're a lunatic or you're pretending like you're doing what you're doing. You're pretending. It's either one or the other. It's either that you're a complete lunatic or you're pretending to be crazy. There's no ends of ors about it, y'all. Y'all heard the last two videos of part 1 and the part 2 I made, right? They were even making noise campaigns when I said that they're doing this to me because it looks like he liked me. Do you know they made noise campaigns for that multiple times? So I'm being punished the way that I'm being punished and to the level that I'm being punished because it looked like he liked me or he did like me, whatever was going on that I don't really care about. I'm being punished ruthlessly for that, y'all. They went as far, like I told y'all, to throw in the technology with the shadow networking software, insinuations of recordings. And then that same day when I was like, recordings, I'm trying to think about what sex tape, because I know I'm a private person. And I haven't lived a scandalous lifestyle. In fact, most of the sexual encounters that I've had, y'all, TMI, happened after the targeting when I was in a low and vulnerable state. Prior to the targeting, I only had 2 consensual partners, y'all. Over the span of a decade of having intercourse, I only had 2 partners. And then there was a third non-consensual partner. It happened one time. I explained it in my full story what took place with that, y'all. It was not a consensual affair. So I had 2 consensual partners prior to the targeting. 22 was when I lost my whatever, right? To the ex that I told y'all was doing whatever he was doing. From there all the way to age 29, I had only had 2 partners, y'all. The second partner was years later, a guy that went to my church in Florida when I went back up to Florida to finish schooling and get my bachelor's degree. Then after age 29, when the targeting started, in the span of the first 2 years of my targeting, 4 partners, y'all. One was a boyfriend, the Jamaican guy that you're about to see that I'm about to show you right now. One was an ex-boyfriend, the one that they insinuated they recorded me having intercourse with in my apartment, y'all, years ago to hurt me. One was an older guy that was a foreman on my job. Okay, and one was an older guy that was a foreman on my job that I was working at. I was in a low state, y'all. That was towards the beginning of the targeting when all the harassment was amping up and I was being stalked and harassed and slowly but surely realizing that I was also being watched on camera. And then the fourth one was a guy in Florida. I only had 1 encounter with him. All of these encounters happened after the targeting, y'all, where the mental state was not 100. Remember what I was talking about earlier in the video, y'all, about mental state and temporary insanity and decision-making, poor decision-making. Anyways, y'all, the proof is in the pudding. I'll let the facts show. So anyways, y'all, nonetheless, whatever the case is, I haven't lived a scandalous lifestyle. So I was sitting there when they said this whole recording thing. I was like, who are they talking about? What recording? You know, I'm raking my brain because even after the encounters that I had, the extra encounters after the targeting, you know, it seemed like a burst of sexual activity after the targeting. Even still, it was only 7 men in total, y'all. 6 if you don't count the non-consensual guy, right? 7 men in total that I've ever, whatever, with in my life. Again, I almost don't even count that guy that it was non-consensual with. 6 guys, 6 partners. And I'm 34. So I'm sitting there like, who did record it? I'm like, who recorded me? I'm trying to, in my head, I'm raking my brain like, who was bold enough to record me? Because I haven't had many interactions with men down here, y'all. There were only 3 guys down here that I did anything with. The ex that I did something with in my apartment, the one that they recorded, 1 time. The guy, the older guy, that was the foreman, and he wasn't from this island. He was just down here doing a project, working on the hotels that I was doing security at. He was the second guy. He wasn't from this island. He was from St. Lucia. And then the third guy on this island was the non-consensual thing that happened over a decade ago, and that was 1 encounter. So in my head, I'm like, every other encounter I've had has been in Florida. So I'm like, who are they talking about? I'm sitting there raking my brain trying to figure out who they were talking about. And then they played me on the pool game that same day with the name of the friend of the guy, the ex-boyfriend that I did whatever with. And I'm like, wait a minute, they're talking about him? And they start some horrible subliminal stuff too. I was like, wait a minute, what? And all of this happened directly after, I kid you not, y'all, like literally like 2 days after the thing with the man's girlfriend happened where she was malfunctioning. Like low down dirty blows, y'all. All kinds of horrible stuff they're doing because of what happened with this man, and then they're gonna paint it like I'm the one that's doing stuff. It's insanity. So anyways, y'all, so you know the whole saga about what took place and with the situation. So the facts are clearer. We know who did what, right? We know what his actions were versus what my actions were versus what the program's actions were. If you check out the part 1 video, I went through the actions that were taken. So we all know who did what. I'm now at this point begging them to leave me alone, especially as it pertains to that specific part of the targeting. They will not let it go, y'all. They keep going and going and going and going. I know you saw it in the clip. I have not put that video together yet. I'm going to. But obviously, like I said, if you're at this point in the video, you've seen that part of the video that I'm going to put together. But yesterday, when they played me on the pool game, y'all, and they put the W for win, after I had an anxious, I wasn't really anxious. It was more so like a bacity or a flustered reaction to sensitization pertaining to the girl from the job. They keep trying to deflect now and make, like shift the energy to that person to deflect from what took place with the man from the gym. So they're calling that a win now. So all they're focused on is winning, y'all. It's some sort of like weird egotistical, like weird maniacal trip that they're having, complexity that they're having. And they're trying to win this fictitious competition that they're having with themselves. And they're forcing me to participate, and I'm having to suffer because of it. It's real lunacy, and it's like they're really coming for me hard, too. They keep tearing me down, trying to humiliate me on camera, putting the man's friends on top of me, sending fake, weird, false narratives with the technology. So this was the last straw this morning, y'all. Now they sent an episode, right? I like to watch these crime shows with this dude, and he's really handsome, y'all. If I go and show you the man, right? He looks kind of like one of my favorite modern rappers. There's a guy that's named, oh my goodness, what's the guy's name now? I'm having trouble remember his name. I follow him on Facebook. He's more underground. He's like one of those artists that hasn't tapped through all the way, but they're kind of making waves now, but they're still kind of underground. He has an afro. What's the guy's name? Oh my goodness. Oh my God, I can't remember. Let me see if I can find him real quick. I can't remember his name. It doesn't matter, but it's just like, that's who I thought of when I saw this guy that was in the episode that they were showing. Hold on, let me see if I can find him. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Because I could try to screen record the episode for you, but that app is weird. Like, I've even tried to take, like, screenshots from the episodes when I see, like, an outfit I like or I see glasses I like, and it doesn't, it's like a blank screen. So I think even if I try to screen record it, it might not. I don't want to waste my time. So I'd rather just go here and show you who he resembled, the guy in the episode. It's literally like one of my favorite rappers right now that's out. Modern day rappers, I should say, because I'm not really into the modern day artists. Like, there are a few that I subscribe to as far as rap goes and stuff. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. There he is. Akeem Ali. That's his name. Yeah, the guy kind of looked like, that's a story he has up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to just show you his photos, y'all. Okay, I want to see his photos. I would like to see his photos. Oh boy. Hold on, y'all. This is the guy where he has his hair in an afro typically. I see he has his hair cut now, right? Anyway, so this is the dude, and the guy in the video kind of looked like him. He has like a fro typically though, so I was trying to show like an actual pic of what this dude was looking like. Anyway, you see what he looks like, right? Okay, you get the idea. This is what the dude in the episode looked like, right? So then the girl, right? So apparently the dude in the episode, he's like a player or whatever. And so he had two girls that he was dealing with. And one girl, it seemed like he was leading her on and really just probably using her for you know what. And then there's this other girl that he's engaged to. So the one that he was stringing along apparently had this delusion that she was engaged to him too. Or whatever was going on. I don't know what he was telling her. But she was apparently getting used by him. Meanwhile, he's engaged to this next female. I don't know if it was a situation where he was telling them both the same thing, or if it was one he was really planning to marry and one he was just stringing along. I don't know what the real situation was, and we don't really know the behind the scenes, right? But the way they're showing it is that it's a love triangle and he's supposedly engaged to these two females. So this female, she gets upset, she finds out about the other female, and she hires this man from across the country, $2,000, you know, to drive down and kill the dude, right? So now they're showing the interview of the actual female in the interview room, and she looked a hot, stinking ass mess. And they had the nerve to put a yellow sweater on her. She had a big wig on her head that did not look good. It was a terrible looking wig, and I'm not trying to be a bitch or come for anyone. I don't know her like that, but it's just what they're trying to do, the clown show with the technology. She had a wig on her head that looked terrible, something I would never wear. And she was just looking a mess. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even come for people like that. I'm not. It's just what they were trying to do, y'all. They keep doing stuff like that. I don't like to call people a mess and stuff. I'm not even a vain person. Even with men, now it's going to seem like with the video I'm making, like I'm vain. This is how they manipulate. They do the tactics that they do where they insinuate that I'm bad looking and try to attack me and call me a gorilla and a man and all this stuff like that and send these false narratives with the technology. And so now I come to throw together a video and it's going to look like I'm being vain. I'm not a vain person. How a man looks doesn't really matter as much as how his personality is and how he makes me feel. His character. I mean, I have to be attracted. But you don't have to be some fine thing. You're going to see this in the video. You're going to see the variety in the men I've dated. But I'm just saying, I've dated better, and I can do better, and you're sending horrible stuff with the technology. Even his girlfriend, like, I look better than his girlfriend, and his girlfriend was malfunctioning that day in the gym. His girlfriend was having a whole malfunction because the picture I took on her phone came out good. She started insulting me, her eyes started to blink really quick, and this was where the warfare really started. It had already started. Let me not lie or mistake things. The warfare had definitely already started. But after the thing with her happened, they started going real low with it. That was where they pulled out the sex, you know, hinting that they had recorded me having sex in my apartment with an ex-boyfriend 4 years ago and creepy, weird stuff. His friends popping up on me. I'm in a new gym. His friends popping up on me. I'm at the gas station. I'm actually outside at the window because I want my space and my privacy, and I didn't feel like dealing with gang stalking. His friend is pulling up on me right behind my back. You win a lot of money? You win a lot of money? Like creepy, weird stuff that they're doing, y'all. Weird fucking shit. Anyways, y'all. So nonetheless, y'all. So back to what I was saying, though, y'all. I don't mean to go off track. I'm just hearing noise outside, and you know, it doesn't take much for me to lose focus. So they're the ones doing stuff and continuing to do stuff. It's continuing. From the videos you saw, the facts that I laid out, the stuff that they did versus what I did, to now where they're still doing stuff. Just, you heard the video that I just talked, what they did in the gym yesterday. And what happened day before yesterday. They're still doing stuff and perpetuating this weird false narrative with this man from the gym. And then trying to attach it to some of the things that's taking place in the targeting. It's not connected and it's not correlated. Or he would have been doing those heinous things as soon as I stepped in the gym. Why would it get so bad just then? It doesn't make sense. It was like he was on a rampage to humiliate me, especially with the garbage thing. And it's when he did it too. Right as the dude's name popped in my head, then he walks by with the fruit and he watched me in this under eye way and then he threw the thing in the garbage. They're trying to do damage control. They've been trying to do it for the last few years and they're actually punishing me for it. I said I don't care. I do not care. Leave me alone. They keep screaming, he doesn't like you and stalking me and harassing me. Leave me alone. You don't get it? So anyways, y'all. So anyway, back to the episode that was playing just now this morning in the car, right? So anyway, so now you have the understanding how the two people looked, right? So he's some pretty boy player and she's looking dusty or whatever's going on with her, right? And he apparently was using her for whatever he was using her for, and then he had whatever, he was trying to marry this other girl, or he was lying to both of them and saying he was engaged to both of them and maybe was not going to marry either. I don't really know what the particulars were, right? Anyway, so she hires this man to come across the country and kill him. And so throughout the episode, they're just talking about the extent that she went to because she felt rejected by him because she found out he had another female. So they kept using the word rejected. Y'all, please listen again to the part 1 video of what took place between him and I. The man gave me his number and I didn't use it. He asked me to go on a hike and I didn't go. He's following me on Facebook. I never added him on Facebook. I never went on the hike, y'all. I never used his number. The number sat in my old phone until the phone went bad. Don't you think I could have texted him once he made the first move and gave me the number? Don't you think I could have texted him or called him and said, hey, what's up? Hey, good morning. You don't think I've done that before when I'm interested? I didn't do anything. And I didn't have an attitude with him either. We were working out fine around each other in proximity for almost a year with no problem. So what rejection are you talking about? Then all of a sudden the dude's name starts popping in my head and he starts doing horrible stuff for a whole month. He even went by the garbage the day the thing was popping in my head. I couldn't control it. I wasn't being nasty or rude or disrespectful. You could see I even felt basity about it. He walks by and glares at me or looks at me under his eye, this weird look he did. And he was eating some fruit and he slammed it in the garbage. And from there, it was like a whole month of horrible stuff. Putting the girl directly in front of the Smith machine while I'm squatting for me to see her private area. He wasn't doing that shit before. It was a whole month of horrible stuff. They're just trying to do damage control. Leave me alone. So anyway, it was a whole month of horrible stuff. And then they hooked him up with a girlfriend, I guess, after he did the horrible stuff. And I finally, after a month of him doing it, said mean stuff in my head in reaction. A month later, I kid you not, the man has a girlfriend. They obviously hooked him up with her. And they're putting her and him on top of me. And I said nice things. He blocked me in the mirror with the girls. He was coming around me. I didn't even notice. I didn't care. It got to the point where he blocked my workout and was blowing kisses at her. And that was when I realized, oh, that's why he keeps working out around me with this girl. I complimented them as some sort of white flag. Like, okay, this bullshit will stop when, if I throw a compliment his way, whatever, or in her way about whatever. Showed I'm not having an issue with them. That wasn't, they wanted me to be hurt or something. Was he the one that felt rejected? So then I go to the back room. His friends are now doing directed convo and insulting me while the girl is standing there. Doesn't that sound more like his actions aligned with this female more so than mine? Now I'm out of the fucking gym. They're still harassing and haranguing me. And attacking me every day and doing all this weird stuff. And talking about sex tapes and all this weird stuff. And then you're going to pretend like it's me. That thing threw me for a motherfucking loop, y'all. And then one of the lieutenants from the job where I was a corrections officer, I only see him drive by me on days where stuff like this is happening. It's happened multiple times, and he was very mean to me too when I worked in the facility. And he has a very unique car. It's like this patchwork car. It looks like different parts of different vehicles that was slapped together to make a car. And I know he has money, so I don't even know why he's driving that. Anyway, regardless, I'm not trying to come for the lieutenant. You know how it is. People are well connected, and I've already seen myself suffering for things that were out of my control, much less for me saying something in reaction to what's happening. Unfair treatment and subjectivity and bias. Anyway, so nonetheless, y'all, when I saw the lieutenant drive by after this crazy ass episode played, where the female who was doing more so what they have done, rather than what I have done, played, I got pissed, y'all. I said, no, I'm going to make a video. And I went to his page to show you this unfiltered up-close picture of him. I see the picture gone. I guess the girlfriend or somebody told him the picture is a hot mess. He had it as his cover photo. You can tell he's one of them island kind of rosters that's not necessarily vain, which is what I actually thought was a good thing about him initially. You could tell he's like a humble person. So the cover photo was this rough up, the pic was a mess. In fact, you can actually see that one of his eyes goes off like a lazy eye or something. You know, like when one eye is straight and one eye is kind of going off to the right. I didn't even know the man had that going on because he typically has the glasses on and I'm never up in his face. It wasn't until I saw that picture on his Facebook where I realized, oh shit, he has a like a cokey eye. I didn't even know. I was about to take that picture, y'all, and slap it here and show you some of my exes and so show you some pictures of myself. So you can understand why they're doing what they're doing. And attacking me ruthlessly every fucking day. Anyways, y'all, let me just show you some pictures, okay? Luckily, the man took down the pic where he had his eyes out and it was up and close in his face. So he has a pic from far with shades on, and it's still, you can see a clear representation of what I've dated versus what he looks like. He's not terrible looking, but I can do better if we're talking about the physical. I've done better. Okay? So no, I didn't feel rejected and I'm not hurt. You're the one that's acting rejected. And you're the one that's torturing me and doing weird stuff. It's actually borderline lunacy. Anyways, y'all. So here's a picture. This is not a clear picture, right? But it's a picture. Usually it's like an Ivory Rasta man, right? Here is another picture of the man, okay? Here's a picture of the man. He has shades on so you can't even see what's going on with the eye, right? He's significantly older than me, by the way, y'all. He's like a decade older than me. Which is not a big deal. I do date older men, but I'm just saying I'm not pressed over this man. Okay, right? So that's what's going on with that. This is an unfiltered up close picture of me with no shades on. When I wash my face and I put myself together. I could have put the picture that I put up just recently, y'all, but the reason I didn't do that was because I have a hairstyle that's not really my hair. It's like an AI pic where they put a fake hairstyle on you. I could have showed you that pic. That's all up close into my face with the light when I put myself together, right? But I was like, let me be fair and use a completely unfiltered picture. Is what I said, right? So I said, let me just take the picture that I took in my car in natural light. All right. Right, y'all? I took even another picture. Okay, you can even see the acne on my forehead. All right, so now let's take a look at, oh, here's the man thing too, y'all. Look at my body. Do I look like a man to you? Is this what a man looks like? Is this what a man looks like? Because if this is what a man looks like, then I don't want it. I don't want to date a man that looks like this. This is what a man looks like? All right. So y'all, I went outside to show you my wallpaper and that made the video cut off. Let me go to Facebook and show you the picture I was trying to show you. Hold on, let me plug in my phone because the battery is about to cut off. Okay, y'all. Right? Let me show you, what was I coming to show you? Oh yeah. This is an unfiltered picture, y'all. Is this what a man looks like? That's what a man looks like? Okay. Because if a man looks like this, then that's a hot fucking mess, y'all. That's a hot mess. Yeah. That's what a man looks like?
I'm working on me. I'm talking
men look like that?
No breaks, plenty
maybe a tranny, you know, somebody that got some work done and got a butt and some boobs. Okay, anyways, y'all. Even this, y'all, this is even an unfiltered picture. I was in my dorm room. I was looking rough and sweaty and greased out at that point, right? This was a greasy, sweaty, unfiltered picture. Anyways, y'all. Nonetheless, right? So now let me show you some of the guys I've dated. This is not even scratching the surface. I've even dated better than this as far as looks go. I'm not a vain person, though. But I'm just trying to show you what I've dated. You saw what the man looks like, right? So you can understand I didn't feel rejected. And I'm not pressed over him. You're the one doing stuff. And I know why you're doing it. Okay, so this is the Jamaican guy that I dated, y'all. One of the Jamaican guys. There was another one I dated that had a restaurant that was actually better looking than him. Anyway, this was him. Remember I told y'all, if you listen to my Kisses to My Exes video, he graduated, and I forgot what he got. Some license he got or something like that. And then to take the nursing test, he kept failing the nursing test and he gave up. And I told him I was going to help him study and he didn't want to study. He just was like, he didn't want to do it. I don't know why. I don't know if there's more to the story and he was hiding something from me or what it was, but it was like he did not want to pursue he didn't want to pursue it anymore. You got a whole degree. It didn't make sense to me. Anyway, so this is the guy here, right? So you can understand what I've dated in the past. This is the guy here. So you saw the man in his face with shades on. Okay, this is what I've dated. This is kind of like a faded out pic. You can't see him good. And then this is another guy that I dated. Okay? There's no shade or anything. This is an unfiltered picture. Okay? That's an unfiltered picture. No shades or anything. You can see the man in his face. This is what I've dated before the targeting, before they were isolating me and doing tactics and pretending like I can't get a man. So this is what I've dated, y'all. This guy's a little bit more rough. This is the guy from the church, right? The one I told you all had the wandering eye and had a problem. He gets girls. He's a firefighter. He's making money, and he's muscular, and he has wavy hair and light brown eyes. And in person, he looks a lot better. He's not a photogenic person. But that's to tell you the variety of what I date, though, y'all. I'm not a vain person. So understand that this video isn't about vanity. It's just me showing you that they're full of bullshit. They keep trying to perpetuate this false narrative like I was the dusty female that he rejected and I'm doing something to him. They're the ones attacking me ruthlessly, and he's the one that attacked me at random. And then if you look at the pictures and the facts, I can show you that I've dated better. And I can also show you how I really look. And it's not the fake narrative that they're perpetuating. But anyway, also too, this is just to show you I'm not a vain person, though. It doesn't matter what you look like. It's really about your personality and how you make me feel. But with this guy, it was the swag. He was muscular. He had wavy hair. He had things going for him. He had light brown eyes and a good personality aside from being a dog. So this was that guy from the church. There's actually this guy that they keep sending with the internet in this video that has these light brown eyes and kind of reminds me of him bad, like how he looks in real life in person. But he's not a photogenic person. Anyway, nonetheless, and this was the first guy I ever did anything with that did whatever he did to me. So I'm not hurting over this man. I'm really not. I'm not really hurting over him. I'm not stressing over him. Okay, so I just had to put this little thing together here, y'all, because I don't know what they're trying to do with the technology and perpetuating what they did as something that I did and trying to paint this false narrative, but they will not let this shit go. It's like this crazy obsessive compulsive thing with them where they feel like they need to win and they don't feel like they won in this fictitious competition that they're having with themselves. I don't want to participate. Leave me alone. All right, y'all, I just had to do that because that was wild to me, what took place there. And then seeing the lieutenant drive by, I was like, I know you sat there and saw what really happened and what continues to happen. All right, y'all. That's it. All right, peace out. Y'all, this is just a continuation of the last video. It's days later. There are more things that have happened that I need to document. But first, I'd like to talk about what took place this morning, y'all. So there are things that happened in between this morning and the last clip you just listened to that I'm also going to talk about in this video. This clip. This is all one cumulative video, y'all. Clips that I've put together. But in this clip right now, I want to start with what happened this morning since it's fresh in my head and it's completely unfair, y'all. And just, a continuation of what I've been dealing with as a targeted individual. Y'all, it's been just endless unfair treatment, harassment, antagonization, slander, etc. Right? So you heard in the last video, or last clips, what I was talking about. How every morning with the shadow network AI software, they're sending things through the technology, trying to humiliate me, trying to degrade me, painting false narratives, constantly antagonizing me and harassing me about what took place with this man at my old gym and punishing me for things that are out of my control, essentially, right? It continues, y'all. More has happened since then that I need to talk about in this video. But first, I want to talk about what took place this morning, y'all. It was a clear representation of what I've been dealing with. Where work gets affected, money possibly affected, like my workouts getting impeded, etc. For things that are out of my control. Trivial things, y'all. Trivial things that I can't control. So I'm sitting at work this morning, right, y'all? And they were trying to do the tactic that they've been doing where they try to make me have this warped sense of self as a tactic, like I said, or damage control for what took place with this man at the old gym. Right? So, it's like this perpetual false narrative of the don't want and exhibiting control and stuff to make it seem like I'm this unwanted, vapid female. So anyways, y'all, they constantly, with the technology in the morning time, are sending horrible things like what you heard in the last clip. This morning, the same tactic was being used, and I think it backfired. Similar to what happened when they tried to set up the tactic with the man's girlfriend and it backfired. This morning was a moment like that. Hold on, y'all. Let me just let this person get to their vehicle. Someone's leaving, so y'all know my room is right next to the porch. So let me just let him leave. He has a loud vehicle too. So I'm gonna let him leave, and then I'm gonna come back and finish this video. Anyway, y'all, so it was just the same usual bullshit where I put on a show. I was actually watching something else, y'all. This is constantly how my days go and my mornings go anyway. I'm surfing through different shows, trying to figure out which show will be the least likely to be utilized in a negative way. And every show that I put on, they find a way to insert the subliminal messaging and attempt to humiliate me or degrade me or paint false narratives, warped perceptions of what took place. Just strange activity, y'all. So anyway, I went over to this series I've been watching recently, this crime series. Similar to the one that I was talking, the same one, y'all, that I was talking about in the last clip. That same crime series, but it was a different episode where a girl basically, got in trouble for her man. She got with the wrong guy, poor taste, and that man led her down a bad path. So anyway, in this case, it was about sex trafficking, y'all. So the female was like a young female in her early 20s, and she met a young man in his early 20s. I think he was a little older than her. I think he was like in his mid 20s, y'all. Not significantly older, but it doesn't take much. It just takes a few years and a guy that's slick talking and up to no good, and that could be the downfall of a female sometimes, and vice versa. That could be the downfall of a man, the wrong type of woman. So anyways, y'all, so in the episode, the girl was a free-spirited, fun-going, lighthearted type of female, and she liked to dance and party and go out with her friends, and she was in Atlanta, and they went to Freaknik. And if you're familiar with Freaknik, you know how that goes down. That's like spring break on steroids. Like, it's really crazy and wild, and it was a wild thing back in the 90s. I'm a millennial, y'all, so I grew up in the 90s. So I was a child in the 90s. But from what I'm hearing from documentaries and stuff, Freaknik was something else in Atlanta. It was like spring break on steroids and a lot of, promiscuity and wild activity and, I guess you could say sexual liberation or whatever crazy stuff they had going on at Freaknik. That's why it's called Freaknik, like freaky activity taking place. Anyway, but really, at the end of the day, it was just a place for young folks to come and party and have fun, but it got wild. It got out of control. So anyway, she's out there with her friends and she's partying and dancing and apparently going ham. She knew how to dance. And this guy sees her and, he's a predator. Apparently he works for like a sex trafficking ring or whatever. And so he recruits young females and I guess finesses them and seduces them, beguiles them, whatever. And then gets them, wrapped up in the sex traffic trade. And it's like this thing where they're forced into it. That's how sex trafficking works. It's not like prostitution. The only similarity, or correlation is the fact that you're selling your body to a man. But with prostitution, it's consensual. The female is, maybe she's down and out. She probably would prefer not to live that way, but she's consenting. She's deciding to do this. With sex trafficking, you get, like I said, tricked and seduced by a man, and then eventually he gets you in a vulnerable state and you get kidnapped and you're forced into like sex trafficking and you're not getting the money either. The money is being pocketed by the man. So that's the other major key difference between prostitution and sex trafficking. You're not even getting to reap the reward or the benefit of your labor. Like, you haven't, have intercourse with all these men, and the money is being pocketed by the predator that recruited you or kidnapped you, whatever. So anyway, she got with the dude. He saw her dancing. Apparently, he was some handsome dude, and they were describing him. He had hazel eyes, and he was this, and he was that, and wavy hair, and whatever they were saying. Completely not the man from the gym. But they're trying to make everything about this man. It's just crazy. And it's like this weird, like, complex that they're having. As you saw at the beginning of the video, I showed you all what they sent me on the pool game, the W, and then they started flying the bird by. And with the same shadow networking technology, they keep sending references about winning or wanting to win. And it's like this big game for them. It's like this, like, I don't know what it is, like this delusional, one-sided, fictitious competition they're having with themselves, because I'm not competing with you. I don't want to play. It's like I'm being forced to play because this is my life and they have like the reins of control over me, and it's like I have to play. I don't want to play. So anyways, they keep sending stuff too about ego when it's their ego. They keep exhibiting characteristics of egomaniac activity. It's just the things that happen and the way they punish me for things that are out of my control. And it's like more so about winning and proving a point with this man than it is about right or wrong or what they're pretending it's about. It's like revenge under the guise of altruism. So it's like this pretend altruistic attempt to get me to change, and it's supposed to be like this get back for white people and for this person and that person, when before I even left Island, they were doing this to me. Like I talked about in the last two videos, y'all, the part 1 and the part 2, the hypocrisy of what they're perpetuating. First of all, before I left Island, before I ever shared the offensive stuff, they were doing this to me. Second of all, they are using the guys who created the content as gang stalkers. I'm not trying to come for those guys, but I'm just saying it's not what they're pretending. I shared those things for 1 month in my car out of anger in reaction to what was happening to me 4 years ago. I've taken accountability. I've apologized. I'm not still sharing the content. What is going on? You're saying you're giving me a second chance, but you still keep like redundantly perpetuating the same, like, it's like this repetitive loop of the same stuff. It feels like degeneration and regression rather than progression. We're not moving forward because you want to prove a point about your friend from the old gym. Anyways, y'all, so they keep like, doing weird stuff with the technology and trying to insert stuff about this man, and everything is about him. Like, they can describe a man that's completely not him and they're gonna pretend like he's the man. It's just absolute lunacy. I had nothing with this man. I don't even know him like that. Right now, if they were to give me a pop quiz asking me questions about this man and they were to tell me that I would not survive if I could not answer the questions correctly, I likely would not survive. I do not know this man. We worked out in proximity for about a year, so we were around each other. I would say that even using the word acquaintance is too intimate of a word. I don't know him. I don't know that man. We had very minimal contact when him and I worked together. I would say the most intimate contact him and I had was when he gave me his number and asked me, hey, you want to go on a hike? This person's going and that person's going. When I asked him who's going, I said, I'll think about it. He gave me the number. A week later, the day when I knew the hike was happening, I texted him in the morning and I said, hey, I'm not going to go, and I made some excuse. The number sat in my phone. I never used it again. Our conversations were shorter than a minute most times. Hey, or give me a tip about working out, random tip, because you see me squatting with poor form, or you see, something like that. I don't know that man. We had nothing. He didn't seduce me. He didn't lead me on. We didn't go on a date. It wasn't a competition for you to win. I don't understand. Anyways, y'all, so it's just like this crazy delusional thing with them. And then trying to humiliate me and hurt me for something that was out of my control. You heard about the interaction that happened between him and I. That was completely out of my control. What do you want me to do? So anyways, y'all, so describing a man, right? And he's apparently some pretty boy, like, sound like he's like, she said he was caramel and he had hazel eyes and wavy dark hair and whatever she said about him. They start revving in the background. I'm like, wait, what? That's not how the man from the gym looks. I'm not trying to comfort a man, but I'm just saying that's not the man from the gym. Y'all just want to make everything about him. That's not how the man from the gym looks. So anyway, they done start with the strippiness in the background, right? Because they have hired gang stalkers on the road, y'all. I mean, all night, all morning long. While I'm on shift, somebody's just driving up and down on the highway near my job, just waiting for sensitization to be sent through the technology so they can rev at certain points. All morning, y'all, someone on the payroll. They're wasting so much resources, so much money on this bullshit. I'm like, if you have such a bad problem with me, a damn problem with me, you can't give me a second chance, at least do the right thing and let me go and give me all the money that you're wasting on all these freaking resources and give it to me and let me go somewhere where I can thrive and be at peace and be free. You have wasted so much money. That's all money I could have pocketed and went somewhere else and thrived and been at peace. And then you can be at peace. I won't be agitating you. Like, why keep the cameras on me if you're having a problem with me? You know I'm not a criminal. You know I'm not committing a crime, and I'm not coming for anyone that's committed a crime. I'm not saying you deserve to have a camera on you if you commit a crime. People change. People make mistakes. It doesn't matter. Everybody deserves a second chance. In fact, I don't even agree with the whole... I mean, I do to a certain extent. I understand what the record, having a permanent record is for. So you can know people that have done certain activity. So you can be wary. I understand that. But it's to a point where some of these people don't even have the opportunity at a true second chance if they did change because of the record. And that's why recidivism happens so often. And you see so many repeat offenders because they couldn't get a job when they got out of jail. And they're like, damn, I wanted to go straight and change my life, and they couldn't because they couldn't get a job. That's why recidivism happens. So I'm not saying people that have actually committed crimes deserve to be targeted or go through what I'm going through, but I'm just saying I haven't even committed a crime. You know I'm not going to commit a crime. You've been watching me long enough. Do the right thing and let me go. There are people that I know have done worse, and you haven't done this to them. It's just about revenge and winning some sort of fictitious competition under the guise of altruism. Anyways, y'all, whatever the case is, right? So look at them doing the ambulance. That's to tell you, y'all. That's to tell you. They're confirming it's about winning a competition. Anyways, y'all, my God, I don't want to play. You can't force somebody to play with you and use your power as some way to force the person to play. This is actually kind of reminding me of that movie. What's it called? Escape Room? Except I didn't sign up for this. At least in Escape Room, they signed up for initially, thinking it was some fun, carefree escape room, and then they realized their life was in jeopardy. And they're playing to entertain the people that are watching. And there's no choice after that. After they done got inside the escape room, that's it. I didn't even sign up for this. It's like I was thrown into some sort of weird, I don't know, reality TV experimental escape room type scenario. And they're doing things for their entertainment and also to win fictitious competitions that I don't want to participate in. Anyways, y'all, back to the point though, right? And that is on point, so it's not like that's off point, but I started going on a tangent. Back to what happened this morning. So with the technology, this morning, the same show, like I said, I've been watching the episode this morning. So the girl is at Freaknik and she's dancing and going ham. And apparently this dude sees her and he's like this good looking dude that all these girls want or something like that. And she goes into describing him like he's this pretty boy with hazel eyes and caramel skin and dark wavy hair, blah, 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 right? Immediately, they don't start with the bullshit, like I said, with the gang stalker that they have hired on that revs by throughout my shift, right? Revving by. As if that's supposed to be the man from the gym. I'm like, are you nuts? Not saying he's unattractive, right? I know what I said in the last clip, but I'm just doing that because of what they've been doing. I've known how the man looks. I saw that picture that I was talking about on Facebook months ago. I haven't said anything about his looks, and it's just like this constant attack on my looks for something that's out of my control, and it's almost like this clown show too, because the cameras are on me, so it's sadistic. They know the whole island's watching, and God knows who else, and you're literally trying to humiliate me and hurt me as some sort of revenge for something that was out of my control. And so that's why I actually finally started to analyze the facts. And then I also started to show y'all what he looks like and why, they're doing what they're doing. It's not right. I have not talked about how he looked. And I'm not a vain person either, y'all. Like I said in the last clip, you don't have to be some fine thing. You saw the guys that I dated in the clips I just showed you all. Like, it's a drastic difference in the appearance. It's more so your personality and how you made me feel. I've dated some fine guys, yeah, but you don't have to look like that. I've dated some guys that were okay looking, and they had a good personality. We had things in common. They had things going for them. Like Marvin was a firefighter. He had ambition. He had swag. He had a good personality, aside from being a dog. So it's not about that. That's like surface level and vanity. I don't care about those things. That's not what's important to me when I'm looking for someone. But I'm just saying, I'm just trying to show you that they've been coming for me aggressively And this is how the person looks. And these are the things that occurred. And this is why I think it's happening. So anyways, y'all. So anyway, they're going ham in the background revving when they're describing this man and how he looked, right? So I'm just like, oh God, here we go. I'm like, there's no way they're making this the man from the gym. I'm like, they're gonna rev by like this is the man from the gym. Don't look like that. So anyway, whatever. They do the craziness. I just rub my head down like this, like I always do. I rub my face down. I didn't say anything. I just said, I know y'all know that's not the man from the gym. I thought that. I didn't say it. Remember, they can hear my thoughts in real time. That was it. I just left it as that. You know, I let the revving continue. I continue to watch the episode. So anyway, the guy sees her dancing. You know, he's a predator on the prowl looking for whatever he's looking for girls that he can scout out for the sex trade. So he's seeing she moving her body or whatever. She knows how to dance, and all he's seeing is money. So anyway, when she's done doing whatever, he approaches her and, you know, starts finessing her, I guess, hitting on her, whatever he does. And they end up going out together and, you know, they start doing the stuff with the technology. You know, all these girls wanted him and, you know, he shut it down because he wanted me and I was his shorty. And this is what the girl's saying, right? You know, when he hit on her and she starts going out with him and starting learning who he was, she didn't really learn who he was for real. She didn't know he was in some sort of sex trafficking, whatever, but she started learning he was some big honcho from around where they were from and that he made a lot of money. She didn't know how, but she knew he made a lot of money and a lot of girls were trying to, I guess, get at him or whatever. So they start doing the craziness with the technology, but he chose her and he wanted her. You know, this crazy shit they do, right? So anyway, I'm just sitting there. I'm just so used to the bullshit. I just thought it was hilarious. I didn't say anything. I just sat there and I continued to watch, right? And they're, of course, doing the revving in the background. I'm just sitting there watching the show, not saying anything. So anyway, now there's a night where after he done finesse her and he done, you know, seduce her and he starts dealing with her and messing with her and making her feel like she's his number one and like he cares about her and whining and dining and whatever else he's doing. He takes her to the club one night. So they go to the club, hear the hammering because they know this is where the trouble began for me, right? So he takes her to the club one night and apparently it's a strip club. And so she's sitting thinking that she just went to the strip club with her man. You know, some couples do that, go to the strip club. You have different people that do different things. It's not a big deal. All of a sudden, the person on stage starts calling her up and telling her to come up. So he said, surprise, I told him to call you up to dance. So she said, nah, hell no, I'm not going up there to dance. And so he grabbed her arm and like this sweet facade that he had going the whole time melted away. And she saw the other side. And so he grabbed her arm and he like roughly started telling her, look, you're going to get your ass up, then you're going to dance. So she starts talking about how that threw her back. You know, that was something that took her back because she hadn't ever seen that side of him where he was being like this aggressive, domineering, abusive, like it was like this, the mask melted away or whatever. So anyway, she said, okay, because she was intimidated. And so she went up on the stage and she started dancing and she said she was feeling bad that he made her go up there to dance. But then she said her song came on, the song that she was dancing to when he first saw her at Freaknik. And she said it's like something took over and she started getting into the groove of it. I guess she was drunk too, probably drinking or whatever. She said she started getting into the groove of it and feeling the song and how the money started raining on the stage and she was like eating up the attention or whatever. So she was feeling, I guess, the energy of the crowd and the reciprocity where they were actually feeling her. So she was getting all this money and she made like $1,500 or $1,600 in one night. So while they're talking about her up on the stage stripping, they start chirping in the background because they have this stupid thing. The strip club, one of the strip clubs added me on Facebook, or one of the promoters for the strip club. So I remember making a comment about it. This was months ago. I was just like, why is the strip club adding me? I was thinking this bullshit gang stalking. You know how they do the gang stalking bullshit. So I just rubbed down my nose when they did that, the chirping in the background, because to me, that's derogatory. That's not a compliment. I mean, I'm not trying to come for anybody that strips. Make your money how you got to make it. And, you know, everybody has a right to do what they want to do. Please, you just you're reaching for the stars and back. You keep trying to do that. Now they're chirping like I'm insulting people that strip. They're grasping for straws, y'all. They're trying to make a problem with... Look at what they're doing. They're trying to make a problem with everything that I say, y'all, because they know what I'm saying is true in this video. I had friends that were strippers. 2 of them. When I was in my early 20s, we went to the strip club right here on this island. She was stripping. So anyways, y'all, I'm not judging strippers, trust me. Like I was about to say before, they tried to manipulate with the noise campaign and distract from what's being said, the main point of what's being said. because that's what they're trying to do, distraction and deflection. That's one of the main tactics they use when you're making sense. Distraction and deflection. That's a drone you're hearing, that big loud rooster. Y'all, let me go chase it and I'll come back in. So anyways, y'all, I'm back. I just chased the drone that was making the noises. Just distraction and manipulation as usual, y'all. Anyway, so like I was saying, I'm not coming for anybody that's a stripper. I'm not a judgmental person. As you all can tell from watching my videos, I'm not judging anybody. We were given free will for a reason, and you have the right to live the life that you want to live, and I have no right to play judge and jury. I'm not here to judge anyone. I'm here to live my life the way that I want to live it. So I don't care if you strip or not. I've had friends that were strippers in the past in my early 20s. What you do with your body is what you do. It's your prerogative. That I'm just saying, to me, that's not a compliment, because they were acting as though that were, I guess because she's making money and sexy, or she know how to dance, or whatever is going on. Because remember, it's supposed to be the narrative of don't want and vapid female. Thirsty female. So that's what I think the issue is. But to me, that's not a compliment. Somebody that's on, I mean, like I said, again, make your money how you got to make it, right? And if you're sexy enough to do it and you're making money, okay, do your thing. But I'm just letting you know that's not a compliment for me to insinuate that I'm on stage taking my clothes off to make money. That's not a compliment. I think the issue is, it's just, again, oh, whoops, we're supposed to be painting the narrative of don't want. So anyways, y'all. So when she's making the money or whatever and doing the stripping and they're going chirp, chirp in the background, I just rubbed my nose down. Like, this new tactic I'm doing in response to what they do. You know how what Targets, sometimes when you come around, they'll clear their throat, or they do this thing where they pinch their nose. And so it just irks and irritates me. Specifically with me, though, because like y'all know, if you've been keeping up with my videos, I've dealt with lifelong sinus issues. And it's like a deformity, y'all. I told y'all this already. When I was younger, I was taken to the doctor, nose ear specialist, and they tried to stick the tube in my nose that they stick up in your turbines when they're trying to, look inside and see what's going on. And they could barely get the tube in there. So what the doctor was telling my mom is that I have like extra tissue in there, like the turbines are extra thick or something like that. And so he was saying that there's a surgery they could perform where they carve away some of the turbine. And so my mom gave me the option of whether I wanted to get the surgery or not, and I opted not to get the surgery. I have been into holistic, I guess you could say, health and natural living and being your natural self since I was younger, and I don't have a problem with people that get surgery. I don't have a problem with medication. I don't have a problem with the pharmaceutical industry. I know that medicine has its purpose and its place, right? One of the bitter, burning gang stalkers in the background making noises, y'all. They're bitter and angry in this neighborhood. Like, the level of rage. And then they have the nerve to send red to me. Like, they're wrathful and angry and bitter, some of them. Anyways, y'all. Like, it's just like the velocity of the noise campaign sometimes at certain times when certain things are happening. Anger, wrath, rage, bitter. Anyways, y'all. So like I was saying, though, I'm more into being yourself. Like, I don't care what they tell me about myself with these false narratives and trying to make these false perceptions and make me have a warped sense of self. You could tell me derogatory shit about myself until the day I die. I'm not changing how I look, because my creator didn't make any mistakes on me. And I like what I see. So anyway, like I was saying, y'all, and it's just all the tactics they're using. It's obvious why certain things are being done, y'all. Anyway, so I didn't want to get the turbines cut into. As much as I don't like dealing with the snotty nose or whatever, eventually I'm going to figure out some way to deal with it. Now that I've changed my diet, it's been a lot better. There's also the element of mucus and milk and things like that cause mucus and stuff. But then I also have my own condition going on. There is extra tissue in there. But it's exacerbated when I have a certain diet. So I've changed my diet up and it's a lot better now. Anyway, y'all, I'm still looking for the natural cure to fix whatever it is that's going on. And I will get a second opinion. I'm targeted now. I always did say I wanted to get a second opinion from another doctor, and I just haven't, done it, and I'm targeted now. So anyways, so when they pinch your nose, for me, it's like extra sensitive, because not only is that a tactic they use on all targets, but specifically with me, it's like a bullying thing, because they know I have like the sinus issue. So it just irks me to no end. And so I started doing it back, like for certain things that they did that were, certain things they've done that is flaw. I pinch my nose or I rub my nose down, like the punishing me for things that are out of my control, for instance, or moments that seem like a backfire moment. Or when I make a good point, it's this new thing where I'm now rubbing down and pinching down my nose. So anyway, when they made the noise in the background about the stripper thing, I just rubbed my nose down and rolled my eyes, because to me, that's not a compliment. And I just continued watching the episode. So, eventually, it gets to the point where he's finessed her enough to the point where he's gotten her to start prostituting. It started off small where he has some major connections because of the money he has. The sex trafficking ring is a big thing, y'all. It's like you have some big players and celebrities involved in that stuff. It's similar to like the Epstein situation and the thing with Diddy and whatever other sexual predators that have been celebrities that have gone down. So it's similar with the sex trafficking ring where you have a lot of celebrities that are involved in that activity. So he knows some big producers in Atlanta and apparently some celebrities. And so he had some major producers in the room. And he told her, hey, look, I set up a meeting for you. I know you want to be a professional dancer. I set up a meeting for you with these guys, some big producers. So she got excited. It was like 3 of them in the room, something like that. She got excited thinking that this is him, opening doors for her and giving her an opportunity because he loves her, quote unquote, loves her. So she goes in a meeting with them and she dances for them and they enjoy her dancing. And, as she's coming out from the room now, she comes out after what she thought was an audition. And she goes and tells him, hey, it went really good and they really enjoyed my dancing, whatever. She said he seemed upset. And so she said when he seemed upset, she was, again, taken aback. And she didn't understand why he was upset. And he said, wait, you didn't sleep with the niggas? So she said, what? She got shocked because she can't believe he expected her to sleep with 3 men. Right? This is like, that's ridiculous. You just, it's one thing if you're trying to manipulate and finesse and get her into sex trafficking. But immediately off, rip 3 in one room? You didn't even start off with 1? So she was taken aback by that. And so while this is happening, before it could even take place, that part where, he forces her to sleep with them, before that can even happen, one of the workers drives in the gate. Like as this scene is playing and unfolding, where he's expecting her to sleep with these men in the room, one of the workers in the morning time that drove through. And they try to sensitize me to her sometimes, y'all, because she's Hispanic. And I've already explained to y'all that they've created this weird fictitious thing with Spanish females. It's not somebody I've ever said anything about. And I hate to talk about this person. I don't ever really want to talk about him again, but I have to talk about it because this kind of plays into what I'm saying about this former coworker. I guess you could say she's a coworker because I'm a security guard at the facility and she's a correction officer at the facility. So we are coworkers still. But she was really like a direct coworker when I was a correction officer at the facility. Anyway, so what I've talked about in prior videos, y'all, they've tried to sensitize me to Spanish women because of my full story video where I was telling my story about my targeting and I talked about some backdrop details and some things that happened in the past. I talked about this guy from high school that I thought I was in love with. I've very briefly talked about him, y'all. I only started talking about him more in recent, like I would say the last year and a half. I started talking about him more because of what they started doing with the targeting based off of what I said about him, right? So anyways, in high school, I thought I was in love with him. Him and I were good friends. How we met was in gym class. I don't want to talk about how we met and et cetera, but it's just this fake narrative that they keep trying to paint even with that situation. So I felt like I would clarify what took place, right? So even with that situation, there's a fake narrative that's being painted. And they keep saying the friend thing and trying to create something off of what I said took place with him. So him and I were in the same high school together. I didn't even know who he was, honestly. I was new to public school. I came from private school and he had been in public school. So he knew, I guess, a lot of the people there and I didn't. All the faces were new to me. So nobody really stood out like that. So I think he had already seen me around the place and I didn't even know he saw me. So I remember we had gym class together. I believe it was either 9th or 10th grade. And I was sitting in the bleachers and I just kept seeing this guy looking back at me. And he was sitting at the bottom of the bleachers. And so I was kind of trying to figure out what his issue was. Not like in a negative or derogatory way. I'm just like, why does this guy keep looking back at me? So eventually he came up to me and started making conversation and asked me for my number. So I gave him my number and that was how him and I started talking. You know, it was like this friendship that built off of him asking me for my number. So that's how that started, just so you understand. I'm not trying to come for and create stuff with him. He already seems to be offended by something that I said due to what they were doing with the targeting and the gang stalking. But that was how the interaction started, or the friendship started. We were in gym class together and he asked me for my number. I just kept seeing this guy looking back at me, and then eventually he came up and asked me for my number. He introduced himself and asked me for my number. So him and I start talking, and it wasn't even like this initial, like we started talking right away type thing. What happened is we exchanged numbers. I think he called me like one time, and we talked and we had a conversation, and it was like a decent conversation where I realized he was a cool guy, and we had like, you know, a connection over the phone. And then he came into my neighborhood, and apparently from what he told me on the phone, sometimes he would come in my neighborhood, the neighborhood I lived in back then, which was this same neighborhood, y'all, was on the other side. He told me that he had like a cousin that lived in there. And so sometimes he would come in there and they would go and play basketball. But he didn't live in this neighborhood. He lived in a neighborhood that was closer to the west end of the island. But sometimes he would come to this neighborhood to play basketball. So he knew that I lived here. I don't even know. He didn't know what house I was in either. I just explained to him what side of the neighborhood I lived on. So I noticed I'm in my house. You know, we had whatever conversation we had and it was cool. I'm in my house laying down on the bed with my older sister. I forgot what we were doing. I think we were watching like a movie or something. And I just hear screaming in the neighborhood, Sharifa's a bitch! Sharifa's a bitch! And I'm like, who's doing that? You know, I'm just like, I didn't have any beef with anyone back then. I was such a meek, you know, shy, reserved type of female back then. Like you could say a nerd even. I was kind of nerdy back then. I played sports and I was athletic, but I was somewhat of a nerd, not a geek, a nerd. You know, geeks like wear the suspenders and the glasses, and I was more so like my personality was nerdy, like reserved. So I'm like, who the hell is that? I know I don't have enemies. It's not like now where I'm targeted, where if somebody did that, I'd be like, okay, it's one of these gang stalkers. Like back then I had no enemies, y'all, like zero enemies. So I'm like, who the heck is doing this? I just keep hearing, Sharifa's a bitch! You know, screaming to the top of their lungs. So me and my sister both looked at each other like, who the hell is this? We both got stood up by the window ready to fight. Not physically fight. We weren't those type of females like that getting in physical fights and stuff. But I mean, ready to like use our words to defend ourselves. I look out the window, I see it's this dude. And he's out there and, you know, he had on like some sort of throwback jersey and he had a do-rag on and he was walking with his cousin. So he didn't know what house I was in. He was just screaming that, hoping that I would hear from my house, whichever house I lived in. So my sister started screaming, hey, get out of here. I'm going to call my dad. My dad is here. I'm going to call my dad. So he and his friends start laughing and they both ran. They run up the street real quick, ran. Like he's just a clown. That's his personality. And I think that's why I fell for him in high school, because he was a funny person and is like a clown, you know, and that was, I think, what drew girls in with him, because he was attractive. He was somebody that you could say more so fit the description of what they were describing in that show this morning. You know, kinda, not totally, didn't have hazel eyes. He has brown eyes and his skin is like this reddish brown. It's like this, I can't explain it. But that's somebody, he had dark wavy hair. That's somebody that more so sounds like the description of what they were describing in the show this morning. Anyway, nonetheless, so he's an attractive person, but he was down to earth and he was funny. He was like a clown, like what you would describe as a class clown. And so that was kind of what drew me into him. I had talked to attractive guys before back then, but it was more so like, okay, you're attractive, but you're down to earth and you're funny. That was the pull with him, the draw with him. So anyways, I remember just freaking out because I had just met the guy. We talked like one time on the phone. I'm like, what is his issue? I didn't know his personality yet. And I didn't realize he was a clown and that's the type of stupid crap he does. Like he's the kind that want to prank call people, like that type of stuff. So I didn't realize that at the time. So I'm just like, what the fuck is his issue? I'm like, what the hell? So I remember me and my sister looking at each other like, what the heck? So my mom gets home and we told my mom. My sister was like, this dude that, you know, Sharifa gave her number to was in the neighborhood calling her a bitch and this and that. So my mom, you know, she found out what his full name was and she hopped in the phone book. This was back in the day when we still used phone books. And she got the phone book and she called his mom and started telling his mom. And his parents don't play that. They're like down island and they're very strict and like he was a good boy, you know? So it's like they don't play that type of stuff. Like he would get licks with a belt. So I think he got in big trouble because I remember him calling and having to apologize, you know? And so he called and apologized and his mom called me and she apologized. And so I spoke to the mom and I just, you know, I was receptive to the apology and I just spoke to her with manners. And it seemed like she liked the way I spoke to her because I remembered her telling him, this is what he told me, that she liked me because of my manners and the way I spoke to her. So anyway, that was how him and I started talking. I just want you to understand this friend thing that they're painting, like I was the vapid again, trying to paint the false narrative of the vapid, dusty female. That wasn't what it was. It wasn't like I was some thirsty, vapid female that ran him down. I met him because he approached me in gym class and he told me he had seen me around the school before. That was my first time noticing him, was in gym class. He was a good looking guy, but everybody was a new face to me. So anyways, I just have to clarify that because that's another shit, false thing that they're now perpetuating in the targeting. And they keep trying to throw this word about friend, trying to use that in an antagonizing way. I've never had an issue with being friend zoned or being called the friend or the friend on the sideline. That's never been me. That's never been an issue that I had. What I said was that I liked him and I didn't know how to tell him. And I saw signs that seemed like he liked me too, but we were both immature. That's what I said. And they created this whole weird friend thing. And then they started doing this thing with Spanish females because they found out he married a Spanish female. It's just a lot, man. Weird stuff that they do with the things that you say. You have to be careful what you say when you're targeted. So anyways, that was how the friendship really developed. I think that's when he took even more of a liking to me, was when his mother took a liking to me just based off of that one conversation that we had. So then him and I started talking, and I think he got to know me and my personality, and that's typically what pulls guys in. Now I'm targeted, y'all. So, there's this perception of me being this horrible female, and everything's blocked up. But I'm telling you from the past what it's been, and it's typically my personality. So anyway, nonetheless, y'all, so we were friends for years, and, we had this friendship, and he used to do weird things that seemed like he liked me, but I just felt like he was immature, and I was immature too. And like, I remember, for instance, I got into driving school. Like, I think this was in 11th grade or something like that. And I told him I started driving classes. The next day he was in driving school. There was a time where he wanted me to meet his mom. His mom worked in the shopping center. He was trying to get me to hop on the taxi with him to meet his mom. I'm like, okay, does he like me? Because I'm like, he wants me to meet his mom. He must like me. Like, these things, small things like that. Or he said something to me a time on the phone, like, what if there's this girl that you really like and you don't know how to tell her? This is something like that he told me on the phone. So it's like these little mind games where I'm just like childish, immature stuff where I think he did like me, at least back then. I know I liked him. That's why I have been very careful with my words, and that's why they keep doing the friend thing. Because I'm not a presumptuous person, and I don't want to, I'm in this horrible light too now where people aren't really trying to affiliate with me. So I'm not trying to say I think he liked me and I've never been that type of person. That's why I think it's crazy what they're doing with the man from the gym. But he don't like you. He don't I'm going around saying he likes me. I'm not even that type of person. I'm very wary when it comes to things like that. Anyway, so that's why I've never clearly said I think he liked me. I've just said that, we talked as friends and we were both immature. That's what I said. But what I also said was, and I think this is also something that might have offended him, but I did say this. I said that he had like an issue with, or I wouldn't say an issue, that's maybe the wrong word, and maybe I used the wrong word and, put my foot in my mouth. Not an issue with, but it seemed like he had an aversion to darker skinned females. Like, he didn't find that attractive, darker skin. So it's like I met the threshold of, I think, what he found attractive as far as complexion goes. I saw what he dated, though, and they were either my complexion or lighter. But then after him and I stopped talking, I did see that he was with this dark-skinned girl. He told me about her, and she was really smart, and she was going to some school in Frederickstead, and he was telling me some award she got or whatever. She was a dark-skinned female. That's the only dark-skinned female I ever saw him date, though. For the most part, like, it was girls my complexion or lighter, and typically lighter. Black girls, though, not Spanish. And so there were several times where we had conversations where he said certain things, and I used to just, like, joke around and say, you're ignorant or whatever. And so that was where that word got thrown in, though. And I, put my foot in my mouth with that based off of my experience with him. Anyway, so nonetheless, I wouldn't say ignorant. It's really just a preference. So I put my foot in my mouth. Everyone has a right to have a preference. Similar to how I have a preference for men my height or taller. You are attracted to what you are attracted to, right? So, I mean, for whatever reason, he had an aversion to darker skin. That's his prerogative. I wasn't trying to come for him or insult him for that preference, right? But I did talk about the fact that that created an insecurity in me back then when we had the friendship, and I liked him because I'm like, damn, am I light enough? Like, am I light enough for him? Like, I feel like I'm on the line of what he likes, but he's showing signs that he likes me. And, so this was the confusion back then as a young female. So that's what I said. I never said, oh, this dusty friend that was in the sidelines. That wasn't the case. In fact, I feel like he exhibited more activity to show that he liked me than I did him, because I was so reserved and closed off, and I always have been. They're trying to get me to meet his mom, the showing up into driving school the next day when I'm in driving school, the comment he made about liking someone. Like, these were all signs to me that he might have liked me, but I never said straight up he liked me because I didn't truly know. And he never straight up said it either. It was always these little, like, immature, we were children. We were in high school. So anyways, that was what happened with that friendship. But they took the words I said from my full story, because I was very careful with the way I worded things. They took that and tried to create this, like, I was the dusty friend in the sidelines type thing. And then they did their research and they saw that he married a Hispanic female. And so they tried to utilize and weaponize that and create this thing with Hispanic females. I don't have an issue with Spanish females, y'all. I don't have friends now due to the targeting, y'all, but I've had friends throughout the years. I talked about this in my narcissism video, how I wish I had held on to some of the connections and the friendships I made throughout the years. But because I'm such a reserved person, I'm not the kind that holds on to friendships. So if I move to a new location, if you don't hold on to me, I'm not holding on to you. And that sounds terrible, but that's just the personality I have. And the only friend throughout the years that I would say really held on to me was this Hispanic female from my early 20s. And that friendship isn't even what it could be had I been more receptive. But because of my moving around and not being, like, in the vicinity with you, and I'm such a reserved person, like, I've lost touch with certain friends. The last friend I had, true friend, like best friend, was Hispanic. She was half Mexican, half black. Let me go to her page and show you her, y'all. So I don't have an issue with Spanish females, and it's stupid what they're doing. And then I think this also offended him, the guy, because he's watching and seeing everything that's happening. Everyone's seeing it. I made comments about it because I got so tired of them putting these Spanish females on top of me. And they keep purposely choosing a certain aesthetic. It's like these hot tamale type Hispanic females, because they're trying to tear me down and, like, create this, what they think is or exacerbate what they think is an insecurity in me. But it's also the attempt to paint me as the vapid, unwanted female. So it's that attempt, but then it's also a psychological warfare tactic, because they feel like that's an insecurity of mine, even though I didn't say that. I never said anything about Spanish females. They just did their research and saw that he married someone Spanish. But the females they're using is not how the person he married looks. So I think me saying that too was offensive to him. Because I noticed, like, a couple years ago, he wrote me while the targeting was happening. And he seemed like his old self, his friendly old self. Then he deleted or deactivated his Facebook, whatever happened. He went off, disappeared. And then I noticed recently, very recently, I had noticed, like, I saw some posts from him on Facebook, and it looked like he was doing gang stalking stuff. And so when I noticed I saw certain gang stalking activity, and I couldn't tell if it was the shadow network or him genuinely doing it. I noticed I went on the pool game late at night. It was like 2 or 3 a.m. This was like a month ago. And as soon as I signed on, I saw him sign on. And so I signed off immediately because I had seen some activity on Facebook. It looked like some weird activity. So I didn't know if they had recruited him and he willingly was doing it now that I had said certain things in reaction to what they were doing. So anyways, I immediately signed off when I saw him sign on. And then recently again, this was about maybe like a week and a half ago. This was very recent. This was like maybe a week or a week and a half ago. I went out there and they've sensitized me to my younger sister too. I've talked about this. Again, things that I said in my full story, y'all. Things that I said in my full story, trying to be transparent when I was talking about what started the targeting and just trying to defend myself and telling my life story. I said things about my younger sister too. And so I've talked about this. Y'all know already. They try to utilize and weaponize that relationship too. So there's this element of gold, and I'm trying to paint her as the golden child. Again, just psychological warfare. So she's trying to, she's modeling for some show or whatever she was doing. And so I went out there to go in the fridge, and she was outside in a golden bathing suit. And so, of course, in the background with the birds, they start going, chirp, chirp, and do the crazy crap they do in the background. And so I come in my room now, and I'm just rolling my eyes, and I lay on the bed. And I hopped into the pool game. I went to play pool. I see he automatically signed on. Right as I signed on, he signed on. And he challenged me. He sent me he tried to play against me. It wasn't like he just signed on. He tried to play against me this time. So I just came out of it. I'm like, nah, he's definitely feeling some kind of way towards me. Because this is definitely different to what I spoke to a year ago. Or not a year ago. It was like 2 years ago when I spoke to him. Where we had this brief conversation and, you know, he was just updating me on his life. And he seemed like his friendly self, man. He didn't seem like he was having an issue like he does now. Where it seems like definitely recruited and having an issue with me. Y'all, hold on. Somebody's out here. So I'm going to finish the video in a second. Let me just let the person do what they're doing. Anyways, y'all. So just seeing that, I could tell he's like either recruited by them now or definitely offended by one of these reactions I had to what they've been doing as it pertains to him and what I said about him. You know, the Spanish thing where they keep putting these Spanish girls on top of me. So I got so frustrated one of these days that I said, that's not even the type of Spanish girl he married. You know, like you're using these hot tamale type of Hispanic females and that's not how she looks. And so that is offensive to say something like that. So she kind of became collateral damage and he did too. And I didn't mean to do that, but I'm just like, they're using it to antagonize me. And it's like, it's ignorant, first of all, in my opinion. But then second of all, you're not even using the aesthetic that he married. But again, like I said, they became collateral damage. I can see how that would be offensive. So that's why I'm not really too upset with what I've been seeing him do or what I saw him do. It looks like he deactivated his page again. It's more so just like, it's just one of those things. You know how many people have had an issue with me because I'm defending myself about something these people are doing with the program? I'm just like, I'm so used to it at this point. Anyway, so nonetheless, y'all, so that was how that friendship went. It was like this thing where I wasn't sure if he liked me, but I was seeing signs that he liked me, and I knew for sure that I liked him. And then eventually he did something that made me feel like uncomfortable or whatever. And so I remembered, not uncomfortable, but like insecure. And so I remember just like whenever he would call, I would purposely act like I was on the phone with someone else. And eventually he stopped calling. And then it would be like these sporadic once in a blue moon calls where he would just randomly call me. One time he even prank called me with this girl I went to private school with. Like these sporadic calls, but it wasn't the same like what it was. And so that's how that situation went. It's not this friend, like I'm in the friend zone. Like how they tried to paint it, man, with the craziness. Anyways, y'all, and that was years ago. I've dated men since then. I've had real relationships since then. That was a childhood thing. So for them to be using sensitization from something that happened over a decade ago is insanity to me. Anyways, the man is married with 2 children. Anyways, y'all, so that's there. Well, I'm trying to get back to how did I get on to talking about him? Y'all, I gotta listen. It's the noise on the porch that distracted me. I think that the project that's been taking place outside is about to start up again, so I'm gonna have to finish this video later. But y'all, that's how, because I was talking about Spanish girls and I wanted to show you that I don't have an issue with Spanish girls, and I wanted to show you my friend Jasmine. So let me show you my friend Jasmine, y'all. This was the last friend that I had, okay? And she has reached out. And actually, I think just last year she reached out. She just watched my story yesterday. I just put it this morning. I just put a story up and she watched it. I can show you how my friend looks. Like, she's a hot tamale Spanish girl. She's half Mexican, half black, okay? And I did not have an issue with her. She and I used to be ramping together and checking dudes and whatever we were doing, just young female stuff in our early 20s. Oh, I didn't watch the story. Y'all, I don't want to put people's likeness into my videos like that, because I don't even, they might have reached out to her. I don't even know if she's targeted or not. I mean, if she knows that I'm targeted or not. That's her son. She has a son now. She didn't back then when we were friends. But yeah, this is my friend, man. We were good friends back in the day. Like, I don't have an issue with, she's half Mexican, half black. She's very exotic. And she's beautiful. And we took pictures together. I think I have a picture with us together. If I go into my Dropbox, I could probably find a picture of us together. Right? I have to go into my Dropbox to find it. But anyway, y'all see that, I don't have an issue with, this was my friend. I didn't have an issue with her. Anyway, y'all, so it's just crazy what they're trying to do. Like, that was my friend. And she still reaches out sometimes, but it's not the same as it used to be, of course. And that's my fault. Anyways, y'all, So it's complete lunacy. Like, this using Spanish girls on top of me. I'm like, the last friend I had was Spanish, though. I don't have an issue with Spanish women. So anyway, the reason I'm talking about this, though, is because of the coworker. Now we're getting back on track, y'all. The coworker that drove through the gate this morning, that's Hispanic. And so they tried to sensitize me to her just simply because she's Hispanic. And they like to sensitize me to Hispanic females. So they had tried to do something with her for a little bit. But that's stopped now. She comes through the gate, they don't really make noise anymore. They don't do the stupidness anymore. But this morning she comes through and she's blasting music. And typically when she drives through, she doesn't have music playing. So I noticed it, but I didn't say anything. I think they obviously noticed it too, right? So that's the first thing. She drove through and she's blasting music. And that's not typical. She usually drives through and there's no music playing. The second thing, another person drove through, an older lady that works at the chapel. She's engrossed in this conversation on her cell phone. She typically drives through quiet. She's never on the cell phone. She drives through, she's engrossed on the cell phone, right? So immediately after those two things happen, where they come through, both of them, it seems like loud noises. So it would appear like they didn't see what happened with the technology with the stripper thing. This is just what I'm putting together in my head of why they did what they did, y'all. I'm so good at psychoanalyzing. And y'all know I want to become a psychologist eventually down the line. Yes, I'm trying to get back into teaching. I've already paid for the certification. My certification was expired. I just went through the process of getting recertified. I'm just waiting for the process to go through. You know, I had the interview. You know, I'm trying to teach again, right? But I've already said down the line I want to become a psychologist. I want to get my master's and eventually my doctorates in psychology. And I would like to get into that field, whether it be with students or inmates, detainees, etc., whatever. I want to get into that field. So I'm very good at psychoanalyzing. Just like how they think they're learning me, I'm learning them and their tactics. It was obvious what took place. So those two came in, right? And it seemed like they're doing things they don't typically do, where it seems like they're distracted, so distracted that they wouldn't have heard what happened in the video. So then all of a sudden I noticed the technology starts shifting the episode, and they start sending like this derogatory, humiliating stuff about the female, and they put a yellow shirt on the guy and just saying horrible stuff about her and the sex trafficking that was taking place and the type of female that she was and why he chose her. And, you know, just it's this weird manipulative thing they started trying to do with the technology, where immediately they put the yellow on him, and they were talking about how over 40 men in one night, and she was as low as she could be, and you know, he chose her because she was isolated, and it was just so weird. It's like it took a whole turn from her being this outgoing, bubbly female that could dance, that was targeted by a predator because she looked like somebody that would make good money, to her being this, again, like vapid, isolated, lonely, dusty thing that he thought would be low enough for him to use as a pawn. And all of a sudden he's wearing a yellow shirt now, y'all, and she's wearing a red one. Immediately after that happened. And then they start diving the bird and stuff. So in my head, I just shook my head. That's all I did. I looked at it. It was obvious why they were doing what they were doing. So I just remember shaking my head like this. Like, it's like so obvious. So after I do that, y'all, I just continued to watch this episode. I didn't say anything. I just remember just thinking it was hilarious. And you're going to hear something else they did too, where it was just like another moment similar to that, where I'm just like, it's obvious why you did what you did in that moment. I even make the comment. I didn't make the comment until what I saw when I went to the police station, y'all, which was after work. That was where I finally made the comment that this is not good strategizing, the tactics you're using, because it's obvious why you're doing what you're doing. So anyway, after they did what they did, I didn't say anything. I just remember kind of shaking my head, and I just stayed quiet. It was obvious why they did what they did. After I left now, I had to go down to the police station to get a police report for my job, right? They're requesting a police report now, background check. So I remember I drive down there, and I went down there the other morning. There was nothing set up out there. All I saw was one of the police officers that sometimes they use on me, like he'll pop up here or there. I saw him standing outside of the police station. Nothing else was set up. All of a sudden this morning, all kinds of stuff set up outside the police station. Yeah, as soon as I pull up, a guy coming out, like a heavyset guy with glasses and like the army pants on. Then you had a female, you know, in a blue shirt. You know, this is another color. I told you all about this in one of these recent videos that I think in the part 2 video I talked about it, that they're trying to use on me. Now they're trying to use blue, orange. They're using every color of the rainbow at this point now, y'all. They're having fun with it. They're color coordinating. They're hopping from color to color. It's Skittles. It's the rainbow. I said they might as well just wear a rainbow shirt or a kaleidoscope shirt. It would fit the narrative anyway, right? You know, for me, a rainbow represents the Most High's promise to mankind that he wouldn't flood us again. But then, you know, there's an alternate meaning or symbolic alternate meaning to the rainbow. So it would fit the false narrative, right? Like, let's just wear rainbow shirts. At this point, you're wearing so many different colors. You might as well just wear rainbow. Anyways, y'all, and then you got the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I mean, it's perfect. Why don't you wear a rainbow shirt with a pot of gold at the end? Anyways, y'all. Not with the struppiness, you might as well. Anyways, y'all. So after the struppiness happens, right, and I see all the stuff that they have set up at the police station, and then they have this guy walking across with an orange shirt on. Now, let me tell you why they're doing the orange shirt. I talked about this, I think, in the part 2 video. They sent me a dream about the man and his girlfriend. And in the dream, he was wearing an orange plaid shirt. And they both sat around me and they were trying to get me to eat cookies. And so I remember just thinking it was strange what was going on in the dream. It was a lot of weird stuff going on in that dream, and it was definitely dream manipulation. And I'm like, I feel so violated. Like, I don't even know this man like that. And it's gotten so serious for them that they're actually inserting him into my dreams with technology that I didn't consent to. And then you have the nerve to use the color he was wearing in the dream as sensitization. The only reason I'm relieved is because at least we're deviating away from, or we're moving away from the purple. I mean, the yellow. I got so sick of seeing yellow. It's almost refreshing seeing orange. But I'm like, what's the point? A weird dream that you put in my head about the man and his girlfriend? I mean, you did worse. You had her on top of me in the gym. He blocked my workout and was blowing kisses at her, remember? What does that mean? I still don't know him, and I still don't understand why what's being done to me is being done for things that were out of my control. Anyway, keep going off with the orange, though. At least we're moving away from the yellow. I got real sick of that. So anyway, they had all this set up down there by the Fredericksburg police station. I'm just like, I didn't even say anything. I literally just sat there and all these things unfolded in front of me. And immediately punishment, right? They're doing all these tactics. So I remember thinking in my head, I know why y'all are doing it. I know it immediately after those two came in and it seemed like they had stuff turned up or whatever. You immediately started with the technology sending horrible stuff. And the bird started diving down and stuff. So I'm in my head, I'm thinking it's because you think they didn't want to hear the part with the strip club? Because that's the only part that sticks out in my head that happened before they came through. Where they were making the chirping sounds for her making all this money when she was stripping, and I rubbed my nose down like that. And then those two came in and they had the music turned up super loud, and the next one, like, she's on a phone call. And then immediately after that happens, it's like it upset them. And they started sending horrible stuff with the technology, and the bird started diving and stuff. And then I leave work. I didn't make a comment about it. I go down to the police station. All of a sudden today, all these tactics set up with the blue and the orange and the army pants. I'm like, and a white guy walking by, like a white police officer. I'm like, what is this? So anyways, that's where I made the comment about what took place and why I thought they were doing what they were doing. I thought it in my head. And I just continued to go about my morning, and I went to the gas station. They have all kinds of stuff set up by the gas station. They have water trucks left and right all over the road, a big water cooler by the gas station. You know, some of the gang stalkers that are subjective and biased, that have an issue with me getting involved. And this is what I was talking about with what's happening with the man from the gym, by the way, y'all. It's the same thing. I was so glad this happened this morning. You have people that don't have an issue with me, that they can't control. I've seen the activity, like with my Facebook. And now they have a bunch of gang stalkers on my Facebook. There are a bunch of them on my Facebook now, manipulation. But anyway, then you have the people that are subjective and biased, and maybe a reaction that I had during the targeting offended them. So all they see is red. So they can see that I'm right in the situation. They can say I did absolutely nothing to deserve what's happening to me. But that's the bitch that said the offensive stuff, so let's hop on board. Like, that's the mentality. With some of them, it's called subjectivity and bias. So you can't look at something objectively without inserting personal feelings. You are subjectively looking at the situation like, I don't care if she's right or wrong. I have these feelings, these subjective feelings towards her, and I'm going to operate as such. Right, y'all? hear the big loud noise campaign because I'm making sense. Every morning it's the same thing when I do these videos, y'all. Anyway, so that's basically what it is. And so that's what I was dealing with. I remember I came out from, like, the bank. I had came out from the drive-thru. I was taking some money out the bank. And I was trying to get on the road. And there was this white car that was so far back, y'all. I should have been able to make it out into traffic. They sped up. They hit the pedal to the metal to get in front of me. When I look in the car, it's two middle-aged females. Look like they're in the 50s. And immediately as I passed the other gas station that I was planning to stop at, and I see a big water cooler outside the gas station, I remember just shaking my head. Obviously, they were watching me on their phones because they were in the car right in front of me at the light. They immediately, both of them stick their hand out of both windows with the cigarette. Now, remember, I told y'all that's a form of sensitization. They haven't used it as much on me recently in recent years, but every now and then they use it. And it's stupid how that was created too. It's so stupid. It was because of a comment I made when I was in Indiana when I tried to relocate off island, y'all. Before I ever shared offensive content. And before I ever made a video. The first 2 years of my targeting, when I realized that it wasn't getting better and things weren't stopping, I tried to relocate, y'all. Right? And of course the thing followed me. I didn't expect it to. It attached itself to me and followed me. And so I started having reactions, and this is what led to the targeting going viral. This is what led to some of the subjective people that are attached to it that have an issue with me. And one of the comments I made absent-mindedly while I was dealing with the targeting in Indiana was saying, it seems like everyone smokes up here. That made them start using cigarettes. A simple comment like that. Anyway, so this morning I felt like I was getting attacked and I hadn't done anything. So now I said something offensive. I don't typically say offensive things when it comes to smoking and people's personal choices. But because I felt like I was being attacked again for something that's out of my control, and they nearly rammed into me speeding so fast to make sure I didn't get out in front of them just so that they could do the tactic of sticking their hands out with the cigarette, I did make a comment about the cigarettes. And I said, now I have to deal with cancer smoke, because I was literally sitting behind them at the light and the light had turned red. And over at the gas station that I was planning to stop at, they had the big water cooler set up. And immediately as I noticed it and I shook my head, they both stuck their hands out of the passenger window and the driver window with cigarettes. So I remember just being irked by everything and the unfairness of it all and the subjectivity and bias. And so I made the comment, damn, now I got to deal with cancer smoke.
You know what's unfair?
Y'all, not right now, Daddy. I'm making a video. Y'all, so sorry about this, y'all. There's noise out here now. Now that I'm in my room trying to make a video. And I pay rent and stuff. Anyway, so I forgot what I was gonna say, y'all. I've been trying to make this video for days, y'all. For days I've been trying to do it. For days. So anyways, y'all, so it was just a bunch of crazy activity. And I was just hopping from gas station to gas station and just seeing a bunch of gang stalking crazy ass shit set up outside of all the gas stations. So I finally found an empty one that I stop at sometimes. I stopped there, I went inside, I paid him. Immediately, an older white guy pulls up behind me, now using a manipulative tactic where they use their alliance. I have to call it an alliance with white people because I've offended them. I shared offensive Hebrew Israelite propaganda in my car 4 years ago in reaction to targeting, which, by the way, again, I've apologized. I've taken accountability. I haven't continued sharing the content. They've used the guys who created the content as gang stalkers, as you heard me talk about in my part 2 video. But anyway, nonetheless, so they have like an alliance with white people. So of course they're willing to do whatever as far as the targeting goes because I've offended them. Again, another example of subjectivity and bias. Understandably so, because the content I shared was offensive. I understand. So I try not to, when it comes to that part of things. But subjectivity and bias. So anyway, so the elderly white man pulls up behind me. He's at the gas tank, and I'm at my gas tank, and I just was like, okay, whatever. And I go inside and pay. I come outside. I pump my gas. As I'm getting in the car, there's a big loud rum rum, a garbage truck revving and reversing into the gas station. So I'm like, all of this over something that was out of my control? And then they have the nerve to insert the stimuli with the man from the gym? When this is just an exact emulation of what took place with that situation and what continues to take place? I'm like, really? It's a direct emulation, y'all. What took place this morning was like a mini emulation of what's been taking place with this man from the gym. where I'm getting punished for things that are out of my control. I sat there on my ass and said nothing as that whole thing that whole interaction happened this morning. I said nothing. It wasn't until I got down to Frederickstead after work and I saw the stupid shit they had set up that I'm like, they're taking this to the highest degree they can, and I didn't do anything. Because 2 workers came in with, loud noises playing or whatever. One was on the phone and the other one was playing loud music, and that's not typical. So I think they felt like it looked like they wanted it to seem like they hadn't heard the episode. I think that's what, I know these people, y'all. I'm learning them. I know that's what it was. And so they immediately start sending horrible stuff with the technology. And diving birds and stuff. And then I get down to Frederickstead and all that crazy shit is set up. That's why I keep saying it's like an IQ thing. And now this is going to sound like I'm being condescending. But I'm just like, do you know how to play things off? Like, do you know what it looks like when you do stuff like this? It's similar to something that happened the other morning when I went to the gym, y'all. Where I just started wearing the short pants again. I had stopped wearing it. I felt like I proved my point. The only reason I started wearing it was because of the gang stalking bullshit they were doing. I stopped wearing it. I was like, okay, I'm going to get some more results and then I'll start wearing it again in a few months. They started doing more bullshit again. So I put the pants on the other day, right? The other morning. The other day when I went to the gym. And I fixed my hair up and I was looking cute. Oh my God, they had so much stuff set up in the gym. It was so obvious, the tactics. They don't know how to play stuff off. It's like, and then stuff set up all over the place with police cars and CSI truck and this and that, the third. I'm like, you know how to play stuff off, man? I don't even want to play with you. But if I were playing, I would give you the tip that you're not doing a good job. It's obvious to me. I'm letting you know now is the target. It's obvious to me why you're doing what you're doing, and it's, if anything, bigging my head up more. I'm letting you know. That's why I move cocky the way I do. Because first of all, you're punishing me for things that are out of my control, and then it's obvious why you're doing it. The way you're doing it. Anyways, y'all, so I had to talk about what happened this morning, and there's more things that's taken place too, y'all, that I want to talk about that's in my text messages that happened before this morning and after the last clip that you saw. But like I said, I had to talk about what happened this morning first because it was out of control to me. And then I get home and I see like a voicemail, like I missed a call. For some reason, my WhatsApp is doing this weird thing where I don't get calls. So if the person doesn't leave me a voicemail, I won't even know they called me. If they don't leave me a message or a voicemail, like a text, a written message or a voicemail, I wouldn't even know you called me. So I see a voicemail. I'm like, oh God. Because all this craziness already happened this morning. I'm like, hopefully it's not no craziness with them trying to punish me. I literally thought that before I listened to the voicemail, y'all. Then I hear the voicemail. It's the secretary from my security job. And she sounded stern with me. Like she's reprimanding me about not clocking into the new clocking in system that they have. Now, I've already been in communication with the supervisor. I haven't been in communication with her. She's the secretary. And typically they tell us if we're having issues, we go through the supervisor. So I've already been in communication with the supervisor and I let them know. And I have the paper trail. I have messages, written messages as well. I let her know that it's not working. Let's go over to WhatsApp, y'all. Oh, I decided not to do that because the way things are working for me, like I get punished for and lose jobs for things that are out of my control. That's the whole reason I'm talking about this, because they were threatening my money and then I got that call. I've lost jobs due to targeting and situations like what happened this morning, and then all of a sudden mysteriously I lose a job. Like I don't want to do anything to jeopardize. So I don't want to show you the messages that I have, but I have WhatsApp messages between the supervisor and I. Anyway, so they have this clock-in system, this new clock-in system. And initially when they told us to use it about a month ago, when I got to work the night that we were supposed to use it, they took the current. Not the current, they took my internet. So what happened is I got there and I called and I noticed it wasn't working for me. So I remember calling the supervisor and letting her know. And this is a relatively new supervisor. She's one of my favorite supervisors. She's very professional. She's very nice. I've never had an issue with her. So I don't want this to create problems for her. She unfortunately just happened to be the supervisor that I dealt with while this was happening. I believe all of this could possibly be gang stalking. I'm not accusing. I'm saying could possibly be. I do not know. Right? So anyways, because from what the secretary was just telling me, everyone else is able to clock in just fine. And I just tested it out and I see that it's not a nighttime thing. Like she was speculating when we had the conversation after, when things cooled down from the tone that it had initially taken. She was telling me, well, it might be because I'm clocking in after hours. So I just tested it out and it's still not working for me. So anyways, and I already had an incident with this company in the past. Like, I've actually had a good repertoire with them. Prior to the management that's working now, I worked for this company. Before I tried to relocate off island, when they had a whole different set of management, I was working for them. I was a teacher and I was doing security for them. And then, of course, the targeting was happening. So I tried to relocate, came back on island, got a job with them again. It was a whole new set of management, whole new secretary, knew, everybody knew, supervisors knew, everybody knew. They got rid of everyone that was there before. And I've been working with them since then. But there was a moment when I first started working back for them in 2023 when I was working at the shopping center. I have the videos posted still, where there was this thing that happened at the shopping center. Another thing that was out of my control. I have the videos still. And there was a supervisor that actually lied on me. She still works with me now. I don't have an issue with her, but I do remember that it happened. I still have the video. She actually lied on me. And they were going to fire me. And I had to fight. And I even had to say that I have this and that evidence and I'm going to get unemployment. And that was what led to them, I think, not firing me, was the fact that I said I was going to get unemployment. And I was able to prove that what she was saying wasn't true. Or else I would have been asked out. They were going to fire me. They even had the paperwork processed and everything. So that was like 2 years ago, y'all. It's been pretty smooth since then. I do have had fluctuation with hours over the last 2 years. But for the most part, especially over the last year, things have been steady with them. And I haven't had any issues really, for the most part. I really haven't. And I think the issues came from targeting anyway. I don't think I would have had an issue with this set of management had it not been for me being targeted. I think typically I would have gotten along just fine with them. It's due to targeting and subjectivity, bias, reactions, etc. Anyways, y'all. So nonetheless, I'm very sensitive when it comes to my job being threatened for things that are out of my control, because I recall what happened with this company about 2 years ago. I recall what happened when I was a corrections officer in the facility and the treatment I got as soon as I got in there. You know, and I know a lot of these people are friends with the man from the gym. In fact, like I said, a week after I exploded on him, and it wasn't an explosion, again, physically, y'all, or even verbally. It was mental, psychological telepathy, where he heard my thoughts when I reacted to the stuff he was doing to me for a whole month. Literally, about a week after that was when I heard back from the correction officer job. It was a whole year of me trying to get in there. And the process took much longer than it should have, and it was due to targeting. It was literally a week after that thing with him and I happened, I heard from them. And then I went in there and whatever happened, however they felt about me with the lieutenant and whoever else in there and whatever. So I've dealt with stuff due to the targeting when it comes to employment. So immediately after this thing this morning happened, and then I go to the bank. Before I even got home and got that call from the secretary, I went to the bank and I was trying to take money out. I noticed I heard ref campaign and then the birds diving down. And so I said, are y'all threatening my money for something that was out of my control? I said, y'all aren't threatening my money, right? They could start going chirp, chirp, and dive in the bird. I'm like, no, okay, they've done this before recently, and they haven't really actually done something like in the past where stuff was actually done. I'm like, I don't think, especially not now where it was something that was completely out of my control and something so trivial. I'm like, there's no way they're really going to cut the money for that. So I just kind of put it to the side of my head and shook my head. I'm like, okay, this is all madness, right? I'm just like, they're doing the stupidness, right? I get home and I see, the voicemail from the secretary, and then I listen to the voicemail and it sounds like she's being stern with me about something that was, again, out of my control, where I did what I was supposed to do on my end. So immediately I'm like, oh boy, it seems like they're trying to do something with this situation because of what happened this morning. So I remember calling her and I'm trying to talk to her, and immediately she's like being stern with me. So I'm trying to talk to her and say, hey, I did what I was supposed to do. I spoke to the supervisor, and she kind of kept cutting me off and talking over me and talking stern. Like, you need to report to us if something. And I said, but I reported to the supervisor. That's my superior. And you all have given us the directive that if we're having an issue, we go through the supervisor, not the secretary. So that's when she started getting nicer. And she started kind of toning down what she was saying. And she said, okay, well, now that I understand that you spoke to the supervisor, whatever she started saying, right? And so I said, please don't, let this create a problem for her either, because she's actually a good supervisor and she's really nice. But this is what happened. This is what occurred. And I have messages too. I don't think she did anything wrong aside from, I guess, not reporting back to them about what took place. But I think the instructions she gave me were valid. This is a relatively new thing, and it seems like it's specific to my post. It's not like everyone is using it. It seems like it's specific to that post, that from what the secretary told me. It's specific to that post where we have to clock in. So anyways, so we're having a conversation and going back and forth. She kind of like, she's reprimanding me for not saying anything. You're not going to get paid. And I said, well, I did what I was supposed to do. I said, initially a month ago, when you all gave the directive, I got on into the facility and I tried to clock in and I got an error message. So I called the supervisor and I told her what was going on. She told me to call whatever, right? There's an entity attached to the security company, y'all, that's in a different island that kind of runs like the higher operations, especially when it comes to technical things, like using the phone to hit scan points, or you would think the clock-in system, but apparently they're not in control of the clock-in system. So she told me to call that entity and see if they can help me with the clock-in issue. I called them. The phone kept getting disconnected, first of all. But then second of all, it seemed like gang stalking, but I'm not sure. The third time I finally got through to them and was able to have a full conversation where they knew who I was and they had my stuff pulled up on the computer already. And they said, we don't control that part of the company. So that's something you need to take up with your supervisor. So I remember when I hung up the phone, immediately I went to call her and let her know what was going on. And as I'm trying to call her, I realized the call's not going through. They cut my internet. So I couldn't call her through WhatsApp. I tried to call her via my regular phone. The call just wasn't going through. So they do this thing sometimes where they cut my internet. You're paying a big phone bill and stuff. You would think you'd have good service. Anytime they want with targeting, you can just cut your internet. They do that all the time to me. So that's what they did that night. And so I sent her a message. That's what I was going to go and show you all, but I don't want to, put specific messages from the company and stuff into my videos. I don't want to, I don't want problems. So I sent her a message that night. And I said, look, I called Guard Tech and this is what they said, the name of the entity that's attached to us. I said, I called them and this is what they said, that they're not in control of the clock-in system and that's something I need to take up with you. I sent her a text message saying that because I couldn't call her. My internet was cut. So then when she pulls up, she came out her regular jovial professional self. She signed me in and she said, you know what, don't worry about that, sweetheart. She said, a lot of people are having issues with that. Just sign in here on the paper. I said, okay, I signed in. I continued to try to clock in. Every night I would try and I would text her, Guard Tech still isn't, not Guard Tech, the clock-in system still isn't working. The clock-in system still isn't working. I have several messages, several nights for about a week of me trying and messaging her every night, telling her it's not working. I have the messages, y'all. So after that, I just stopped trying. Eventually I said, okay, well, when they get it together, they'll let us know. So I stopped trying. Then I see a message yesterday saying, hey, tonight the clocking system is working now. Please, I can't remember verbatim what it said, y'all, and I don't want to open it here in the video. Please proceed to clock in, whatever it said, use the clocking system tonight when you get to work. Please acknowledge receipt of this message. I liked the message. I said, good morning, okay. I don't have a problem with following directives, y'all. I'm very anal myself. I write lists. I organize things. I follow the rules. Okay, so anyways, when I got there last night, or this morning, I should say, because I work at 12 a.m., immediately I called them. Same error message happening. So I immediately sent a message again to the supervisor, and I said, hey, so-and-so, the clock-in system still isn't working. I saw the blue check marks, like she read it, she didn't respond. So then she came and she just was her friendly self, she signed me in, and that was it. So now I see the message this morning, after all this craziness happened this morning, and I listened to the message, and it sounds like the secretary is being stern with me, like I did something wrong. And then I call her, and she's speaking to me in that manner, like I did something wrong. She was speaking to me in a condescending way, and I'm like, huh? This is why I started now trying to, when I'm right about something, y'all, I'm very, but if I'm wrong about something, that's where I'm very humble. But I'm always polite with the secretary. I'm never disrespectful with her. I've gotten heated in the past with her before due to targeting and things happening similar to what was happening this morning. But it's not common and it's not often. Typically, I'm amicable with her. So it's the way she was talking to me, and I already dealt with this craziness this morning for stuff that was out of my control. And they were threatening my money by the bank, diving the bird and revving and chirping and stuff. And then I get this message and you're talking to me in a condescending way. And I know everyone's seeing on camera everything that's taken place. I know they see that I did what I was supposed to do as far as protocols go. So that's where I started kind of bucking back and like talking to her in this, you know, defending myself. And then eventually she started getting nicer and softening her tone and saying, okay, well, then, you know, now that I understand you spoke to the supervisor, okay, that's something we need to deal with and da-da-da-da. You know, then she was talking about, well, maybe it's because you're signing in after hours. So then when I hung up on her, I tested the theory because I don't think that's the issue. I think it's a targeted individual thing. But again, I don't want to accuse. I just know what I've dealt with. So I try again now. It's daytime because she just told me, the secretary just told me everyone else on the post is not having an issue. It's just me. So now I tried during the daytime. I called the number just to test it out and I tried to clock and it's still not working. The same error message. So anyways, y'all. So that's what happened this morning, y'all. It was just another crazy morning. More targeting and like being punished for things that are out of my control. Really. And just subjectivity and bias. Because you have those that have issues with me that are like get worked up mornings like this, piss them off. And they're ready to hop on top of me. But there's even a man that rode by on a bike. I've seen him one other time. I just saw him the other morning. He came into the gate and was talking to my dad. I have not seen that man in here before. I don't even know who he is. He's not one of the ones that I'd be seeing like that. All of a sudden, he's riding by on the bike after the phone call with the secretary happens. Where it seems like I was getting reprimanded. I'm like, are you kidding me? Did you not just see what happened this morning? And that everything that took place this morning was completely out of my control. It wasn't even like I had a nasty reaction. Subjectivity and bias. Anyway, so that's just what I've been dealing with. That's the nature of the targeting. And that's what I've dealt with the man from the gym. That's what's going on, just so you can understand. And all the people that they're able to recruit that are willing to participate, it's either money or subjectivity and bias. And then you have those that are not participating. I've seen them. They can't control everyone. Anyways, y'all. So that's what it is. And I just had to document it, y'all. It's crazy. So let me see what else I needed to talk about because I want to end this video. I don't want it to be too long. I really don't. Oh, let me just expound a little bit more on the guy from high school. I don't want to talk about him again, y'all. But I just want you to understand why I even talked about him in my full story to begin with. What it was I was actually talking about the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy. You know the guy I talked about in my main story, y'all? That I talked to virtually for 3 years. And then whatever happened when we met in person where he was insinuating I looked like a drug addict or whatever he was insinuating. And at the time I had started drinking because I was dealing with the ex that led me on. I think that was a revenge thing due to how I broke up with him, whatever. So all while I was dealing with that off and on situation, I was talking to this guy virtually. So he didn't know that. I was dealing with this real life situation and then you're like this virtual escape. So I did start drinking around that time. That was actually when the drinking started. Just so you all know, it started in Florida, but it escalated when I moved back home in my early 20s. Remember I told you for 3 years I was an alcoholic. 2 years like a hardcore alcoholic. And then the third year was more like a functioning alcoholic in my early 20s. Years ago. Anyway, y'all. So that was where it started with this ex. When he took my virginity and then was just leading me on. And if y'all listen to my full story, you know about him. I just talked about him. And the last, now that I think about it, remember I'm making these clips at different times, y'all. In the earlier part of this video, the ex I was talking about. I don't think I went into detail about him. I just showed you a picture of him again. But in, I think the part 2 video or the part 1 video I talked about him. I've definitely talked about him in many videos, y'all. Anyway, so that's what was going on. I met the virtual guy, the cyberstalking, cyberbullying guy via Instagram. And similar to how I have a lot of activity going on my Facebook now, I had a lot of activity going on my Instagram back then. And so I had a lot of followers and messengers and likes and commenters and whatever. And a lot of people in my DMs, which most females, if you put up nice pictures, it's not a big deal. That's just the day and age we're in. We're in the technological age. So if you know how to take a nice picture, then you're going to have men in your DMs. It's not a big deal. Anyway, so he was one of those that was in my DM, the cyberstalking, cyberbullying guy. I don't want to bring him up again, y'all. I'm not trying to talk about him again. I just want you to understand why I talked about the guy from high school. There's a reason why I'm saying this. I want you to understand what led to me talking about the guy from high school. So anyways, and the reason I talked about the cyberstalking, cyberbullying guy, y'all, was because what was taking place in the old neighborhood with him, with my targeting before it went viral, before I ever made a video, with his family and my family, with gang stalking tactics, light being taken, people in bush laughing, etc. That was why I talked about him when I got back on island to begin with. So anyway, I just want you to understand why I talked about the guy from high school, though, how he ties in with the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy. So anyway, with the cyberbullying, cyber stalking guy, that's how I started talking to him, was via Instagram back in the day when I was still living in Florida in my early 20s and dealing with the ex that was leading me on and using me for whatever, right? As it seemed like some sort of revenge thing, or like he just didn't have respect for me anymore, whatever it was. So anyway, I met the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy. He wrote me twice on Instagram, and the second time I responded, and him and I started talking virtually and, you know, via phone call, FaceTime, whatever. That's why when they say certain stuff, I just laugh at them. Anyway, so in person, though, like I said, he did send something derogatory about me looking like some sort of like washed up drug addict actor. Like he sent like this before and after of an actor that did drugs as like these subliminal things, right? And so I just went all out on him and I was a bitch. Like I didn't hold back. I said some mean stuff about him, right? And so for me, it was done. After that happened, it was done. It wasn't done. He befriended my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law was on island for the summer and he was working security, the same security company we work for now. I work for now. My brother-in-law was working for back then temporarily. He's not from this island. He was just down for the summer. So he was doing it as like a summer job. And that guy at the time was not a nurse yet. He got his degree and he was trying to take the NCLEX. And so in the meantime, he was doing security. And so they ended up doing security in the same store, and he befriended my brother-in-law and ended up picking up my brother-in-law and taking him to Sharky's. And so I remember kind of freaking out about it, like, what the heck? And I remember like kind of confronting my sister about it. And she said, well, he went up to him and started talking to him. And da-da-da-da-da. That's what she told me. I'm like, but you all know what happened, though. I told y'all what happened with him. Why would he, like, let him pick him up and take him? And at the time, things were rocky between my brother-in-law and I. I explained this in recent videos, y'all. I don't want to talk about it again and open old things. But I just want you to understand what led to me talking about the guy from high school, though. So the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy that I just kind of started giving y'all a little brief on, that y'all know about. I've talked about him in many of these videos. I gave the whole backtrack story about him in my full story, where I talked about what started my targeting. He's the same nationality as that guy from high school. So when things blew up with the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy, and I was angry and just saying things out of anger, one of the insults I threw... hold on, y'all. The noise campaign is starting. So one of the insults I threw, y'all, was that Dominicans, because that's their nationality, they share the same nationality, are ignorant. And really, I was just saying that because of my experience with the guy from high school that I thought I was in love with, where it seemed like he had an aversion to dark skin. So me making that comment was ignorant in and of itself, and I've already taken accountability for saying that stupid comment. Because for me to categorize a whole group of people based off of my experience with one person was ignorant in and of itself. And I've said that countless times and I've apologized. But that was what led to me talking about the guy from high school, just so y'all understand. It wasn't like I just sat there and randomly started talking about him. I was actually talking about the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy and some of the offensive things I said in reaction to what started taking place between him and I here on island before I became a target. And that was one of the offensive things I said, and it was really because of my experience with the guy from high school. Which, again, that doesn't mean he's ignorant either if he has a preference for lighter skin. That's his prerogative, Anyway, y'all, of course, the noise campaign said he just wanted to do that. Because this whole project that's happening outside is like this fake project just to impede the videos because what I'm saying makes sense. It's literally just manipulation. Because, again, similar to earlier with what I was saying about strippers, this wasn't a moment to make noise and cut out. You just wanted to do that. Anyway, y'all, I'll finish the video later. I've said enough to the point where I'm close to finally finishing the video. I'll finish the video later. All right, y'all. Finally here to finish the video, finally. So to wrap up things with that guy, because I'm never speaking about him in a video again, y'all. This is the last and time you're going to hear me mentioning him. The last and final time, if God spares my life, that you're going to hear me talking about this guy from high school. Just to summarize, that's why I talked about him. It was basically me trying to expound on some of the reactionary comments that I made to the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy when things hit the fan and we were kind of both going back and forth and certain activities started happening. Those were one of the comments I made, which was stupid because that guy wasn't even like that. Actually, from what he showed me, his ex-girlfriend was dark-skinned, and he told me he actually preferred dark-skinned females. So he wasn't even like that, first of all. And second of all, the other guy from high school has a right to have a preference. That doesn't mean you're ignorant. I think he was just immature, and I was insecure because, again, like I said, I wasn't sure about the situation. We were both immature. So just the way he worded things didn't sit right with me. It wasn't necessarily just that you have, like, a preference for lighter skin. It was just, like, certain negative comments he made sometimes. And again, I just attribute that to immaturity. I don't think he's an ignorant person. Like I said, he was down to earth. I wouldn't have liked him so bad if he were a bad person. He was a good person. He was funny, and he was down to earth. So I should have never talked about him in my videos. Really. I was just trying to, like I said, expound on what happened with the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy and why things got so bad here on Island before I was a target. And y'all know why I talked about him. Y'all know what was going on in the old neighborhood before I tried to relocate off Island in the first 2 years of my targeting. That neighborhood contains a lot of that man's family, the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy. And so when the targeting first started, I didn't know I was a target, y'all, but the weird activity after the text message, a lot of his family was doing noise campaigns on me in that neighborhood. There was even a night, I told you all this, this was before I tried to relocate off Island, where it was nighttime and I was in the shower. And I had a clay mask on and I was washing it off my face. And they had this bad habit of taking the current back then as like this antagonizing torture tactic. And so they would take the current, like while I'm in the middle of the shower. They used to do it all the time back then. So they took the current while I'm washing the mask off. It was so mean. And so I had to literally feel around in the house for bottles of water to wash my face off. And so I remember going outside fuming. And downstairs, my dad was in the bush with this guy's father, laughing and doing directed convo. Wait, they took the current again? Oh my gosh, they took the current? What? This type of directed convo. And I remember just getting so freaking angry. And this was before I ever made videos about the guy. So understand why I came back on Island and started talking about him in my videos. It was literally me just telling my life story and talking about the targeted individual like experience I had prior to targeting with him. And these guys, some of the guys that were there was a lot of guys getting involved. Apparently there were bets going. Anyway, so I was talking about that and I was talking about how it actually directly tied into my targeting. And that's why I talked about him, and it turned into this big thing, and I got backlash for years until eventually recently, at the beginning of the year, when the thing with the man from the gym's girlfriend happened, and they started insinuating, sex tapes and recording me in my apartment and stuff. They sent hints with the technology about bets. Like, there were bets going, apparently. So they knew about it the whole time. Of course they did. A lot of people were involved. And there was technology being used too. I told you they were hacking my dating websites when I was in Florida in 2018. So anyways, y'all, whatever, right? So that's why I talked about that guy. I don't feel bad about talking about the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy, because that directly correlated and tied into the targeting. I feel bad about going into detail about certain things. There were certain things I didn't have to include in the videos. And I didn't ever have to mention the guy from high school. I didn't need to mention that stupid miscellaneous comment that I made. It was a dumb, stupid, immature comment. I made it over a decade ago. Whatever. I should have never talked about that dude from high school. He was from like over a decade ago. So anyways, y'all, it just backfired on me talking about him, because that little portion of my full story video where I talked about him, they honed in on it and utilized what they felt was still an insecurity, and it's not. And so they tried to like create this thing with Spanish girls, and it was never Spanish girls. Back when I was talking to him and he was saying whatever comments he was making, Spanish girls were not involved. Later down the line, when I wasn't talking to him anymore, he married a Hispanic female. And she doesn't look like these females that they keep trying to, use as gang stalkers. And I wasn't trying to come for her either. She's not a bad looking female. I wasn't trying to come for her, so that was also like insulting or offensive. It kind of feels like I made them collateral damage trying to defend myself with what these people are doing with the targeting. But they purposely, they're trying to do something. Like, they're trying to agitate what they think is an insecurity. And so they keep purposely trying to use a certain aesthetic of Hispanic female. And I'm just like, well, you're trying to do something. It's not working, first of all. I never said anything about Spanish females. And the one he married doesn't even look like the ones you're using. So this is stupid. And then it ended up just like I kind of put my foot in my mouth again. So I'm never talking about him again. That's done. That was over a decade ago. I'm done with that. But just understand why he got mentioned. Anyway, and I started talking about him more prevalently in these last 2 years because they started amping up with this Spanish female thing, weird thing that they started doing. It was weird. So I have to show y'all that my last best friend was Spanish. She was half Spanish, half black. Anyway, oh, also for this correction officer that I drove through the gate today, y'all, that when they, they should turn up the music and then they started doing whatever weird stuff they started doing with the technology for whatever reason whatever was going through their head that made them start attacking me. I think she's pretty. I don't think she has no reason to feel insecure about me. I don't think it's a matter of insecurity where she's intimidated by me. I think it's more so that they think I'm like this narcissistic, stuck-up person and they have this warped perception of me, and so I think that's why certain activity takes place. I don't know. I just kind of what the vibe I get, but she's a pretty person to me. I think she's pretty, so I don't know what the issue is and why they started attacking me with the technology after she drove in with her music turned up. It was her driving in with the music turned up, and then the lady from the chapel, and she's like middle-aged, and she came in and she was like on this phone call, and she never comes through on the phone. And so I noticed those two things. I noticed that I didn't say anything. They obviously noticed it too, because then that was when they started inserting all this weird stuff with the technology, and then the yellow shirt was inserted, and what I talked about in the earlier clips, y'all, and then the bird started diving down and chirping right by the gate, and I'm just like, what the hell is this? And then when I left work, they were doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Anyways, y'all, let me talk about the last two things I need to talk about, and I can finally wrap this video up. Expound on the win thing. Oh, that's a different clip I have to make, y'all. If you're at this point in the video, you already heard what I said about the win thing, and you saw the screenshots on the pool game with the win thing, y'all. So I haven't created that clip yet, but I'm going to. So obviously, like I said, if you're in this part of the video, then the clip has been created and you saw it already. So that's taken care of, or it will be taken care of. Talk about what happened with the tech yesterday morning, and then in the gym yesterday, and then what happened. See, so much stuff has happened, y'all. That's what I hate about when I'm in the process of creating a video and then I take long gaps in between. There's constantly shit happening. And so constantly I'm feeling like I want to add this and I want to add that. And I just try to wrap these videos up quickly so I don't have to go through this. But, okay, with the tech yesterday morning when I was at work in the wee hours in the morning, that's oftentimes when I choose to check my Facebook. Because there's so many people watching me all the time, y'all, here on Island, and there's like this taboo with me, and they're doing all kinds of weird stuff and trying to recruit people and whatever they're trying to do. And, now recently amping up with trying to like manipulate with my Facebook and making gang stalkers add me and all kinds of weird stuff they weren't doing before. I just try to check my Facebook like when I'm at work. Y'all know I work the night shift, so like now I'm saying this, people are probably gonna be up. Look, people probably be up anyways, y'all. I think people be up watching me in the wee hours of the morning. I really do. People in this neighborhood have proven it. Like, there have been things that happen in the wee hours of the morning, and then I come home and it's the next day, and something will happen that like references something that took place in the wee hours of the morning, and they're making noise like they saw it. So I think a lot of people be up watching anyway. But it's, I guess, like the illusion of privacy. So in the wee hours of the morning when I'm at work, that's when I typically check friend requests and stuff. Recently, I just kind of haven't given a shit. Like today, I just checked it just now. Like I just, whatever. But typically, I try to wait till the wee hours of the morning. So I checked my friend requests, and there were like 8 or 9 of them in there, and they all seemed legit. I'm sure some of them in there were gang stalkers. They're hiring so many people, y'all. They're recruiting so many people. Like, they are like hell-bent on winning whatever they're trying to win, okay? Anyway, the friend request seemed legit. There was no AI shadow network manipulation with the accounts, so the shadow network making it appear like they're wearing stuff they're not wearing. There was no blatant gang stalking like you're a gang stalker that they told to add me. It seemed like legit pages, like the friend request I was getting prior to 2 weeks ago when I posted the picture in the green shirt and the short pants. Anyway, so I added the pages, and while I'm adding the pages, the bird drone started going ham in the background. It's like, rah, rah. Like they go ham with the bird drone, right? But this was real ham. Like, they have not gone this ham with the bird drones in a minute. They were going, rah, rah. Like, it was like almost like it sounded like a siren. It didn't even sound like a bird at a certain point. It started sounding like a siren. They were being so loud with the birds. And so I remember I was just laughing at them. I'm just like, oh boy, the bullshit with the Facebook again. I said, I know y'all are still doing bullshit. Especially since now y'all had gang stalkers adding me and stuff. Since they've been doing that, they've kind of laid off with beaming my head with energy weapons and stuff. Because they've successfully infiltrated the Facebook. Not completely, but they have infiltrated it. But now I'm noticing for the first time in weeks, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks since they've been doing whatever tactics they've been using, they started to seem like they're getting worked up again. The bird's going ham, y'all. The bird's going ham. So I remember just chuckling and snickering and just like playing off with them like, okay, y'all are ridiculous. I said, it's just friendliness. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. It's the same kind of like commentary and repertoire I have with them. It's like this weird hate-love relationship with them. Like, sometimes they seem cool, like they have my best or somewhat good interests at heart. And then other times, more times than not, it seems like they just want the worst for me. But anyway, so it's like I have this off and on kind of like commentary with them. And so this was like one of those on moments where I didn't feel like they were being horrible. So I was just like, calm down, relax, calm down. They start to go ham even more with the bird. The birds start going ham, y'all. And then I notice after I add the pages, I start feeling the hum in my ear. They start hitting my head with the energy weapon. So I actually took 2 short recordings, y'all, that I'm going to include at the end of this video. It was like a minute recording and then like a 2-minute recording 15 minutes later. Just documenting the fact that they were actually beaming my head with the energy weapon because of Facebook again. So I documented it, y'all, and I wanted to talk about it in this video. So that's something that took place in between. That's not a new tactic, but something they hadn't done in a while. You know, like I said, the last 2 to 3 weeks, they've had a bunch of gang stalkers adding me, so I think they felt content with that, and they stopped hitting my head with the energy weapon when I was checking my Facebook. But this was the first time where, in a while, that they really hit my head hard, and they started hitting my head and going ham with the bird. Like, I don't know if they felt like they were losing control again or what was going on. But anyway, talk about what happened with the tech yesterday. Okay, I talked about that. Then in the gym yesterday, what happened in the gym? Oh, okay, so the next thing, y'all, I started wearing the short pants again, speaking of the short pants. I stopped wearing it. I felt like I proved my point with the short pants, right? I stopped wearing it. I started wearing the short pants again. Y'all just yelling. I think my mom is talking to my nephew or something. I think my mom's on the phone with my sister, my older sister, my nephews, my nieces and nephews, y'all, because I just... No, she's not. Never mind. I don't know what she's talking about, but she's getting super loud. Anyway, y'all. So I had stopped. The thing is getting loud, y'all. The conversation now that I'm trying to finish this video. I don't know if it's noise campaign or if it's just a coincidence, because I deal with that so often, y'all, especially when it comes to making these videos. But anyways, y'all, so I stopped wearing the short pants. I felt like I proved my point. If y'all check out the part 1 of the part 2 video to this video, you'll hear why I started wearing the short pants, etc., etc. I felt like I proved my point. I stopped wearing it. It's like you were saying I was being thirsty and trying to get attention, so I actually did it. I got attention. I'm done. I felt like, okay, you know, let me work out some more and get more results, and then I'll put the short pants on so I can see, like, some sort of change. I don't want to have, you know, constantly my legs on display, and I'm seeing it every day. I want it to be like this thing where my legs are covered. I saw, like, one of these professional bodybuilders doing that, Sam Sulik, where he covers his leg for months on end and he works out, and then he wears the short pants to see what his results are. So it's like, okay, I proved my point anyway, the reason why I started wearing it. And I see what my legs are looking like now. Let me cover it up again, go back to my old humble, meek self. And after a while, I'll start wearing the short pants again to see how far I've come. So anyway, they start doing the stuff with the technology, what I told you they have been doing recently, y'all. Y'all saw what I talked about in the beginning of the video. And the tactics that they're using daily, trying to make me have this warped sense of self, trying to degrade me, trying to humiliate me, trying to tear me down, etc. Oh my God, with the loud noise. So y'all, I decided to start wearing the short pants again. It was something they sent with the technology, some horrible, degrading thing, again, trying to just come for me and tear me down. I don't remember what it was. And so the pants was there, and I threw it on, and I put myself together, and I went to the gym, and that day was like so much activity, y'all. There was a ref campaign all over the road. They had police cars all over the road. I saw the CSI truck at the gas station that they know I like to stop at before my workout to get like a shot of beet juice with turmeric. Beets have nitric oxide in it, y'all. So it opens up the blood vessels. It's also a vasodilator. I explained this in prior videos. That's why I use cayenne pepper throughout the workout. It's a vasodilator and it opens the blood vessels. Well, beets are the same thing. It's considered a vasodilator. It opens the blood vessels, so it helps with working out, and it has nitric oxide in it. So that helps with oxygenating the cells and the cardiovascular system. So it's really good for working out. They recommend it. It's a good pre-workout drink. And also while you're working out, you can sip on it. So I got this habit of going to the store and buying beet juice. Like they have these little shots where, you can get the beet juice with turmeric and cayenne pepper. And the cayenne pepper, like I just explained, is a vasodilator too. I've explained this in prior videos. So there are 2 places in close proximity that I like to go and get it. Either this gas station that's typically packed with people, and it's a hot spot for gang stalking. I love setting up gang stalking when I'm going to get this shot of beets, y'all. And then there's this grocery store that I popped into that I realize has it. So more times than not, I go to the grocery store because it's less packed and I'm less likely to deal with as much gang stalking. But today, I wasn't sure where I would go, and they never know where I'm going to stop either, because sometimes I do pop into the gas station. So that day where I started wearing the short pants again, this was just day before yesterday, y'all. The last time I went to not the last time I went to the gym, the time before that. I drive by the gas station, I notice I see the CSI truck, Crime Investigation Unit truck, parked on the side. I said, what is going on? I said, you don't wear the short pants? Then, all over the road and seeing activity with cop cars and ref campaign, it was turned up. So then I get into the gym. Now they have all kinds of stuff set up. They knew I was supposed to stand in the mirror. And there's this part in the mirror I like to stand in and do my bicep curls. And the light hits me nice. And I can see the development of my arms and stuff. And I can see how my figure looks. So I'm not bewildered or confused about what I look like. With what they do with the technology, y'all. This weird thing that they're trying to do. So I love when I do the bicep curls. I'm not going to lie. I'm not even a vain person, but I like when I do them. All of a sudden now today where I'm dressed up nice and I'm wearing the short pants, all of a sudden you have a couple standing in the area, right? A couple standing in the area where I'm going to do the bicep curls. I forget what else they had set up in there. I can't remember. It was like a bunch of bullshit set up inside there. I'm like, come on, play it off, man. It was so obvious. Now it's been days. I should have made it when it happened. But it was just like similar to this morning, kind of what they did. It was just like this reactionary thing where it's obvious why you're doing what you're doing. So if this is a strategy, it's not a good one. Like, I can tell why you're doing what you're doing. So if I were a narcissist, which I'm not, but the tactics you're doing is creating a narcissistic disposition. But if I were a narcissist, you are definitely bigging up my head and making me more egotistical with the tactics you're using. I'm like, okay, so you think I look good today and that's why this is being done. It was obvious. Anyways, y'all. So that's what was going on with that. And I just wanted to document that. And then what else happened? There's something else. Then in the gym, then what happened this morning with the cop story? Oh God, y'all. Okay, yesterday morning. So this morning, y'all heard what happened at the job, right? With the weird stuff with the technology and the story with the girl and the sex trafficking, whatever. Yesterday morning, they were using the technology again. There was a different thing. This is what I'm telling you. It doesn't matter what I click on in the morning, y'all. They're going to do the tactic. It's just constantly doing tactics and psychological warfare with the technology. And it all leads back to this man from the gym. No matter what it is, it keeps leading back to this man from the gym. So yesterday now, y'all, this cop story came on. What it was I was on YouTube and I like to click on these cop shows. Y'all know I've gotten back into watching these type of shows. I actually watched the series. That's why I was watching the show I was watching this morning on Tubi. It's like a series called For My Man with these girls, like I said, that went down a bad path and they get with the wrong guy and et cetera, et cetera. They tell you how these girls went down a bad path when they met this guy and they have different episodes. I also like to watch First 48. I like to watch Snapped. I like to watch Who the Bleep Did I Marry? Like these type of, crime shows. I've been watching those recently. So yesterday morning, I was actually on YouTube and there are clips on YouTube where they have these episodes, different episodes of random, different investigative, clips, different stories that happen, different crazy, whatever out there in the world. And so I watch them. On algorithm, it actually just shows up in my news feed. So I was watching a bunch of them, and underneath the video I was watching, the next video in the recommended, I was literally just clicking. They saw me. I was literally just clicking the next video in the lineup. The whole morning I was doing it. The next video in the lineup was this white police officer. And the title was like clickbait too. It was something that would make you want to click on it. It said, let me go to it and show y'all. This cop or this deputy caused, sorry about that, y'all. The same person that was yelling earlier on in the same clip actually came out the door and was interrupting my video and telling me I was being loud. And then telling me I have no right to talk by my window. I'm like, I'm in my room talking. You were actually screaming in the living room. It's in the video. I know y'all heard, I listened to the clip myself. You can actually hear her as clear as day. her voice, having whatever conversation she was having all the way out in the living room. She comes to the door and tells me I'm being too loud. I'm like, you were just screaming. She's screaming over me. No, you have no right to that. I said, no right what? I pay you $150 every 2 weeks, $300 a month. Prior to leaving Island, y'all, I had a whole apartment with utilities included, a bathroom, AC, a whole unit, y'all, that I was paying $600 a month for. I'm renting out this room, basically, in my parents' house, by the way, and I'm paying you $300 a month. I can't talk in my room, but you can scream in the living room? So then when I listen back to the clip and I hear her voice in my video, she was being so loud. I go out there to talk to her about it. She's like, leave me alone. I'm doing work. Leave me alone. I said, but you interrupted my work. I was doing something too that you interrupted and you didn't care. Leave me alone. And she's screaming and then she starts calling the man of the house. Like, you know, to get me kicked out or something. I'm like, but you interrupted my... I was like, there's no respect. There is no respect. I'm a grown woman. And this is what someone else in my close circle was saying about her. Like, her personality sometimes, like, reminds her of... I don't know if y'all have seen Real Housewives of Atlanta, Nene Leakes. You know, she'll be dead wrong about stuff and she'll be screaming and she has this really loud, piercing kind of voice and, like, she'll talk over you and scream and, like, bully you down from saying what you're saying and she's dead wrong. Like, that's the personality of this person. Anyways, y'all, let me finish what I was saying anyway. Oh, yeah, so I found it, y'all. So this is the video here. You can see insane cop causes a $10 million settlement and gets sent to da-da-da. So I clicked on it. It was literally the next video in the recommended. Let me show y'all something, right? Let me just click on any random video.
Police are called.
You know when you click on a video underneath, you can see the next video, and it says this one looks terrible. I don't even want to read that. Probably Shadow Network with their crazy shit. But anyway, that's what it was. It was literally like after I would watch a video, I would go down there and let me go to another one because that one looks crazy. I would go down here and I would click on the next video. I was doing that the whole morning, y'all. They literally saw that's what happened. It's not like I typed that in. I didn't look that up. So anyway, I clicked on it. Immediately activity around the place. These crazy asses that have the issue with me. The subjective gang stalkers, similar to the ones that got involved in what was going on this morning when I hadn't done anything. Those ones that are lurking on the road watching that have a problem with me. Immediately I start hearing ref campaign by the light and stuff. I'm like, okay, I've been watching cops, these crime shows all morning. Because it's a cop, it's a problem. I've been watching the crime shows all morning. And oftentimes when it's somebody black that's the suspect, I'm saying all kinds of stuff about it. What's going on? I haven't even said anything about this. I just clicked on it. I'm just listening to going ham in the background. You just want to have a problem with me. So then when the person's reffing, this one person ref by the light, I was like, okay, I said, oh boy, these crazy asses. This is what I thought in my head. Because I already know what I'm dealing with some of the gang stalkers. They just have a problem with me. Like I said, you saw what happened this morning when I hadn't done anything and some of them were hopping on. So anyways, I just ignored it and I continued to watch what I wanted to watch because it's a free country and I'm not going to be restricted and I'm not a prisoner. So I continued watching it, right? I just noticed all of a sudden, like, the targeting and the gang stalking immediately start to manipulate and try to hone in on that moment. I noticed I go to the grocery store, all of a sudden I'm seeing the orange. They're wearing the orange and, setting up stupid gang stalking tactics. I'm like, what? It was just so stupid to me, y'all. And more stuff happened too. I should have made the video that morning when the thing happened. But they immediately started to simulate with the gang stalking. And set stuff up at the stores I was going to pertaining to that show, to that episode. I'm like, y'all are just grasping. You just want to have a problem with me. I've never had an issue with law enforcement besides that one incident with that one police officer when I was targeted and being stalked ruthlessly, y'all, for a whole month. Besides that one incident with that police officer, prior to that, I had never had a run-in with the law or an issue with law enforcement. So it's another bullshit narrative, and they know it is too. They just want to have a problem with me. So anyways, y'all, so that was just something I had to document I want to document. I'm not going into as much detail because it happened the other day. Like I said, not today, not this morning, yesterday morning. And more things have happened since then. So, that's just how it is, unfortunately. Just a brief documentation, but just another example of them, again, just grasping for straws and just trying to have an issue with me. The last thing I want to talk about, y'all, is what happened this evening now. This afternoon, I should say, before I went to the gym. Because, again, it's just showing you what's really going on. Look at them diving the thing because they know what they did, right? So they set up some gang stalking stuff. I started making the clip. You heard the earlier clips, y'all. where I was talking about the guy from high school and how they started sensitizing me to Hispanic females. I started making that clip before I left the house earlier to go to the gym. So then I stopped there and I started getting ready for the gym. I realized it was getting late. I needed to get up and get to the gym so I could get back and eat my meal. I eat 1 meal a day, y'all. I'm doing OMAD now. 1 meal a day, intermittent fasting. So I try not to go to the gym too late or else I'm going to get back and eat late. And it's this big, huge meal that I'm eating, this big, huge portion. And it's hard to get it all down and then still get it to digest and then get some sleep before work. So I was trying to get out there to the gym. So as I was getting ready for the gym, wearing my short pants again today, y'all, I have these leggings that I put on with the short pants. It ripped. I was like, oh shit, man. I was like, damn, I got to go on a hunt for leggings now. So I remember I went to the store where I got it from, and as I was pulling up from the road, I saw this girl like literally standing outside the store staring in her phone. So I'm like, okay, it looks like she's staring at me. You know, I remember even looking at him diving the bird. I'm like, oh boy, it looks like a gang stalker. I remember thinking that in my head because she didn't see that I could see her from the main road. I'm like, she's standing there outside the store. It's a relatively empty store. Like, it's a very specific niche type store. Like, it sells like nursing outfits and or like equipment, medical equipment. It's not a store that you see a lot of people in. And last time I went, it was empty. And this time, the only person that was in there was that girl that was lingering outside the store, looking like she was waiting for me to pull up. So I remember from the road seeing her stand outside staring in her phone, the same way that a lot of them do when they're staring at me in their phone. It's like the same look they all have, like a zombie. So I remember thinking to myself, oh boy, it looks like a gang stalker, you know? And as I thought she put the phone in and walked into the store. I was like, oh boy. So anyway, I park up, I go in. She, you know, it wasn't too much gang stalking. She did get like what looked like a purple or burgundy, deep burgundy. Look, you see them diving the thing outside? A deep burgundy nursing outfit. But other than that, not too much happened. So I spoke to the lady. The lady's always nice in there. The last time I dealt with her, she was friendly too. She told me she didn't have my size for the stockings I was looking for. It's really compression socks, y'all, but they look like stockings. So in my head, I'm like, oh boy, where am I gonna get these from? Because I remembered I had went to the one sporting goods store that we do have down here. I remember I went there before and they didn't have them. So I was like, oh boy, they're probably not gonna have them, but let me go see. I went and they happened to have them, y'all. Like, it was literally the last pair that they had. I was so happy. So they had them and they had them in my size. So I remember while I'm there, when I go in, immediately I saw gang stalkers. Of course, it's a family with this African-American male, Rasta dude, and he had on the red and white, and he's sitting down. His son looked biracial, and his wife looked like she was Hispanic. You know, I don't want to be presumptuous and say Puerto Rican, but if I were to guess, I would have guessed Puerto Rican. But having dated Hispanic myself, I know how it can be confusing. Like, sometimes a Colombian could look Puerto Rican, a Cuban could look Puerto Rican, a Puerto Rican could look Colombian. It's very sketchy when it comes to that. They're very ambiguous. Hispanic people and Portuguese people, they're very ambiguous. And it's like a melting pot of different ethnicities that's mixed together. So it's like you can never tell. But she was Hispanic, and so they were trying to do the thing again because the guy had on red and white and she was Hispanic, right? And I just talked about what I talked about in my video. So they were trying to do the tactic, and they knew I was going out there to that store. They read my mind. So I didn't get an attitude, right? I just, you know, I was already feeling vindicated from what happened this morning, to be honest with you, because I felt like I proved my point about what I was saying from the man from the gym. I felt vindicated. I was not in a bad mood. So I said, okay, they're setting up stripping whatever. It's okay. I remember just going to the back of the store and just looking myself in the area where I knew like the knee stuff and the leg equipment was. And I remember looking to see if I saw the compression socks. And I did see them. And so while I was there, I just started looking for new knee braces because my knee braces, one of them is torn, has a hole in it. And so for a while, I've been, you know, needing to get more new knee braces. And I keep putting it off and putting it off. That's to tell y'all I'm not a vain person, y'all. Like, I don't dress the way that I used to. I wear wholly raggy stuff. And I keep painting it like I'm this vain person that's trying to get attention. I'd be wearing like literally rags, y'all. I will wear something until I absolutely have to buy something new. That's where I'm at these days. I don't really be dressing up and all that kind of stuff like I used to. So then I said, well, I'm here now. Let me get the new knee braces too. So I start looking through the stuff, and he didn't really have what I was looking for. So I was looking and also trying to pass the time while they were up in the front because I knew it was gang stalking. So anyway, they're doing the thing with the man, right? The man that works in the store, and he was very friendly, very nice, very humble man. He didn't do any gang stalking stuff. Very nice man. And the lady that works in there too, she's always very nice too. So anyway, he's in there and he's dealing with them. And eventually he takes the female and her child to the back of the store. And I guess he was showing them something, or the child maybe was trying something on. And so I didn't realize the man had stayed in the front of the store. So I kind of just started to migrate to the front of the store. And as I did so, I realized the man was sitting right there in the chair. And so I got bassity because I'm wearing this little short pants. And so I remembered, just kind of moving, like slinking back and moving kind of backwards. But he already saw me. So he said, hey, what do you do? He started making conversation with me. His wife is in the store, or his girlfriend, or whatever, baby mama, wife. I don't want to be disrespectful. I highly doubt the man was trying to come on to me while his wife is in the store and he's wearing gang stalking colors. But he starts making jovial, random conversation like, what do I do? Do I play volleyball? So I said, no, I actually work out in the gym. I squat and stuff. And he said, what do you mean, like powerlifting? I said, something like that. I said, amateur. So he started asking me how heavy I can go. And so I said, or what's the heaviest I ever went? And so I said, well, 400. I said it was on the hack squat machine, though, 400 pounds. He said, you lie. This is the accent, right? This is the Caribbean, the accent of the island I'm from. He said, no, man, you lie. I said, no, I'm serious. I said 400 pounds. And so his wife even starts getting in the conversation. She starts kind of like laughing and putting her own little stuff into the conversation. They start going ham in the back of the store with these rooster drones. I start hearing the roosters go, bah, 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 bah. The roosters start going off in the back of the store while this man is talking to me, right? And his wife was standing right there. She even started getting involved too. He said, wow, I feel bad for any dude you date. He was saying if they ever F with you, you're going to beat them or whatever he was saying. Same thing a lot of dudes were telling me before things got really nasty. In the old gym when things were more amicable and I was lifting real heavy, the gym owner used to be joking with me like that in the old gym. Like, God, I feel bad for your boyfriend. You're going to beat him. You're going to, this whatever he used to be telling me. So this is the type of conversation the man was having with me, right? And his wife was just kind of like snickering and kind of getting involved a little bit, right? They start going ham with the roosters in the back, and then I start hearing yelling in the back of the store. Like, I don't know if they had some guys set up in the back of the store or what was going on. I start hearing yelling in the back of the store and the roosters going ham. And then I noticed the man stand up and he started doing the symbol with his hand. He started asking me, what is my sign? And I said, I'm a Capricorn. He said he's a Scorpio. He said, I heard about you Capricorns. He said, I hear all you have some really hot tempers. No, not hot tempers. What did he say? He said, I hear all you, what did he say? He said, I hear y'all have some really bad tempers. And he said, y'all are not to be messed with. You lose your cool quick or something like that. He said, and then he did the symbol with his hand. And I know he did it because they were doing the crazy stuff in the back of the store. Because obviously you're here on some gang stalking stuff. Your wife is right there, your child, and you're not trying to talk to me in that way. But they're so intimidated, the people with the drones or whatever, they so badly want to make sure that it's known that whatever. That even this man simply just very lighthearted convo where his wife is right there. They're going ham in the back of the store. So then he started doing the symbol with his hand when he's asking me about my sign and stuff and talking about the fact that we're not to be messed with. Like we're, have some sort of crazy temper or whatever. So I said to him, no, that's not true at all. I said Capricorns are very loyal and they're very reserved and quiet people. And we only pop off if you mess with us. He said, okay, respect. And then he said whatever else he said. And he left with his wife, man. They were going ham in the back of the store. And this is constantly the activity. If they're doing this with a gang stalker who's with his wife, can you imagine what they're doing with other men? They're literally like, it's this tight grip of control over me that they have. And they're trying to keep a very strict narrative going too. It's really like, whoa, they're on top of me, y'all. I had to talk about it. Even that moment, it's something so minute like that. I honed in on it. I'm just like, my God. Anyway, so that happened, y'all. Then I went to the gym. I worked out. Nothing major as far as gang stalking happened in the gym today that I can recall. There was this guy that was there the other day. This was a video I made that I deleted. I talked about this in the beginning of this video, that there were videos that got deleted, including the clip with the winner thing. And so that's why I added that to the beginning of the video. But there was, that was from one of the videos. One of the things that happened that I ended up deleting, scrapping. There was a morning where something happened here at the house with someone in my close circle. Something very unfair that happened that the person did. Like I said, I deleted those videos, y'all. Something that person did where they made noise campaign for something horrible. And so when I went to the gym, I was in a very bad mood and they knew I would be reactive that day. And so they set up gang stalking and I went ham that day in the gym. There was even this bald older guy there. His head don't even look bad, y'all. He had a smooth bald head. I've seen bald heads that look kind of dinky, like bald heads where it's like, whoa, okay, this person kind of has an odd shaped head. His head was smooth. He had a decent round head. Nothing wrong with his head. But I was just being a bitch because of what was being done. Like, they started doing gang stalking stuff. He comes behind me. He stands up right in the area where he knew I was going to go sit down and do my adductors. And as I'm heading there, he walks over there with me and goes on the machine behind me. So they know that irks the shit out of me. And you know, I just came home from a situation where stuff happened. Horrible stuff. So I sit down doing a workout. He's behind me. The music pauses. He does this cough thing. So I remember just getting angry and going off on a dude the whole time while I was working out. And he looks significantly older than me. He looks like he's in his 50s. I was going off on him. My song said something about boiled peanuts. The name of the song was Boiled Peanuts. And I kept looking at him every time I said something about boiled peanuts. I could tell it really hit because now twice I've seen a man in the gym since then and he's covered his head up. His head don't even look like a peanut. It just fit perfectly. He was like the complexion of peanut butter. And he had a bald head and he was being, doing some slight gang stalking stuff. And you know you're antagonizing somebody that already just dealt with horrible stuff at the house. They knew they were going to get a reaction that day. And so that was the most bitchy I've been in a minute. I was bitchy to him and there was another one in there, another one that looked around his age that I was saying mean stuff about too. So anyway, he was there today, not the peanut one, not the one that I was saying something about boiled peanuts. The other one that I was saying mean stuff about, he was there today and he was doing noises. Like I was in a good mood. Because of what happened this morning where I feel vindicated, I was in a better mood. I was just, doing my hyperextensions and I was in a good mood, a jovial mood. He's there in the area doing the loud noises and just trying to get my attention and irk me and like antagonize me. And so I remember looking at him, I said, oh boy, that's the guy from that day that I was insulting, that day where they got the nasty reaction out of me. And in my head, I thought, my bad. I said, my bad, you look like an elder. I said, my bad, you just caught me on a bad day. And I just continued to work out and I ignored him and he stopped doing what he was doing. He like chilled out. He remained in the area, but he stopped doing what he was doing. So then I went to the other area. I finished my workout, went and put my weights up and I went to do my last workout. And right as I was doing my last set for my last workout, they had this English teacher come in that I used to teach with. Not teach with us to say like we taught together, but we taught at the same school and we both taught the same grade level. So we were both 10th grade English teachers. I taught English honors though. But he was like a coworker. I never got to know him though. Honestly, we taught virtually and I just never got to know him. But he was the English teacher, the other English teacher. They've used him before. They've had him come in before as a gang stalker in the old gym and now in the new one. This is the second time I've seen him in the new gym. So I think they're using him as a reference to the teaching thing because the first time when I saw him in the new gym, which was like about maybe 2 weeks ago, they had another teacher in there too that I also taught with at the old school. So I think on days when that happens, it's like references to teaching. Because that was the other thing that happened, y'all, when I was in the store trying to get the compression socks. When the thing with the couple happened, when they left, in came one of the students from the school I used to teach at. And she kept coming and standing right next to me. And you could tell it was just gang stalking. I think they were just trying to gauge what my reaction would be. Because remember when I first got back on island from trying to relocate, my body used to tremble whenever I would be around certain sensitization. Things that wasn't happening to me before I left island. So things are getting a lot better now. I'm still not like how I used to be, but it's so much better. I was able to just stand there. They're doing ref campaign outside and stuff and I wasn't trembling and the weird stuff that used to happen to me. So I just kind of just stood there and, I know it was gang stalking. So anyway, now I'm in the gym and then this guy comes in, the teacher guy, and he asked me if I'm using the machine. I was using a cable pull machine to do tricep rope push downs. And behind me was another cable machine. So he said, hey, are you using the machine behind you? And I said, no. And he said, okay. And he went and he used it and that was it. So I just took that as, I don't know, I don't take anything as a good sign, but I take it as a sign that it's something about teaching, right? So it's just, I noted it and I left. And I didn't have any issues. It wasn't too bad in the gym today, surprisingly enough. So that was it, y'all. I think that's it. I think I'm done with the video. I think that was it. I think I'm finally done. I just have to make that beginning clip that I told y'all I haven't made yet. But you're obviously, if you're at this point, you've heard it already. The precursor clip to the video where I talk about the clips that got deleted very briefly. And then I showed the screenshot with the win thing. All right. I'll talk to you in the next one. I'll probably make that when I go to work, y'all. I need to sleep in. It's 10:42. I have to get up at 11:30. Story of my life, y'all. Anyway, I'll talk to you in the next one. Yeah, y'all, the next two clips that you're going to hear after this one are the two very short clips. I think it's like a minute long and one is 2 minutes long. The two clips I told you I made the other morning, y'all, when I was on Facebook adding those friend requests, and then they started going ham with the bird drones, and then I started getting hit with the energy weapon, and I told y'all I made a clip about it. I'm about to include those two clips next. So you're going to hear that next, and then the video will end. All right, y'all, peace out. Y'all, I kid you not, I'm at work right now. And I just went on Facebook and I got a lot of friend requests and it didn't necessarily look like their People, like I told you, there was an influx in gang stalking friend requests when I put up the story in the green shirt and the short pants. I get a lot of friend requests anyways, y'all, but like gang stalking ones started coming through too. As I mentioned in I think it was my part 2 video, my part 2 documentation of gang stalking harassment. Part 2 to this video. This is part 3. I kid you not, y'all. I'm here at work in the wee hours of the morning. Y'all can see at the top it's 2:12 a.m. I got several friend requests that were legit, and they started going ham with the bird drones in the background. So I'm just laughing at it, giggling, whatever. They start hitting me with the hum. They're hitting me with the hum. I'm actually feeling ear tinnitus. So I said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, you really hitting me with the hum? You're doing that tactic again? The bird started going ham. Now the sound is gone, but right before I started recording, y'all, the birds were going ham. The bird drones that they use. Anyways, y'all, just more documentation. Y'all, as you can see at the top, it's now 2:32. It's about 15 minutes later and I'm still being hit with the energy weapon, and I can even feel it in my chest. Because I went on Facebook, y'all, and got friend requests. Anyway, this is what I have to deal with. Peace out. More documentation. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all, this is a very quick add-on to the video. I don't know if you viewed the video or if you started watching it, but this is now being added on. So I am going to take the video down. It's already posted. This video is already posted to my YouTube channel. As you all can see, it says part 3, discussing targeted individual harassment, etc., etc. A continuation of the part 1 and part 2. I'm about to delete the part 3 and add this clip I'm making onto the video. I'm going to try to make it as short as possible. I don't want this to be a super long video. Just more documentation of what took place today, y'all, in defending myself, because I did act a little pompous today. But there's always like a rhyme or a rhythm or a reason behind the things that I do. I don't just do things for GP. I always have a reason why I act out, quote unquote act out. That's gaslighting, calling it that. It's reactive abuse, but there's always a reason for it. So I wanted to talk about that very quickly and even document something that happened just now, because it's like, it's more proof of what I'm saying, y'all, that they're working overtime to isolate me. And they know I'm not this vapid, unwanted female, or else they would not be doing the tactics that they do. Anyways, y'all, also, this is so irrelevant, but earlier in the clip when I was showing you all the pictures of the man from the gym, and then I was showing you the pictures of my exes and stuff, and I told y'all the guy in the episode that they were trying to pretend was him, I told y'all he was this handsome guy that looked similar to like this guy that's my favorite rapper. And I was saying I wish I could find a picture of him with the afro so y'all could see what I was talking about. I found a good picture of him. So this is what the guy in the episode looked like. Okay? This is not... they're definitely painting false narratives, y'all. Anyway, so this is what the guy in the episode looked like. Anyway, back to what I was saying though, y'all. And again, I don't want to sound vain. You know how they are manipulators and they're gaslighters. They're master manipulators and they're gaslighters. They are the ones who are focused on the physical and obsessed with trying to make me have this warped sense of self. And so every day they're attacking my appearance, and it's retribution for something that's completely out of my control. And then they're painting false narratives with the technology. And so that's why I put these pictures together and why I did what I did. Anyways, y'all, so today now, what was it that I wanted to add in? Was it just what took place today? I think I said there was something else. Oh, something that happened just now too. So earlier today, y'all, I went to the gym. But before I went there, I stopped at this vegan food van that I like to get food from. The food tastes really good and it's good for you and you get a large portion. So on days where I don't cook or, I wasn't able to meal prep, whatever the case is. And I did meal prep for the week, y'all. It's a long story. I got the wrong kind of tuna and I didn't really care for the taste. I'm very funny in particular with my palate. I am and I'm not. It's weird and hard to explain. But I just don't care for the taste of that tuna. And so I was able to swap out all of the tunas that I bought for next week. Good thing I bought like 2 weeks worth of tuna. So I was able to swap out and get the kind that I actually like the taste of. But I had already meal prepped for this week and made like bowlfuls of tuna. Like I had already prepared the tuna with mayo, seasoning, onion, whatever I like to put, lime, a little bit of vinegar, etc. So anyway, I don't care for the taste of that tuna. Like I said, it's all wild caught. I get natural, healthy stuff. I get tuna light, first of all. If you get albacore, the regular tuna, it's full of mercury. So if you are getting tuna, you need to make sure you're getting tuna light. And then I also get the tuna in the pack, because obviously the can, I don't want to say obviously, I'm saying obviously because that's something that's well known in this day and age. Canned food isn't really good for you. There are toxins that come from the metal that contains the food. So I get the kind in the pack, and then I get the organic wild caught light tuna. So it's all good and healthy. That brand is good for you, and then the brand that I bought today is good for you. But this brand that I bought today, well, not today, yesterday, when I swapped out the packs that I bought before, this brand tastes better. And it would, blah, blah, blah. Y'all, I'm not meaning to stammer all over my words. It's just, I'm always being watched and listened to, and I have an audience, and I can hear noise campaign in the background, and it's messing with me. But the reason I bought that other brand anyway, y'all, was because it had a 32-gram pack of tuna. So it came with more tuna in the pack. But I kind of just switched up the menu and made things work for myself. So I'm back to getting this other kind. It tastes way better to me, and it's in spring water. I think that plays a part in how it tastes. Anyway, y'all, so that's why I didn't have food today. I ended up throwing out the tuna that I had prepared for today and yesterday. I ate, like, Monday through Wednesday, the tuna I prepared. And then yesterday and today I bought food. And so I ended up going to this vegan truck I like to go to, like I said, when I'm trying to eat out and be healthy. And I went there to get food for today. Of course, they're reading my mind. You know how the neuromonitoring technology works. They're reading your mind in real your thoughts in real time. And they're constantly preparing stuff and gang stalking activity wherever they think you're going to go. So sometimes I purposely will think about, like, multiple stops, and then I'll stop it. It works sometimes. And now it's like the point where they have gang stalkers set up at every stop that I might stop at. Like, it's just wild what's going on, y'all. It's crazy, weird. It's a waste of resources. I keep saying, give me the money. You're wasting all these resources on bullshit. But anyways, y'all, they're paying a bunch of people off to get involved in this stupid crap. Look at them chirping for that. It's just crazy. Anyway, y'all, so they've done this before where they will know that I'm going to a food spot, and they'll have a gang stalker there already. Or when I pull up, the gang stalker will come after the fact, because they realize I started doing this thing where if I see somebody that looks like a gang stalker there, I'll drive by, and I'll keep driving up and down until it looks like it's clear. So another tactic they use is letting me pull up and then let the gang stalker come after the fact. So anyway, I noticed a car parked there, and I didn't want my day to be impeded. I had to get to the gym. I needed to get back and wash my clothes. And I'm like, okay, I don't care if it's a gang stalker. I'm pulling up and I'm going to get my stuff. And I couldn't really see in the car, but the person's, at least the door wasn't open with the leg hanging out and sensitization. There have been times where I pulled up, and not just at that specific spot, different spots where the gang stalker is, like, standing outside with sensitizing colors, or the car door is open and I can see the sensitizing colors. The door was closed. I was like, okay, let me just, try to get the food and go on my way, go about my business. So anyway, I made the order, and I was just standing there waiting for my food. I had my earphones in, and I was listening to, like, an episode, one of these law shows that I like to watch. Like what I was talking about earlier, like I told you all, 48 Hours, or these different episodes with different crime occurrences, crime shows, episodes that happen. It was on YouTube. So I'm watching it, and it was something about police officers that were led to an ambush, I think is what it said. Like, they were going after this suspect, and I guess he ran into an apartment building where other people, that's affiliated with him had guns. And so it was supposed to be like some ambush that the police officers ran into. So anyway, I was watching the video and just sitting there chilling, watching it. And while I'm watching it and waiting, I noticed I kind of hear, like, revving in the background, but not majorly. Every now and then I was hearing revving in the background when they would say certain things in the episode, but they hadn't said anything too sensitizing just yet. So my back is to the road, y'all, just so you can understand. There was a car parked in the parking lot by the van, and I was in front, to the side. Like, when I say in front of the car, I'm trying to explain it to you, y'all. This is to the side of the road, right? This food van. And then there's, like, this space in front of the food van where you can stand in front and order at the window. Behind me was a car parked. Then they were there when I pulled up. So I think they had already ordered their food. Probably a gang stalker, likely, right? But I don't know for certain. So anyway, I was standing there waiting and listening to my show. I had already made my order. And I noticed I just heard in the episode them saying something about, and I don't like it. I don't like it. What did it say? It needs to slow down. Something like, I can't remember verbatim the words, y'all, but I'm trying to tell you the sensitization, because remember I told y'all they keep sending sensitization through the technology, referencing this man from the gym that I don't know like that, insinuating that he doesn't like me every damn day. And it's years later. I don't even work out in the same gym as him, y'all. And I never said he liked me. The only thing I did was talk about what took place verbatim and what occurred after, the result after. Because after what he was doing for a whole month, I had the reaction. Remember, I talked about this, y'all. Check out the part 1 video if you want to hear the whole rundown. And then the part 2 video and then this video. Anyway, after he was doing what he was doing for a whole month, y'all know I had the reaction that I had. And from there it was up. They will not stop. Like, it's just been like back-to-back stuff that they have been doing. Aside from stuffing his girlfriend down my throat, just different things that they were doing, trying to hurt me, I think, or get some sort of reaction out of me. I don't know what they were trying to... They've clearly told me they're trying to hurt me via the technology. Like I said, sending the subliminal messaging. And insinuating that I don't have feelings and I can't get hurt. So anyways, y'all, I was talking about in my video the fact that now all of these things are happening as it pertains to this man, and it's like that's become the focal point of the targeting because what he did. And then me having that one reaction is like the punishment can't done. And now I'm in a new gym and it's like they're still punishing me, and it's like this weird complex that they're having where they keep feeling like they have to pound into my head that he doesn't like me, even though I've said a million times that I don't give a shit. And I didn't say that he does. All I did was talk about what took place. And the fact that they won't stop harassing me now because of it. The harassment will not stop. So it's like complete madness, y'all. And so it's just like this weird thing that's going on with them. And they keep trying to tear me down and trying to humiliate me and trying to hurt me and trying to come for my self-esteem and make me have this warped sense of self. It's really odd. Over something that was completely out of my control with a man that I don't even know like that. It's really strange to me. I've never dealt with anything like this in my life, y'all. So anyways, another tactic they're doing, not another tactic, but one of the main tactics they're doing, y'all know this already, is hiring these random men, to do gang stalking activity. And they're paying out the ass for it, y'all. They're paying these men. They are paying them. Every minute it's a new man I've never seen in my life before. Oh my God, like this is a small island. I thought I knew most of the faces. Like every damn day it's a different face of a man that's like in my age range. I'm like, where you come from? Where did you come from? Where did you come from? And they're paying them out the ass, y'all. They're paying them. And then also at the side, making sure to isolate me. So they want to have this perception of me being the unwanted female, and they're doing everything in their power to make that be the case. And they're isolating me. I'll talk about what happened just now, y'all. It just went on my Facebook. I told y'all ever since I put up that story that got a lot of views with the green shirt and the short black pants, and I got a lot of views and likes, they started this manipulative tactic where they started making the gang stalkers add me on Facebook because they saw I was getting a lot of friend requests. Look at them chirping the bird. It's really weird. And then when they see legit friend requests come through, they start chirping the bird and going crazy, and they'll even hit my head with the energy weapon. Y'all heard what happened in the earlier clips. Well, a moment like that happened just now. I went on Facebook and I was just adding some of the pages. And they started going ham in the background. The noise campaign, all kinds of crazy shit, man. So that's to tell you it's not really me being this vapid, unwanted female. It's them trying to have this control where they isolate me and make me have this warped perception of self and make me think that I'm this vapid, unwanted female, while also trying to perpetuate that narrative and make that my reality. It's this weird thing they're doing, man. Anyways, y'all, let me finish telling you what happened earlier, though. So I'm at the food van waiting, and like I said, there was a car already in the parking lot with someone in there. I couldn't see who was in there. I didn't care. I was trying to get my food and go about my business. I was just hoping that I wouldn't have to deal with any gang stalking stupid shit. So I'm waiting for the food, and I noticed in the episode with the Shadow Network, they start sending thing, but I don't like it. You know the thing they keep sending, y'all. I don't like it. And it needs something about slow down. I don't remember verbatim what was said. But then I started hearing revving in the background. So I was like, oh boy, now they're starting to do the bullshit with the technology. I thought they were just doing it because I was standing there and they wanted me to feel awkward. I didn't realize somebody had walked up behind me. So I happened to look back to see the ref campaign because they started revving in the road, you know, going crazy. One of the gang stalkers that was in the area. And as I looked behind me, I realized there's this man standing like near to me, very close to me, behind me, with green eyes. And the reason this is relevant, y'all, I'm going to tell you why this is relevant. Because typically I wouldn't have mentioned the eye color. It would be an irrelevant detail. Yeah, they're trying to hire certain men and trying to do what they're trying to do. But they've hired just about every different type, hoping to get under my skin. They've hired light skin, they've hired dark skin, they've hired brown skin, they've hired muscular, they've hired skinny, they've hired meaty. Like, they're hiring just about any man with a dang-a-lang, excuse my candor, y'all, to do what they're trying to do. Anyone that will take a paycheck. So anyways, y'all, I see the man standing close to me, right? And I done hear them revving, and I see the stuff in the technology. So he said something to me and I couldn't hear him because my earphones were in and I turned my head. Typically, I wouldn't be a bitch like that. I would have, even though I'm dealing with gang stalking and whatever else I'm dealing with, I still am always courteous to people unless you show me that you're doing bullshit. But because they had sent the thing in the technology and all the revving and craziness was going on in the background, and I didn't know if he was doing some shit behind my back, because they're hiring these men to do stuff and they keep trying to humiliate me. When he said whatever he said to me, I didn't even hear him. I just turned my head. And so then I remember him walking around me and telling her whatever, I guess, about his food. So as I'm leaving, I'm already feeling some kind of way because I'm like, okay, they're done up to their tricks already, is what I'm feeling, because they've been doing stuff. Yesterday, they did something. When I went to the police station yesterday, remember I told y'all after the episode that morning, when I went to the police station, the episode with the stripper and blah, 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 I went to the police station to get the police report, and they had all kinds of gang stalking stuff set up outside of the police station. I didn't end up getting the report that day. Yesterday morning, I went to the police station again. They had some next thing set up, again, trying to humiliate me and perpetuate whatever they're trying to perpetuate. I don't even know why they keep doing the picture thing, because that was a bust. That's what happened. That's the whole thing that happened with the girlfriend, where they tried to do the picture thing. Again, y'all check out the part 1 video where they tried to do, and honestly, y'all, we're really talking detail about this picture thing. Not necessarily in this part 1 video. The part 1 video kind of just brushes on it. I don't really go into detail about what happened with the girlfriend that backfired 6 months ago. Where I talk in detail about that is in this part 1 video. The part 1 sabotaging and gaslighting of the targeted individual. Actually, at this point now, you can see it was 7 months ago. You can see the thumbnail of me in my graduation outfit. So towards the end of that video, y'all, I talk about what happened with the girlfriend in the gym. And what I call a malfunction that she had when they were trying to set up some bullying, gang stalking thing with pictures. And I'm not going to go into the details about it right now, y'all. Y'all keep up with the videos and, you'll know what's going on. So anyways, every now and then they'll do like something like that with the gang stalking. Like they'll do the picture thing, like insinuating against something about my looks. When I'm like, the whole reason why you amped up with the gang stalking and got even worse with the punishment about this man from the old gym, you're already punishing me for the stupid thing. The reason it got worse and you started going low and dirty and mentioning sex dates and stuff was because of what happened with the girlfriend with the picture. Where she took the picture and then where I took the picture and then she got my phone and started blinking and insulting me and malfunctioning. So why they keep doing the picture thing as if that's an insult is beyond me. That's reminding me of what took place that you didn't like. That created more punishment for me. So I didn't understand that. And they had some girl standing there. And she was all right. She wasn't bad looking, but I didn't feel like she looked better than me. It wasn't somebody that I was like, wow. Like to say that they're trying to make me feel insecure about my looks. It wasn't, I was like, okay. And they do that all the time, y'all. Some of the girls they use, it's like, okay, genuinely like, okay, wow, this person's really pretty. You're okay. And I still don't care. I'm attractive too. And this is not bothering me. This is immature. But then some of the girls they use, it's like, they're not bad looking. It's not like it's somebody that looks bad. It's just like, okay, I don't think this person looks better than me. I'm like, okay, what is this supposed to be doing other than just being immature? Grow up. Anyway, so yesterday morning they had that set up outside the police station. I was like, okay. Anyway, so now, like I said, back to today though, y'all, because I'm going off on a tangent. I don't want this video to be too long either. The whole video is already, as y'all can see, 3 hours and 26 minutes long. So whatever this clip, however long this clip is being added to that time. So let me try to hurry up. So anyways, y'all, after the guy, walked to the side of me and told the lady whatever, not the lady, the man, the guy that was running the window about his food, he went about his business. But now I'm already feeling on guard because every day they're doing stuff, y'all. And every day they're trying to tear me down and do these weird tactics. So I wasn't sure if he had done something behind my back and if that's why the technology started inserting stuff and they started revving, or if it was just simply because he walked behind me. Because immediately, I already told you, the gang stalkers are a part of trying to isolate me as well. Anytime a man comes around me, they start revving, whether the man did something or not. So I wasn't sure if it was just because he walked behind me or if he had actually done something And so I was already feeling like my guards are up now. Every day they're attacking me. So then I get to the gym, and the gym owner was being extremely friendly and nice. And he is typically nice and friendly. But it's like it was extremely friendly and nice. So I was I'm trying not to be like suspicious and stuff. I'm trying not to feel that way. But you have to understand, remember I told you it's just been this bipolar thing with the program. And every day they're attacking me, and then sometimes it seems like they're being nice, but they're not really being nice. And so I'm just being honest with you. All of this had me feeling like maybe something had taken place behind my back with this guy at the food van. I didn't mean to feel that way or think that way, but I was really feeling that way because of the tactics that they use. And because what they started inserting into the technology when he walked up behind me and the revving and stuff. So I went down there already in a gear, right? But I was still kind of just moving humble. I was feeling some kind of way, but I sat down in the leg extension machine and I was moving calm. I wasn't moving the pompous kind of way. What set me off, y'all, finally, this guy typically doesn't set me off. I've already talked about him in a video and I'm done. I went over now to get the dumbbells to do my squats by the mirror. Well, the first thing that set me off was as I went to go do my squats by the squat rack, this guy walks up and throws something in the garbage, right? This random guy, I've never seen him before. Another random with a dingaling that they hired and are paying money, wasting money, right? On. So that already added to what I was already feeling from the food van thing and not being sure if this guy had done something behind my back. But then now I walk over to get the dumbbells. I do these elevated cyclist squats, y'all. I think I talked about this in one of the prior videos. I'm not trying to make this video be too long. But it's where I put these dumbbells together, right? Side by side, horizontally. And then I stand on them, and that elevates my heels to a level where I'm able to get a very deep squat and a very narrow stance squat. So it's called a cyclist squat, and all of the pressure and the load goes on the quad muscle. You are getting glute activation, of course. It's a squat, so you are going to get glute and hamstring and adductor activation. It doesn't matter how narrow or wide the stance is. It's just certain muscle groups will get worked more depending on what type of squat it is. So with the cyclist squat, majority of the pressure and the weight and the work is being done by the quads and going on the quad muscle. And so I've been trying to develop my quads, and so that's what I've been doing, and I've been seeing some decent results with that. I see more tone in my legs, especially now that I'm wearing the short pants. It looks nice. I like what I'm seeing. So anyways, I've been doing those type of squats instead of what I used to do, which were wide stance squats, flat foot squats. So I went to go get the dumbbells, and as I went to go get them, I noticed sitting there right near the dumbbells is this guy from the old gym's younger brother, and he's staring in his phone, right? Doing the tactic they do sometimes on me, right? The antagonizing tactic. Now, I already made a video about him, and ever since making the video, he keeps his distance. Like, I know he's in there as a gang stalker. I'm not stupid. But he's not like on top of me like what kind of started happening at a certain point with him before I made the video talking about why I think he's inserting himself anyway. He's sitting there now, instead of at least pretending to work out like he normally does, he's sitting there staring in his phone. So I just remember doing this like snicker and just shaking my head and grabbing the dumbbells, because it's just ridiculous to me. That was another situation. His insertion into my targeting is another situation where I feel like I'm being punished for something that was out of my control. That's just been the nature of the targeting, y'all. People hopping on and doing stupid shit and then getting mad at me about it. And then I have to suffer for it. Like, it's just weird stuff. Like, I've been dealing with the targeting. Random people I don't know from anywhere. I don't know you. Getting involved in my targeting. So anyway, what happened with him? I talked about this in one of these videos, y'all. I don't even remember which one, because it's so irrelevant, man. To me, it's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. With everything I'm dealing with, it's irrelevant. But because I had the reaction I had today, I want you to understand why he triggered me. Because seeing him typically doesn't trigger me. I see him all the time in there. It was the fact that he was sitting there instead of at least pretending to work out like he normally does. And I had just dealt with whatever at the food van, and et cetera, et cetera. And then as I'm walking up now to set up to do my squats, they have the random dude with the ding-a-ling that they're paying to throw something in the garbage. So anyways, so I remember seeing him and just kind of snickering and shaking my head. And then I go over to the squat rack and I start going ham and I start acting pompous. And I purposely kept acting like I couldn't look at myself in the mirror, because they're doing this weird tactic where, you know, they're making it seem like I'm scared of mirrors and I'm so hideous and stupid bullshit. Meanwhile, you're diving the bird down anytime a man looks at me. You're beaming me with energy weapons when I get friend requests. Y'all already heard what happened in the store with the man that was there with his wife, what they were doing. As soon as he started asking me like simple questions and his wife's getting involved in the conversation, The bird starts going ham in the background. So it's some sort of intimidation where they do feel some sort of intimidation by me. And they do recognize that I am not the unwanted, vapid female that they're trying to make me believe that I am. So anyway, I purposely went in the mirror and started going ham. But first I was doing this tactic where I was acting timid and like I couldn't look at myself in the mirror. And then as I got to the heavier squats where it was time for me to get to the last sets where it was heavier, I purposely started staring at myself in the mirror and acting cocky. And then I went and set the fan up and put it on myself. And it really got them upset because they even put this gang stalker in there with the mask on. You know, like they pulled him out. It was just hilarious to me. They all looked pissed. And I thought it was funny because it's just like, you can't fool me. I know why you're doing what you're doing. And I love me. I love myself. You can't fool me. It's obvious with the tactics you're using why you're doing what you're doing. Anyway, that's why I was acting pompous like that though, y'all. It was really just, me feeling like they're still continuing on with this punishing me for something that's out of my control. Oh, by the way, let me finish talking about this guy and why he triggered me though. So I talked about him in one of the prior videos. I'm going to talk about him very briefly and then wrap up the video. His brother, like 2 years ago, this was about 2 years ago. I believe this was in maybe the beginning of 2024 or the end. I think it was the end of 2023, actually. It was like 2 years ago, y'all. When I was just getting into, not getting into, when I had just started applying for the correction officer job and trying to become a corrections officer, and I had gotten the interview and they told me I got through that first part, and basically I was just going through the paperwork. Now I got the job. I started, going through the paperwork process. They told me I needed a Virgin Islands driver's license. So I remember going to Frederickstead area to get a Virgin Islands driver's license, and the office is like this notary office. I don't know why I'm telling y'all the location, y'all. It's because I'm hearing noise in the background and it's distracting me. Oh, and there's something else I need to say about the guy with the green eyes and why I mentioned that he has green eyes. Those two things. Let me hurry up and try to wrap this up, y'all. This video is it's the noise campaigns too that messes me up. Anyway, so while I was there by the notary, y'all, trying to get my license and going back and forth between the car and the notary, and, it's like this back and forth thing. The DMV is down in that area, too. I drove from the DMV and then to that notary to get the driver's license. And so while I'm doing the process going back and forth, I had to walk in front of this juice bar. And either they own the juice bar or they work there. I don't really know, right? I don't know them like that. I've talked about in the video how I even have any type of slight familiarity with who they are. I don't really know. I don't know them at all, actually. So anyway, as I'm walking in front of the juice bar, this guy, the guy's brother that set me off today, flew out of the juice bar and he starts saying something to me. I saw him, his lips moving, but I had my earphones in so I couldn't really hear what he was saying. And at this point I'm targeted now, y'all. And, I wasn't about to stop and talk to anybody. It's not like I'm a bitch. I do typically stop and talk and I am courteous with people. But because I deal with gang stalking and stuff and I'm targeted, sometimes I pretend like I don't see it and I just try to move and hightail it out of there, right? So I remember he was saying something to me and I couldn't hear him. And so I just kept walking and I kept my head straight, and it's like he got bassity. I saw him get bassity and he started standing towards the end of the wall or the railing. And he started looking at this black cat and pointing at the black cat. And is that a black cat? And, looking like he was bassity and confused, after he tried to do whatever he was trying to say to me. He looked very bassity. And so I remember just kind of and bassity, y'all, just means flustered or embarrassed or bamboozled, or not bamboozled, that's the wrong word. Flustered or you got embarrassed or whatever it was that happened. I don't know. He started doing that. And so then when I started going to the gym, the old gym, and started working out there, I told y'all what happened with him. I talked about him in prior videos, y'all. I'm not about to talk about him again. This is somebody irrelevant to the targeting. He started doing this weird thing where he was acting like he was befriending me, and he was commenting under several of my videos. There was this 270-pound squat I did. He commented underneath it. There's some next thing he liked, a story he liked, whatever. And then he actually approached me in the gym and started saying, hey, do I know you from somewhere? Whatever, and making conversation with me. Then he started doing the bipolar activity. I'm not going to go into details about him again, y'all. I've talked about him in several videos. So anyways, y'all, so after that happened with him, and I made several videos about why I think he's inserting himself in my targeting, I never actually talked about that thing that happened before I got in the old gym at that juice bar and why I think he started inserting himself in the targeting to begin with and doing the bipolar activity. I only recently started talking about that in the new gym when his brother started gang stalking on top of me. I was like, okay, this is ridiculous now. So I talked about why I think they're doing what they're doing. And so the brother kind of laid off. Like I said, I'd be seeing him in the new gym and stuff, but he's usually courteous. And although I know he's there as a gang stalker, he's usually off in the background. He's not on top of me like what he had kind of started doing at one point. So he doesn't really trigger me. I'd be seeing him and I don't really care. I see him and I just ignore him. It's like whatever. But today it set me off. Seeing him sitting there looking at his phone, it just triggered me because it was a reminder of what's going on as it pertains to the old, y'all, a bunch of loud noise happening outside. Y'all. Again. Hold on, y'all. Let me let the sweeping stop on the porch and then I'll finish the video. All right, y'all. Here to try to hurry up and wrap this video up. Anyway, so that's why seeing him set me off or triggered me today, though. It was a combination of things. What happened at the food van, where I wasn't sure if the guy was a gang stalker and had done something behind my back. You know, my guards are up from what they do on a daily basis to me with the program, especially as it pertains to this man thirst thing and, you know, trying to avenge their friend, the personal trainer from the old gym. Then me getting down there and, you know, as soon as I finish my leg extensions and I walk over to set up the squat rack, before I could even reach the squat rack, this random guy that was an obvious gang stalker, never saw him a day in my life. I couldn't pick him out in a lineup if I had to. He threw some shit in the trash as I was walking up, so that tactic was used. And then as I went to get the dumbbells to finish setting up for my squats, I see that guy sitting there acting like he's looking down in his phone when typically he at least tries to pretend like he's working out. So all that just set me off. It's been days of them doing crazy stuff. And you heard what happened the other morning with the stripper thing. Like, it's just days of just punishment and abuse, and it feels like punishment for things that are out of my control. And then specifically with him, I know his insertion in the thing in the first place is because, again, something that happened that was out of my control with his brother. So it just irked me today. Like, typically seeing him, I don't care. It doesn't really bother me. It was just everything was irking me. And I was already feeling some kind of way and trying to control myself, right? And then I saw that, and it's just like, I know why they're doing what they're doing. Not just specifically talking about him now. I'm talking about what they're doing to me and trying to make me have this warped sense of self. So that's what made me start acting this pompous, cocky way and, you know, doing this tactic where I'm pretending like I can't look in the mirror and like, oh, you're right, I'm so hideous. And then when I get to the heavier squats, I purposely started looking in the mirror and going ham and acting cocky. And my legs are looking nice and toned now, too, in the short pants. You can actually see some definition in my legs and stuff. So I started staring at my legs and then I was staring at my face and I kept staring at myself and smirking because I look good. Anyway, so I was doing that and y'all, I'm not Halle Berry. I'm not stupid. I'm not the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm not the most beautiful woman on the island. But I'm attractive and I'm not the mess they're trying to pretend that I am. And I know why they're doing what they're doing. Even in the prison where I was getting attention and then they started something like the whole don't want thing. That was where it started, y'all. So it's just like it's not what you're trying to make it seem, and I know why you're doing what you're doing, and it's not right. So anyways, so after that, y'all, then I left that area and I went and I did my leg curls and then I left out of the gym and that was it. But it's just like I felt like I acted pompous, and to the naked eye would look like I was just acting out because it wasn't that crazy. If you just look at the gym and the activity compared to what they have been doing in that gym, it was actually kind of laid back today as far as gang stalking goes. But it was the little subtle things and then also just the PTSD and trauma of what they've been doing to me day to day to day that led to the reaction that I had. Because typically if the owner had been that friendly to me and nothing was truly going on and there weren't these little subtle things that happened, I wouldn't have ever went down there and acted like a pompous ass. I wouldn't have done that. Anyways, y'all, the last thing, let me just quickly tell you why I mentioned the guy had green eyes. Recently on Facebook, they made this guy, I don't know if he's a gang stalker or not. I have a strong feeling that he is. And I'll explain why. They're hiring a lot of people. They're pulling out the big stops, y'all. Like I told you, they're pulling out the big stops. They're even hiring people that I went to private school with. Remember, I left private school in 8th grade, y'all. So high school was public school. Private school was elementary up to 8th grade. And then 9th through 12th grade was public school. And then years of living out of school and going to college, etc. I'm a big grown woman. Some of these people I haven't seen in years, y'all. They're pulling out people from my childhood, from from the private school, trying to use them as gang stalkers. It's just strange stuff that they're doing, y'all, and hiring these people on. So anyway, this guy I didn't go to private school with him, although he is somebody that went to private school as well. I think he went to private school with my cousin because that was where I do recall ever, first seeing him. Because he was performing on stage or something like that. And I used to go to my cousin's school with my sister and my older sister. And They used to have shows and stuff at the school. And so there was a point where he was in private school, but I didn't go to private school with him. Where him and I went to school together was public school. So in high school, you know, there was this guy that went to school with me, you know, this guy with green eyes, and he was, you know, one of these popular kind of guys, you know, so this is why they're hiring him partially, but that's not the main reason. They could have hired any popular guy down here. It's not really hard to be popular down here, y'all. It's a small pond, so it's not hard to be a big fish down here. It's a small community. So if you're a gregarious person, you dress nice, you know how to act with people, you can be popular. There are many people that know many people that know many people that know many people. It really just depends more so on your personality. But if you're attractive too, that doesn't hurt, right? So anyway, this guy's like this pretty boy type of aesthetic with the green eyes, and he's Hispanic. I'm trying to think of somebody. It doesn't matter, y'all. I don't have to give you an example of somebody that he looks like. It doesn't matter. Just know he's like this Hispanic. He looks like somebody that might be like mixed black and Spanish. Like he's light skinned, like Chris Brown. That's a good example. He looks nothing like Chris Brown. But that's the aesthetic, you know, like this light skin type of pretty boy type vibe, but he's half Hispanic, I think. Just based on his name, I'm just guessing. I mean, it's obvious. I'm pretty sure he's Spanish. So anyway, or mixed Spanish, mixed, like I said. It's like a Chris Brown aesthetic, although he looks nothing like Chris Brown. And he has green eyes. So anyways, perfect to use for this thirsty thing that they're trying to do, right? But again, it's deeper than that. I want to give you the backdrop story on what's going on with him and why I think that if he is hired, why I think they're using him. So, like I said, I went to high school with him. I don't know him like that. There was something that happened that I do want to talk about, though, because now I'm just thinking about it. And I'm like, oh my God, I wonder if he remembers that happened. You know, it's just so embarrassing. I never talked about it. I don't think I ever even told anybody about it. But it was irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It was something that happened in childhood. But now that they, like I said, it could be using him as a gang stalker, I don't know. This is embarrassing. What happened? Just thinking about it. But anyway, so anyways, y'all. I think that, sorry, I have somebody in the background screaming that I'm being too loud. So what happened is his younger brother, y'all, also went to public school with me. So he was in my grade, and his younger brother was some grades back. I don't know what grade he was in. I don't know these guys like that, to be honest with you. I just, like I said, know, you know, like somebody you went to school with, so you kind of know of the person, but you never really got to know the person like that. I had like one class with this guy. It was PE class where this embarrassing thing happened I'm going to tell y'all about in a second. I need to hurry up. And I know it seems like I always have a story about every person that gets inserted into my targeting. I know it's ludicrous, y'all. But that's just literally how it is when you live on a small island, especially if you're somebody that's been in different circles. Remember, I told you I went to private school, then I went to public school. I used to go out a lot. It's a small community. So that's why it seems like I always have a story for different people that get inserted into the targeting. It's just the life I live, man. It's a small island. With him, I didn't have anything specific with him. I don't know him like that. I couldn't tell you details about him to save my life. I just know who he is as a person. But this embarrassing thing happened when I was in PE class with him. And coincidentally enough, I just talked about the guy that I thought I was in love with in high school. That same PE class that I told you all I met that guy in, where I was sitting on the bleachers and he kept turning around and looking at me and then whatever approached me. That's the same class that I had class with this guy that I added me recently on Facebook. So there was this day where I was sitting there and I was just staring into space. And they see this happen to me all the time, y'all. I have ADD, diagnosed. This is not just speculation. Like I was taken to, it was so bad when I was in elementary school that the teachers knew I had a problem. My siblings and I, all of us. But it was so bad with me specifically that the teachers knew I had a problem. So my mom actually took me to the clinic. They did a series of tests and I was clinically diagnosed with ADD. So I'm clinically diagnosed. They wanted to put me on medication. My mom gave me the option. I said, no, thank you. So I daydream. I stare off in space. I go into space. They used to call me Space Cadet in high school. That's something I do. I don't do it as much now because with the targeting, they're staring at me. And anytime it's like this bullying tactic they use where it's like they don't want me to have a moment of peace. You hear them barking the dog because they know they do this. Anytime you hear the dog barking, anytime I start daydreaming, like staring off and they see like that foreign look in my eyes, like it looks like I'm staring off, they start doing noise campaigns to bring me back, right? From daydreaming. So I don't know if it's because they're monitoring my thoughts and that's why they're doing it, or if it's just because they see me staring off and they're trying to antagonize me. But they see how often that happens. I literally have ADD, y'all. I mean, listening to these videos, it's apparent. You can see that I keep going off on tangents every 5 seconds. Nicki Minaj was talking about that in one of her videos. She was talking about, she has ADD too, apparently. Most creative people do, by the way, y'all. Neurodivergent people. Most artists that you see, I pulled up an article and I shared this in one of my old videos where I was talking about ADD and Asperger's, etc. There was an article that was talking about the fact that Diddy has ADD, Nicki Minaj has ADD, and most of the artistic people that you know have ADD. It's like a common trait amongst neurodivergent people being an artist. So anyway, Nicki Minaj did this interview where she was saying how embarrassing it is that she has ADD, and the fact that when an interviewer asks her one question, she goes in all these different directions and all these different tangents. And if you listen to my videos, you'll notice that's how my videos are. But I've dealt with it for so long since childhood that I know how to bring it back in. So it's always relevant tangents, and I know how to come back to the main point. Anyway, that was a tangent in and of itself that I just went on, right? Anyway, back to the point though. So I have ADD. I always stare off into space. I'm always daydreaming, doing, whatever. So I'm sitting there, and at that point, y'all, I wasn't looking at that guy like that. He is attractive. He is a good-looking guy, but I wasn't, first of all, I felt like he was out of my league. That was back when I was a nerd, right? I was nerdy, my nerdy self, and I came from private school. I didn't really know anybody in the school like that. I didn't even think the guy that approached me in the class that I ended up liking so bad, I didn't even think he would be looking at me. I was sitting there daydreaming, y'all. I was not studying boys in that class. So I was sitting there daydreaming, staring off into space. Too bad, y'all. Daydreaming. I can't even tell you to this point what I was thinking about. And it's happened a second time, too, with a police officer. I'm about to talk about that in a second, too. So I'm staring off into space, staring. And then as I'm coming back, because, eventually you do come back from the daydream, I see the guy looking at me like this, and then he waved at me, and he said, "I see you watching me, Sharifa." Because he was taking his shirt off, and he was changing his gym shirt. He was taking off his uniform shirt and putting on his gym shirt. I swear to God I wasn't looking at this man, And I knew there was nothing I could say to defend myself because he's this, popular pretty boy that a lot of girls like. And it would seem like I was staring. I was not I was staring at you, but I wasn't staring at you. It was a complete accident. And I never got to talk about it. It was just one of those embarrassing things that happened where I'm just like, oh, well. And I just, it's just like, it's not a big deal. I'm sure he has girls that like him anyway. It's not a big deal. So for me, I never ever, I didn't ever talk to him and say, hey, it wasn't what you thought. I was just like, this embarrassing. I said, no, I'm not. And I got Bassity, and then that was it. The moment was over. Nothing else happened between him and I. But I remember that now that he recently added me on Facebook, and I think they've recruited him. I just remember that embarrassing ass thing happening. And because he's like this gregarious, popular type of guy, I think he was trying to make it not be awkward. So I think that's why he made the comment, I see you looking at me, this kind of way, because it's embarrassing. I'm not that bold type of female where I'm going to be sitting directly, especially not back then, where I'm going to be sitting that close to you on a bleachers and just staring at you like a nut. That's just, no, I'm too shy and bassety to do something like that. I was literally daydreaming. And then when I came to, I realized the movement, he was moving kind of awkward, and then he made the comment. I was like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. And there was nothing I could do about it. I just, had to laugh it off and say, no, I'm not staring at you, and just play it off. But I don't know if he remembers that happened, because he was this, like I said, popular person, and I was more of this shy, nerdy person, and I wasn't well known, and I had just come from private school, and so I don't even know if he remembers that happened. It was such an irrelevant thing. But, now that I think they could have recruited him as a gang stalker, and this thirsty narrative is going around, I'm just like, oh boy, I hope that doesn't come up as a detail. They're trying to pull stuff from the past and use every little thing to perpetuate this false narrative of thirst. And although back then I was just like, okay, whatever, and it was mortifying in the moment, and then the moment was done, and I was like, okay, whatever. Now I'm just thinking, is that something they could utilize now, something that happened in childhood that was an ADD moment? Could that happen? It happened a second time with a police officer, y'all. He's actually wrote me a message in my inbox, this police officer. Now, I don't know if it was a part of this gang stalk. I'm not going to say who he is. The message is still there in my inbox. I'm not going to say who he is or anything like that. I'm not stupid. But a couple years ago, when I was still here on Island, when I was teaching, and the targeting had started. So the targeting had started, but it hadn't gone viral yet. I remember this police officer writing me in my inbox, and I went to high school with him also. And I knew his face from another embarrassing moment similar to what happened with that guy that happened with him. It's only happened with 2 people here on Island. It's happened in the States before. But here on Island, it's only happened that I can think of 2 times, or this embarrassing thing where I was staring and then I realized I'm staring at someone by accident. So I don't know if that's why he hopped in my inbox, because he thought this was the girl that was staring at him outside of the store years ago, or if it was just the gang stalking thing, or if he was genuinely in there. Y'all, I've been through so much throughout the last few years. I don't know what's real from what's not real anymore. I don't know. But anyway, so I went to high school with this guy too. He's a police officer. And like I said, when he actually hopped in my inbox was a few years ago before the targeting went viral. So I was a target at the time, but it wasn't viral. And he wrote me a message in my inbox. He liked a few of my stuff, my pictures. But before that happened, years prior, I'm talking like when I was in my 20s. I don't know how old I was. I can't even tell you the year it happened. I know I was in my 20s. This was before I left to go back to Florida in 2018 to finish school and get my bachelor's degree. I remember I was sitting in the car outside of the grocery store waiting for my mom to come to the car, and I was sitting there, and I was sitting in the backseat, and I started daydreaming, and again, just staring into space, the same thing that they see happening to me all the time, and then they make the noises in the antagonizing way to pull me out of my daydream. I'm sitting there, I'm staring into space like a dummy, just staring. And I realized, like, as I'm coming to, because this is what happens, I'll be daydreaming, and then I'll just start coming to from the daydream. It will either be that a noise distracted me and pulls me out of the daydream, or it's like the daydream ends and then I catch myself. And I realized I was staring at the wall, or I was staring at the floor, etc. There are these rare moments where I'm unlucky enough to be staring at someone and I didn't realize I was doing it. Like, it's that bad, the ADD. It has not happened to me in a very long time. So I remember I'm sitting there staring, and I realized, like, as I'm coming to, I'm seeing somebody fidgeting, like they're moving fidgety. And I realized I'm looking directly parked across from me in the same parking lot is this guy who went to high school with. I didn't know him like that. It's not like the other guy with the green eyes where I at least saw him around the place and I kind of knew who he was, even though I didn't know him. This guy I didn't know at all. Like, I just know his face. I know we went to high school together. And when I see him, they're sitting there looking basity and fidgeting and stuff. I was like, oh my God, it happened again. Like, I remember just like rubbing down on there's nothing I can do about it. I keep telling y'all, there are moments like these where I'm like grateful that I'm a target, because there are things that have happened throughout the years that I never got to explain, where I'm like, low-key, like, this is a blessing in disguise. I never got to explain this moment. Like, I can do this now. Similar to like what happened with the cyberstalk and cyberbullying guy, where certain things happened that I never got to explain. I was just like, oh boy, oh well, it just has to look what it looks like. And then the targeting happened, and I'm like, okay, thank God I have this platform where I can now talk about what happened and explain why it happened. So anyway, I don't know if this police officer, I'm sure he probably thought I liked him. He wasn't a police officer back then. I think he was just like a regular, whatever. We were in our 20s at that point. Fast forward to like a few years ago where he hopped in my inbox. He was a police officer at this point. It could have been gang stalking. I was a target then at that point. It wasn't viral yet, but I was a target. So I don't know if he was genuinely writing me, or if it was, the same thing tied to this cyberstalk and cyberbullying guy, or if it was tied to the targeting. I don't know, to be honest with y'all. But I knew I remembered who he was when I saw him in my inbox, though. And I saw he had been liking a few of my pictures. So I was just like, oh my God, I wonder if he thought I liked him when I was staring at him in the car years ago. Because I'm like, dude, if you only know I didn't even see you. Like, I'm not in a disrespectful way. But it's like I was daydreaming. I was not, Sharifa wasn't there. I wasn't there. My eyes were there. I wasn't there. So anyways, y'all, anyway, major tangent, and the video is now going to be 4 hours and change long. But back to this guy. I just felt like I needed to explain that, though, because that happened years ago and I never talked about it. I didn't care to. It was irrelevant. It was embarrassing for the moment, and then it was over. But now it's like they've inserted, not really. It's not like he wrote me a message. It's not like he tried to, like, some of these gang stalkers that they send after me, they really do aggressive stuff. Like, they're writing me messages. They're coming around in person. Like, they're doing things that's, like, apparent that you're gang stalking. He did, like, this minute thing, and I think again, if they did hire him, still just, like, this passive-aggressive thing where he just liked some of my pictures and added me on Facebook. And something happened with his brother, which is why I think they might have recruited him. They're pulling out the big stops, y'all. They're hiring my exes. They're doing research and finding exes and hiring them. They're hiring guys that I talked to briefly from the past that have some sort of negative feeling towards me that I didn't know had a negative feeling towards me. Like I told y'all, the guy that I talked to briefly in my early 20s that they hired on. Like, they're hiring all kinds of people. So why wouldn't they hire this guy? He's well known. He would be easy to access. I'm sure they would pay out the ass to get him to gang stalk. So anyway, I'm not accusing him. I'm not trying to be accusatory, but I'm just saying recently things have amped up, specifically these last few months where they're really on top of me with this, what they're trying to do. So anyway, something happened with his brother, why I think if they did recruit him, they recruited him. So his younger brother also went to high school with me. And the younger brother was more so meek and timid, where his brother was more so outgoing. The younger brother was more so like the quiet. They look very similar. They both have a similar look. It's just one is smaller. The younger brother's smaller and, like I said, more of a quiet, like, meek type of personality. So anyways, my younger sister talked to the younger brother back in the day very briefly. So this was years ago when we were in our early 20s and when she was going to the school here on island. I don't remember the story, y'all. And it's not my story to tell either. I have to be careful with talking about certain people because I get backlash for it. The reason I'm talking about, I have to talk about it because if they did recruit him, this is why. So this is like a relevant detail. Anytime I talk about her, stuff that's going on with her, it's because of things they're doing in the targeting. Like when they were using the guy with the C name as a gang stalker, antagonizing me ruthlessly. And she got mad and, the fake mad and pretended like I was just sitting here talking her business for no reason and acting like she doesn't know what's going on. But anyway, so let me make this part very short. I don't want issues. Anyway, so back then, somehow she ended up talking to him. I don't remember what the story was. Somehow they ended up talking briefly. So I guess she realized he was a playboy or a player or whatever. Like I said, these are good-looking boys and they're well-known on island and, I think they get a lot of girls or whatever. She realized he was like a player or whatever, so it didn't really work out. But she talked to him briefly, right? And so that was a thing. So years later now, I'm a target. Recently, this happened, 2-3 months ago? I don't know, 4 months ago? I can't even, I'm losing track of time, y'all. I think it happened, I'm trying to remember if it happened after the craziness that happened with the man's girlfriend 7 months ago or if it happened before then. I can't remember. I really can't remember, y'all. I think it might have actually happened before the craziness with the man's girlfriend, but I can't remember for sure. I'm not keeping track. They're the ones paying attention to stuff and writing notes, and I'm not studying the random crazy weird shit with these people. And when I say these people, I'm from here too, y'all, but I'm just saying when I say these people, I'm specifically talking about the ones that run the program, that have an issue with me, that are doing stuff. So anyway, driving out in town, right? The east end of town, and I was in town, and they had some sort of blockade going on, and so the traffic was backed up like crazy. And so I was in front of this blue truck and I didn't even realize it was the dude. Honestly, I just, there was this little part where I could turn in like by this shop and I decided to turn around because I'm targeted and I'm sitting there and the traffic is taking long and everybody, I'm aware of the fact that everyone on island has access to the cameras that are on me. So I hate sitting in traffic. It's like I'm aware of the fact that likely every car is staring at me. It's just I can't explain, you can't empathize unless you go through it, unless you know what it feels like. And I'm reserved and I'm quiet myself. So it's like, this is just too much for me. It always feels like too much. It's just something I have to deal with. I've become desensitized. And then they make it seem like I have no emotions and this and that. I've been dealing with 6 years of trauma and abuse and whatever else I'm dealing with. So anyway, I went to turn around. I was like, this is too much for me. I'm like, I can't sit here for too long with all these cameras on me. Let me turn around. So I went to turn around in the area by the shop, and as I'm turning around and I'm coming back out of the shop, like to get back on the road, and then I was going to cut through town and get on the bypass, I look in the car of the truck behind me and I realized that it's this dude. I wasn't sure if it was him. I couldn't see good, but it looked like him. Remember I said I went to high school with him, even though he was younger than me. Not the one that added me on Facebook recently, the older brother. The younger brother that my younger sister talked to briefly back in the day. So I look in and I realized it was the guy and I got Bassity because I know who he is. And it's like everybody knows who I am, right? So it's just like this thing. Whenever I see people I know, I always get Bassity. They've seen it happen with numerous people, y'all. They just choose to capitalize on certain people. You hear them chirping and getting loud? They only capitalize when it's certain people. It's happened numerous times, y'all. Even in the old gym, they made this girl come in that I went to school with, this dark-skinned girl. And actually, she was my neighbor back in the day in one of these neighborhoods. I'm not going to name the name of the neighborhood. And she was in the military. I believe she's in the military. Anyway, I remember her coming in and I got Bassity too. This next one, that's a police officer. This other female that was also in my age group. She came and I got Bassity. Another guy they used on me, I got Bassity. Like anytime it's somebody that I know from the past, even if I didn't know you personally, I might get a little bit awkward because I know you know about the situation. I know the cameras are on me. And I see you, I might get a little bit Bassity. So all I did was get a little awkward, y'all. All they saw me do was this blink thing, and I got a little bit awkward. That's all it was that happened, y'all. Nothing else happened. I didn't say anything. I didn't think anything. I didn't say I know him. I didn't say his name. He didn't even see me getting Bassity because he was too busy looking up at me as I'm turning my car around. So we both kind of like had this eye contact moment because I'm coming out and I happened to look this way and look in his car, and so our eyes connected. And I realized, oh, shoot, I know this person. And so I remembered I just started blinking a little bit, and I got a little bit awkward. That was it, y'all. It was just a slight little bit awkward. And then I just kept driving and I mind my business. I just forgot about it. I was over it, over that little moment. So then now I get onto the bypass, right? And as I'm coming up on the bypass, it looks like he did the same thing that I did, where he was trying to cut through the traffic. And so he decided to come up a different road in town and get on the bypass as well. So coincidentally enough, it worked out in this way where as I'm driving up on the bypass, he's coming out from town, and he ends up coming onto the bypass. And so he's coming out on the bypass right as I'm driving past him, coincidentally enough. So it's just like this coincidence where it's like twice him and I kind of had this moment where we drove by each other, but I didn't get Bassity a second time. After the first time where our eyes connected and I got a little bit Bassity, it wasn't even major, y'all. It's not like I started breathing funny or what happens with some of these people. I just got a little bit Bassity because this is somebody I knew. Like, I don't know him personally, but I know who you are. So I got a little bit Bassity and then I just drove by. I didn't think his name. I didn't say how I knew him. I just tried to pretend like it didn't happen. I get on the bypass. Now he's coming out on the bypass. I notice the birds start diving out. Like, they're seeing everything, y'all. It's crazy. Y'all, so they start diving the birds, y'all. Y'all, here they're bothered by the video now. Now all of a sudden there's noise campaign about the video that I'm making in my room when I'm paying rent. But they be screaming out of their room, you know, y'all. You heard earlier in the clip, my mom screaming in the living room, and you could hear her voice in my video. My dad screams out of his room. But I can't talk in my room and I'm paying $300 a month? No, it's another tactic to shut down the video. But anyway, so let me continue what I'm saying though, y'all. So anyways, y'all, so it wasn't any major reaction that I had. It was literally just that our eyes connected as I turned around and I got a little bit awkward. And then that was it. The moment was over. I went on the bypass and he had the same idea as me where it seems like he wanted to turn around and cut through town. So he went to cut onto the bypass. And coincidentally enough, I mean, it's not that big of a street. It's not that big of a road. It's not that many roads. It's not that big of a coincidence. Him and I ended up driving by each other again. So as this is happening where he's coming out now, they start diving the birds down and acting crazy. I'm like, what is going on with them? I thought it was crazy madness simply because him and I had eye contact for a second and they saw my eyes blink a little bit. Then I get onto the bypass. I'm moving normal, you know, and the guy comes out on the bypass and we end up driving by each other again. They start diving the birds and acting insane. So I was like, okay. So I noticed after that, like a couple times, they sent his name with the technology. So I thought that was weird. You know, it was so strange. And that was months ago, y'all, when that happened. I was like, why are they sending his name with the technology? So that means they contacted him because they saw my eyes blink like that. Remember, they're trying to figure out things about me and learn everything about me so they can use it as a weapon. So I think they thought he was somebody for me or somebody I dealt with. So I think immediately they found out what my connection to him was. Immediately. So immediately they start sending his name with the technology. They did it for a couple days. And then they stopped. That was months ago, y'all. So that was it. His brother never added me. He never added me. I didn't hear anything else about the situation, right? I'm like, they couldn't really, you know, I'm not thinking they're going to try to create something with this guy. When they were sending the name, I'm like, why are they sending his name with the technology? I'm like, I don't know him like that. I said, I didn't have anything with him. I kept saying that. I said, I don't know him like that. I said, I know my sister talked to him. I did eventually say that when they were putting it in the technology. I said, I know my sister talked to him back in the day briefly. I said, I don't know him like that. I never mentioned the older brother. I never mentioned the older brother. Or the fact that I knew who the older brother was. They just did the research and the crazy. So anyway, y'all, it's months later now. Months later. These people are if they did recruit him, they are batshit crazy, y'all. So now it's months later, y'all, and you know they're trying to use tactics and stuff because of what happened with this man's girlfriend, and they're hiring all these different people on. So I don't know who's hired on from who isn't. So I noticed recently, like about a week ago, I noticed I see a friend request from the older brother, and then he started liking up my pictures. He liked quite a few pictures for me. So I was like, okay, this is interesting, the timing, because it's like, you know, they're hiring all these dudes on and they're trying to do something. And it's like they're willing to pull out the big stops to make something pop off, like whatever it is that they're trying to do for revenge. But for me, it's like, why would you, months later, the thing with his younger brother, which was nothing, by the way, happened months ago. So why now would you recently add, I never said anything about the older brother. Why would you randomly hire the older brother? Yeah, it's just weird stuff they're doing, y'all, if they did it. I'm trying not to be accusatory. It's strange. Nothing happened in that moment with the younger brother. Besides our eyes connecting. And then they saw my eyes blink a little bit. Okay. So then I drove right and I got on the bypass. And as I'm getting on the bypass, he's getting on the bypass. And he was acting normal. He wasn't acting stupid or weird. I wasn't acting stupid or weird. They start diving the birds down. I was like, oh God. That was months ago, y'all. All of a sudden now recently I see a friend request from the older brother and I saw a few of my posts get liked. I didn't see a message. Some of these gang stalkers that they've been sending after me are sending messages. I just feel like if they did hire him, it was more like this antagonizing. I don't know what does that mean? So this is where I'm like, did they hire him? I'm trying to figure it out because I'm like, what does that mean? I'm just like, are they batshit crazy? So in my head, I was like really trying to figure out, did they hire this guy? Because I'm like, he didn't do the stuff that the regular gang stalkers do where they're hopping in the inbox and doing all this weird stuff. He just liked a few pictures. And the thing with his brother happened months ago. So in my head, I'm like, did they hire him as a gang stalker? This is what I was trying to figure out in my head. And every time I asked, they would not like confirm it with the birds. Like typically they'll start diving the birds or chirping super loud to confirm. They would not confirm it. So anyway, playing a bunch of games with the craziness. But I'm not trying to be accusatory either. Because I don't know, I don't want to be accusatory. So this is why I'm trying not to be accusatory. But I know what the level and extent that these people have been going to. Like, they're going to some far extents to accomplish whatever it is they're trying to accomplish, y'all. So anyways, I just wanted to give that little backdrop story, though, why the green eye stood out to me with this guy today that was behind me at the food van, because it reminded me of this guy that added me on Facebook recently, and the fact that he has the green eyes and the light skin, and it's a different look though. It's a similar look where the guy today, similar kind of look where they look Hispanic or like the mixed Spanish and black, and they have the green eyes. But the guy that added me, it's more like a pretty boy look. The guy today was a little bit more rough, not bad, just you're a little bit more on the rough side. Where this guy from high school was more like the pretty boy type and doing music and like that type of stuff like that. So, he would be the perfect candidate for what they're trying to do. So anyways, y'all, I just had to talk about why the green eye stood out to me though, and why all of these things were a thing. The next thing, y'all, that I want to talk about was, the police officer. Did I finish talking about the police officer? Because he was irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but it's just like I remember that happened with him too, the stare thing, where I was staring at him years ago. This was years ago. And then right before I tried to relocate off island, he was liking my stuff, and then eventually he wrote me. I don't know if he actually wrote me, like, I can't remember. I got so many messages back then. I can't remember if he wrote me like he was trying to talk to me or if it was more so just like nice picture, that type of thing. I can't remember. I'm definitely not about to go to the inbox to find out. I don't want problems. I'm not trying to put people on blast. I already have enough enemies. I don't want issues, y'all. I really don't. Anyway, so with that police officer, I never got to explain that either. If he did rank me because he thought I was bout it or something like that, that's not what was going on. Not that he's unattractive or anything, but I'm just saying that's not what that moment was. It was that I was daydreaming. I have clinically diagnosed ADD, and I was daydreaming. So I didn't even realize I was staring at him, and then when I caught myself, and that was years ago, I realized what was going on. So anyways, y'all, I just had to talk about this because it's just like, I'm scared, to be honest with you. First of all, I just wanted to explain why I was acting like a pompous ass today, the events that took place that led to it, because of the tactics that they're using and the relentlessness of what they're doing. But then also just saying I'm scared. I don't know if they're ever gonna, let me go. They're acting very childish and immature. They have like this unlimited amount of power and resources, and they're punishing me for things that are out of my control. I'm just like, it's 6 years in, I'm 34 now. Like, I don't know if they're ever gonna let me go and let me truly live my life, and I'm terrified. Anyways, y'all, that's it. Peace.